welcome to Many Arrows. Tugwik said with a respectful bow. The presence of Clan Carrick and its worthy leader makes us greater. Grguch let his gaze drift slowly across the three visitors, then around the gathering to Hakuun. You will learn the truth of your hopeful claim, he said, his eyes turning back to Tugwik, when I have the bones of dwarves and elves and ugly humans to crush beneath my boot. Gnark couldn't suppress a grin as he looked to Ungthal, who seemed similarly pleased. Despite their squeamishness at being so badly outnumbered among the fierce and unpredictable tribe, things were going quite well. Prelude. Drizzt Do'Urden crouched in a crevice between a pair of boulders on the side of a mountain, looking down at a curious gathering. A human, an elf, and a trio of dwarves, at least a trio, stood and sat around three flat-bedded wagons that were parked in a triangle around a small campfire. Sacks and kegs dotted the perimeter of the camp, along with a cluster of tents, reminding Drizzt that there was more to the company than the five in his view. He looked past the wagons to a small, grassy meadow, where several draft horses grazed. Just to the side of them, he saw again that which had brought him to the edge of the camp, a pair of stakes capped with the severed heads of orcs. The band and their missing fellows, then, were indeed members of Kazan Cu Kula, the Triple C, an organization of vigilantes who took their name from the Elvish saying that meant honor in battle. Given the reputation of Kazan Cu Kula, whose favorite tactic was to storm orc homesteads in the dark of night and decapitate any males found inside, Drizzt found the name more than a little ironic, and more than a little distasteful. Cowards, one and all, he whispered as he watched one man hold up a full-length black and red robe. The man flapped it clean of the night's dirt and reverently folded it, bringing it to his lips to kiss it before he replaced it in the back of one wagon. He reached down and picked up the second telltale garment, a black hood. He moved to put that, too, in the wagon but hesitated, then slipped the hood over his head, adjusting it so that he could see through the two eyeholes. That drew the attention of the other four. The other five, Drizzt noted as the fourth dwarf walked back around a corner of the wagon to regard the hooded man. Kazan Cu Kula. The man proclaimed, and held up both his arms, fists clenched, in an exaggerated victory pose. Suffer no orc to live. Death to the orcs. The others cried in reply. The hooded fool issued a barrage of insults and threats against the porcine-featured humanoids. Up on the side of the hill, Drizzt Do'Urden shook his head and deliberately slid his bow, Talmerl, off his shoulder. He put it up, notched an arrow, and drew back in one fluid motion. Suffer no orc to live, the hooded man said again, or started to, until a flash of lightning shot through the camp and drove into a keg of warm ale beside him. As the keg exploded, liquid flying, a sheet of dissipating electricity momentarily stole the darkness from the growing twilight. All six of the companions fell back, shielding their eyes. When they regained their sight, one and all saw the lone figure of a lean dark elf standing atop one of their wagons. Drizzt Do'Urden, gasped one of the dwarves, a fat fellow with an orange beard and an enormous temple-to-temple eyebrow. A couple of the others nodded and mouthed their agreement, for there was no mistaking the dark elf standing before them, with his two scimitars belted at his hips and Talmerl, the Heartseeker, again slung over one shoulder. The drow's long, thick white hair blew in the late afternoon breeze, his cloak flapped out behind him, and even the dull light remaining could do little to diminish the shine of his silvery white mithril-lined shirt. Slowly pulling off his hood, the human glanced at the elf then back at Drizzt. Your reputation precedes you, Master Do'Urden, he said. To what do we owe the honor of your presence? Honor is a strange word, Drizzt replied. Stranger still coming from the lips of one who would wear the black hood. A dwarf to the side of the wagon bristled and even stepped forward, but was blocked by the arm of the orange-bearded fellow. The human cleared his throat uncomfortably and tossed the hood into the wagon behind him. That thing? He asked. Found along the road, of course. Do you assign it any significance? No more so than the significance I assign the robe you so reverently folded and kissed. That brought another glance at the elf, who, Drizzt noticed, was sliding a bit more to the side, notably behind a line etched in the dirt, one glittering with shiny dust. When Drizzt brought his attention more fully back to the human, he noted the change in the man's demeanor, a clear scowl replacing the feigned innocence. A robe you yourself should wear, the man said boldly. To honor King Bruenor Battlehammer, whose deeds. Speak not his name, Drizzt interrupted. You know nothing of Bruenor, of his exploits and his judgments. I know that he was no friend of. You know nothing, Drizzt said again, more forcefully. The tale of Shallows. One of the dwarves roared. I was there, Drizzt reminded him, silencing the fool. The human spat upon the ground. Once a hero, now gone soft, he muttered. On orcs, no less. Perhaps, Drizzt replied, and in the blink of an astonished eye, he brought his scimitars out in his black-skinned hands. But I've not gone soft on highwaymen and murderers. Murderers? The human retorted incredulously. Murderers of orcs? Even as he finished speaking, the dwarf at the side of the wagon pushed through his orange-bearded companion's arm and thrust his hand forward, sending a hand axe spinning at the drow. Drizzt easily sidestepped the unsurprising move, but not content to let the missile harmlessly fly past, and seeing a second dwarf charging from over to the left, he snapped out his scimitar icing death into the path of the axe. He drew the blade back as it contacted the missile, absorbing the impact. A twist of his wrist had the scimitar's blade firmly up under the axe's head. In a single fluid movement, Drizzt pivoted back the other way and whipped icing death around, launching the axe at the charging dwarf. The rumbling warrior brought his shield up high to block the awkwardly spinning axe, which clunked against the wooden buckler and bounced aside. But so too fell away the dwarf's determined growl when he again lowered the shield, to find his intended target nowhere in sight. For Drizzt, his speed enhanced by a pair of magical anklets, had timed his break perfectly with the rise of the dwarf's shield. He had taken only a few steps, but enough, he knew, to confuse the determined dwarf. At the last moment, the dwarf noticed him and skidded to a stop, throwing out a weak, backhanded swipe with his warhammer. But Drizzt was inside the arch of the hammer, and he smacked its handle with one blade, stealing the minimal momentum of the swing. He struck harder with his second blade, finding the crease between the dwarf's heavy gauntlet and his metal-banded bracer. The hammer went flying, and the dwarf howled and grabbed at his bleeding, broken wrist. Drizzt leaped atop his shoulder, kicked him in the face for good measure, and sprang away, charging at the orange-bearded dwarf and the axe-thrower, both of whom were coming on fast. Behind them, the human urged them in their charge, but did not follow, reaffirming Drizzt's suspicions regarding his courage, or lack thereof. Drizzt's sudden reversal and rush had the two dwarves on their heels, and the drow came in furiously, his scimitars rolling over each other and striking from many different angles. The axe-thrower, a second small axe in hand, also held a shield, and so fared better in blocking the blades, but the poor orange-bearded fellow could only bring his great mace out diagonally before him, altering its angle furiously to keep up with the stream of strikes. He got nicked and clipped half a dozen times, drawing howls and grunts, and only the presence of his companion, and those others all around demanding the attention of the drow, prevented him from being seriously wounded, or even slain on the spot. For Drizzt could not finish his attacks without opening himself up to counters from the dwarf's companions. After the initial momentum played out, the drow fell back. With typical stubbornness, the two dwarves advanced. The one with the orange beard, his hands bleeding and one finger hanging by a thread of skin, attempted a straightforward overhead chop. His companion half turned to lead with his shield, then pivoted to launch a horizontal swing meant to come within a hair's breadth of his companion and swipe across from Drizzt's left to right. The impressive coordination of the attack demanded either a straight and swift retreat or a complex two-angled parry, and normally, Drizzt would have just used his superior speed to skip back out of range. But he recognized the orange-bearded dwarf's tenuous grip, and he was a drow, after all, whose entire youth was spent in learning how to execute exactly those sorts of multi-angled defenses. He thrust his left scimitar up before him, rode his hand up high and turned the blade down to intercept the sidelong swing, and brought his right hand across up high over his left, blade horizontal, to block the downward strike. As the hammer coming across connected with his blade, Drizzt punched his hand forward and turned his scimitar to divert the dwarf's weapon low, and in doing so, the drow was able to take half a step to his left, lining himself up more fully with the other's overhead strike. When he made contact with that weapon, he had his full balance, his feet squarely set beneath his shoulders. He dropped into a crouch as the weapon came down, then pushed up hard with all his strength. The dwarf's badly injured top hand could not hold, and the drow's move forced the diminutive warrior to go right up to his tiptoes to keep any grasp on his weapon at all. Drizzt turned back to the right as he rose, and with a sudden and powerful move, he angled and drove the dwarf's weapon across to his right, putting it in the path of the other dwarf's returning backhand. As the pair tangled, Drizzt disengaged and executed a reverse spin on the ball of his left foot, coming all the way around to launch a circle kick into the back of the orange-bearded dwarf that shoved him into his companion. The great mace went flying, and so did the dwarf with the orange beard, as the other dwarf ducked a shoulder and angled his shield to guide him aside. "Clear for a shot!" came a cry from the side, demanding Drizzt's attention, and the drow abruptly halted and turned to see the elf, who held a heavy crossbow leveled Drizzt's way. Drizzt yelled and charged at the elf, diving into a forward roll and turning as he went so that he came up into a sidelong step. He closed rapidly. Then he rammed into an invisible wall, as expected, for he understood that the crossbow had been only a ruse, and no missile could have crossed through to strike at him through the unseen magical barrier. Drizzt rebounded back and fell to one knee, moving shakily. He started up, but seemed to stumble again, apparently dazed. He heard the dwarves charging in at his back, and they believed beyond any doubt that there was no way he could recover in time to prevent their killing blows. And all for the sake of orcs, Drizzt Duerden, he heard the elf, a wizard by trade, remark, and he saw the lithe creature shaking his head in dismay as he dropped the crossbow aside. "Not so honorable an end for one of your reputation." Togmeal lowered her gaze, stunned and fearful. Never could she have anticipated a visit from King Abood VI, Lord of Many Arrows, particularly on this, the eve of her departure for the Glimmerwood, where she was to be wed. "You are a beautiful bride," the young Orc king remarked, and Togmeal dared glance up to see Abood nodding appreciatively. "This human, what is his name?" "Handel Aviv," she said. "Does he understand the good fortune that has shone upon him?" As that question digested, Togmeal found courage. She looked up again at her king and did not avert her eyes, but rather met his gaze. "I am the fortunate one," she said, but her smile went away almost immediately as Abood responded with a scowl. "Because he is human?" Abood blustered, and the other orcs in the small house all stepped away from him fearfully. "A higher being? Because you, a mere orc, are being accepted by this Handel Aviv and his kin? Have you elevated yourself above your race with this joining, Togmeal of Clan Bignance?" "No, my king." Togmeal blurted, tears rushing from her eyes. "No. Of course, nothing of the sort. Handel Aviv is the fortunate one," Abood declared. I only meant that I love him, my king," Togmeal said, her voice barely above a whisper. The sincerity of that statement was obvious, though, and had Togmeal not averted her gaze to the floor again, she would have seen the young Orc king shift uncomfortably, his bluster melting away. "Of course," he replied after a while. "You are both fortunate, then." "Yes, my king. But do not ever view yourself as his lesser," Abood warned. "You are proud. You are Orc. You are Many Arrows Orc. It is Handel Aviv who is marrying above his heritage. Do not ever forget that." "Yes, my king." Abood looked around the small room to the faces of his constituents, a couple standing slack-jawed as if they had no idea how to react to his unexpected appearance, and several others nodding dully. "You are a beautiful bride," the king said again. "A sturdy representative of all that is good in the kingdom of Many Arrows. Go forth with my blessing. "Thank you, my king," Togmeal replied, but Abood hardly heard her, for he had already turned on his heel and moved out the door. He felt a bit foolish for his overreaction, to be sure, but he reminded himself pointedly that his sentiments had not been without merit. "This is good for our people," said Taskatoil, Abood's court advisor. "Each of these extra-racial joinings reinforces the message that is Abood. And that this union is to be sanctified in the former Moonwood is no small thing. The steps are slow," the king lamented. "Not so many years ago, we were hunted and killed," Tasca reminded. "Unending war. Conquest and defeat. It has been a century of progress." Abood nodded, though he did remark, "We are still hunted," under his breath. Worse, he thought but did not say, were the quiet barbs, where even those who befriended the people of Many Arrows did so with a sense of superiority, a deep-set inner voice that told them of their magnanimity in befriending, even championing the cause of such lesser creatures. The surrounding folk of the Silver Marches would often forgive an orc for behavior they would not accept among their own, and that wounded Abood as greatly as those elves, dwarves, and humans who outwardly and openly sneered at his people. Drizzt looked up at the elf wizard's superior smile, but when the drow, too, grinned, and even offered a wink, the elf's face went blank. A split second later, the elf shrieked and flew away, as Genovar, 600 pounds of feline power, leaped against him, taking him far, and taking him down. One of the dwarves charging at Drizzt let out a little cry in surprise, but despite the revelation of a panther companion, neither of the charging dwarves were remotely prepared when the supposedly stunned Drizzt spun up and around at them, fully aware and fully balanced. As he came around, a backhand from Twinkle, the scimitar in his left hand, took half the orange beard from one dwarf, who was charging with abandon, his heavy weapon up over his head. He still tried to strike at Drizzt, but swirled and staggered, lost within the burning pain and shock. He came forward with his strike, but the scimitar was already coming back the other way, catching him across the wrists. His great mace went flying. The tough dwarf lowered his shoulder in an attempt to run over his enemy, but Drizzt was too agile, and he merely shifted to the side and trailed his left foot, over which the wounded dwarf tumbled, cracking his skull against the magical wall. His companion fared no better. As Twinkle slashed across in the initial backhand, the dwarf shifted back on his heels, turning to bring his shield in line, and brought his weapon arm back to begin a heavy strike. Drizzt's second blade thrust in behind the backhand, however, the drow cleverly turning his wrist over so that the curving blade of the scimitar rolled over the edge of the shield and dived down to strike that retracted weapon arm right where the bicep met the shoulder. As the dwarf, too far into his move to halt it completely, came around and forward with the strike, his own momentum drove the scimitar deeper into his flesh. He halted, he howled, he dropped his axe. He watched his companion go tumbling away. Then came a barrage as the deadly drow squared up against him. Left and right slashed the scimitars, always just ahead of the dwarf's pathetic attempts to get his shield in their way. He got nicked, he got slashed, he got shaved, as edges, points and flats of two blades made their way through his defenses. Every hit stung, but none of them were mortal. But he couldn't regain his balance and any semblance of defense, nor did he hold anything with which to counter, except his shield. In desperation, the dwarf turned and lunged, butting his shield arm forward. The drow easily rolled around it, though, and as he pivoted to the dwarf's right he punched out behind him, driving the pommel of his right blade against the dwarf's temple. He followed with a heavy left hook as he completed his turn, and the dazed dwarf offered no defense at all. His fist and hilt smashed him across the face. He staggered 2 steps to the side, and crumbled into the dirt. Drizzt didn't pause to confirm the effect, for back the other way, the first dwarf he had cut was back to his feet and staggering away. A few quick strides brought Drizzt up behind him, and the drow's scimitar slashed across the back of the dwarf's legs, drawing a howl and sending the battered creature whimpering to the ground. Again, Drizzt looked past him even as he fell, for the remaining 2 members of the outlaw band were fast retreating. The drow put up Tolmaril and set an arrow retrieved from the enchanted quiver he wore on his back. He aimed center mass on the dwarf, but perhaps in deference to King Bruenor or Thibbledorf or Dagnabbit or any of the other noble and fierce dwarves he had known those decades before, he lowered his angle and let fly. Like a bolt of lightning, the magical arrow slashed the air and drove through the fleshy part of the dwarf's thigh. The poor dwarf screamed and veered, then fell down. Drizzt notched another arrow and turned the bow until he had the human, whose longer legs had taken him even farther away, in his sight. He took aim and drew back steadily, but held his shot as he saw the man jerk suddenly then stagger. He stood there for just a moment before falling over, and Drizzt knew by the way he tumbled that he was dead before he ever hit the ground. The drow glanced back over his shoulder, to see the 3 wounded dwarves struggling, but defeated, and the elf wizard still pinned by the ferocious Genuavar. Every time the poor elf moved, Genuavar smothered his face under a huge paw. By the time Drizzt looked back, the killers of the human were in view. A pair of elves moved to gather the arrow-shot dwarf, while another went to the dead man, and another pair approached Drizzt, one riding on a white-winged steed, the Pegasus named Sunrise. Bells adorned the mount's harness, bridle, and saddle, tinkling sweetly, ironically so, as the riders trotted up to the drow. Lord Raelian, Drizzt greeted with a bow. "Well met and well done, my friend," said the elf who ruled the ancient expanse of the Glimmerwood that the elves still called the Moonwood. He looked around, nodding with approval. "The Night Riders have been dealt yet one more serious blow," he said, using another of the names for the orc-killing vigilantes, as did all the elves, refusing to assign a title as honorable as Kazan Cu Kula to a band they so abhorred. "What of many we'll need, I fear, for their numbers do not seem diminished," said Drizzt. "They are more visible of late," Raelian agreed, and dismounted to stand before his old friend. "The Night Riders are trying to take advantage of the unrest in many arrows. They know that King Abood VI is in a tenuous position." The elf gave a sigh. "As he always seems to be, as his predecessors always seemed to be." "He has allies as well as enemies," said Drizzt. "More allies than did the first of his line, surely." "And more enemies, perhaps," Raelian replied. Drizzt could not disagree. Many times over the last century, the kingdom of Many Arrows had known inner turmoil, most often, as was still the case, brewing from a rival group of orcs. The old cults of Grumsh One-Eye had not flourished under the rule of the Abolds, but neither had they been fully eradicated. The rumors said that yet another group of shamans, following the old warlike ways of Goblinkind, were creating unrest and plotting against the king who dared diplomacy and trade with the surrounding kingdoms of humans, elves, and even dwarves, the most ancient and hated enemy of the orcs. "You killed not one of them," Raelian remarked, glancing around at his warriors who gathered up the 5 wounded Night Riders. "Is this not in your heart, Drizzt Do'Urden? Do you not strike with surety when you strike to defend the orcs? They are caught, to be justly tried. By others. That is not my province." "You would not allow it to be," Raelian said with a wry grin that was not accusatory. "A drow's memories are long, perhaps. No longer than a moon elf's. My arrow struck the human first, and mortally, I assure you. Because you fiercely battle those memories, while I try to mitigate them," Drizzt replied without hesitation, setting Raelian back on his heels. If the elf, startled though he was, took any real offense, he didn't show it. "Some wounds are not so healed by the passage of 100 years, Drizzt went on, looking from Raelian to the captured Night Riders. "Wounds felt keenly by some of our captives here, perhaps, or by the grandfather's grandfather of the man who lies dead in the field beyond." "What of the wounds felt by Drizzt Do'Urden, who did battle with King Abood in the orcs' initial sweep of the spine of the world?" Raelian asked. "Before the settlement of his kingdom and the Treaty of Garam's Gorge? Or who fought again against Abood II in the Great War in the year of the Solitary Cloister?" Drizzt nodded with every word, unable to deny the truth of it all. He had made his peace with the orcs of Many Arrows, to a great extent. But still, he would be a liar to himself if he failed to admit a twinge of guilt in battling those who had refused to end the ancient wars in ancient ways, and had continued the fight against the orcs, a war that Drizzt, too, had once waged, and waged viciously. A mithril haul trade caravan was turned back from 5 tusks, Raelian said, changing his tone as he shifted the subject. A similar report comes to us from Silvery Moon, where one of their caravans was refused entry to many arrows at Ngor's Gate north of Nezum. It is a clear violation of the treaty. King Aboud's response? We are not certain that he even knows of the incidents. But whether he does or not, it is apparent that his shaman rivals have spread their message of the old ways far beyond Dark Arrow's Keep. Drizzt nodded. King Aboud is in need of your help, Drizzt, Raelian said. We have walked this road before. Drizzt nodded in resignation at the unavoidable truth of that statement. There were times when he felt as if the road he walked was not a straight line toward progress, but a circling track, a futile loop. He let that negative notion pass, and reminded himself of how far the region had come and that in a world gone mad from the spell plague. Few places in all of Faerun could claim to be more civilized than they had been those 100 years before, but the region known as the Silver Marches, in no small part because of the courage of a succession of orc kings named Aboud, had much to be proud of. His perspective and memories of that time 100 years gone, before the rise of the Empire of Netheril, the coming of the Aboleths, and the discordant and disastrous joining of two worlds, brought to Drizzt thoughts of another predicament so much like the one playing out before him. He remembered the look on Bruenner's face, as incredulous as any expression he had ever seen before or since, when he had presented the dwarf with his surprising assessment and astounding recommendations. He could almost hear the roar of protest, "Ye lost your wits, ye derned orc-brained, pointy-eared elf." On the other side of the magical barrier, the elf shrieked and Genhuavar growled, and Drizzt looked up to see the wizard stubbornly trying to crawl away. Genhuavar's great paw thumped against his back, and the panther flexed, causing the elf to drop back to the ground, squirming to avoid the extending claws. Raelian started to call to his comrades, but Drizzt held his hand up to halt them. He could have walked around the invisible wall, but instead he sprang into the air beside it, reaching his hand as high as he could. His fingers slid over the top and caught a hold, and the drow rolled his back against the invisible surface and reached up with his other hand. A tuck and roll vaulted him feet overhead over the wall, and he landed nimbly on the far side. He bade Genhuavar to move aside, then reached down and pulled the elf wizard to his feet. He was young, as Drizzt had expected, while some older elves and dwarves were inciting the Kazan Cu Kulla. The younger members, full of fire and hatred, were the ones executing the unrest in brutal fashion. The elf, uncompromising, stared at him hatefully. "You would betray your own kind," he spat. Drizzt cocked his eyebrows curiously, and tightened his grip on the elf's shirt, holding him firmly. "My own kind?" "Worse then," the elf spat. "You would betray those who gave shelter and friendship to the rogue Drizzt Duerden, but..." "No," he said. "You would strike at elves and dwarves for the sake of orcs. I would uphold the law and the peace." The elf mocked him with a laugh. "To see the once great ranger siding with orcs," he muttered, shaking his head. Drizzt yanked him around, stealing his mirth, and tripped him, shoving him backward into the magical wall. "Are you so eager for war?" the drow asked, his face barely an inch from the elf's. "Do you long to hear the screams of the dying, lying helplessly in fields amidst rows and rows of corpses? Have you ever borne witness to that?" "Orcs," the elf protested. Drizzt grabbed him in both hands, pulled him forward, and slammed him back against the wall. Raelian called to Drizzt, but the dark elf hardly heard it. "I have ventured outside of the Silver Marches," Drizzt said, "have you? I have witnessed the death of once proud Luskan, and with it, the death of a dear, dear friend, whose dreams lay shattered and broken beside the bodies of 5,000 victims. I have watched the greatest cathedral in the world burn and collapse. I witnessed the hope of the goodly drow, the rise of the followers of Ilistri. But where are they now?" "You speak in Rid," the elf started, but Drizzt slammed him again. "Gone!" Drizzt shouted. "Gone, and gone with them the hopes of a tamed and gentle world. I have watched once safe trails revert to wilderness, and have walked a dozen communities that you will never know. They are gone now, lost to the spell plague or worse. Where are the benevolent gods? Where is the refuge from the tumult of a world gone mad? Where are the candles to chase away the darkness?" Raelian had quietly moved around the wall and walked up beside Drizzt. He put a hand on the drow's shoulder, but that brought no more than a brief pause in the tirade. Drizzt glanced at him before turning back to the captured elf. "They are here, those lights of hope," Drizzt said, to both elves. "In the Silver Marches. Or they are nowhere. Do we choose peace or do we choose war? If it is battle you seek, fool elf, then get you gone from this land. You will find death aplenty, I assure you. You will find ruins where once proud cities stood. You will find fields of wind-washed bones, or perhaps the remains of a single hearth, where once an entire village thrived. And in that 100 years of chaos, amidst the coming of darkness, few have escaped the swirl of destruction, but we have flourished. Can you say the same for Thay? Mulharand? Sembia? You say I betray those who befriended me, yet it was the vision of one exceptional dwarf and one exceptional orc that built this island against the roiling sea. The elf, his expression more cowed, nonetheless began to speak out again, but Drizzt pulled him forward from the wall and slammed him back even harder. You fall to your hatred and you seek excitement and glory, the drow said. Because you do not know. Or is it because you do not care that your pursuits will bring utter misery to thousands in your wake? Drizzt shook his head, and threw the elf aside, where he was caught by two of Raelian's warriors and escorted away. I hate this, Drizzt admitted to Raelian, quietly so that no one else could hear. All of it. It is a noble experiment 100 years long, and still we have no answers. And no options, Raelian replied. Save those you yourself just described. The chaos encroaches, Drizzt Duerden, from within and without. Drizzt turned his lavender eyes to watch the departure of the elf and the captured dwarves. We must stand strong, my friend, Raelian offered, and he patted Drizzt on the shoulder and walked away. I'm not sure that I know what that means anymore, Drizzt admitted under his breath, too softly for anyone else to hear. The pursuit of higher truth. One of the consequences of living an existence that spans centuries instead of decades is the inescapable curse of continually viewing the world through the focusing prism employed by an historian. I say curse, when in truth I believe it to be a blessing, because any hope of prescience requires a constant questioning of what is, and a deep-seated belief in the possibility of what can be. Viewing events as might the historian requires an acceptance that my own initial, visceral reactions to seemingly momentous events may be errant, that my gut instinct and own emotional needs may not stand the light of reason in the wider view, or even that these events, so momentous in my personal experience, might not be so in the wider world in the long, slow passage of time. How often have I seen that my first reaction is based on half-truths and biased perceptions? How often have I found expectations completely inverted or tossed aside as events played out to their fullest? Because emotion clouds the rational, and many perspectives guide the full reality. To view current events as an historian is to account for all perspectives, even those of your enemy. It is to know the past and to use such relevant history as a template for expectations. It is, most of all, to force reason ahead of instinct, to refuse to demonize that which you hate, and to, most of all, accept your own fallibility. And so I live on shifting sands, where absolutes melt away with the passage of decades. It is a natural extension, I expect, of an existence in which I have shattered the preconceptions of so many people. With every stranger who comes to accept me for who I am instead of who he or she expected me to be, I roil the sands beneath that person's feet. It is a growth experience for them, no doubt, but we are all creatures of ritual and habit and accepted notions of what is and what is not. When true reality cuts against that internalized expectation when you meet a goodly drow, there is created an internal dissonance, as uncomfortable as a springtime rash. There is freedom in seeing the world as a painting in progress, instead of a place already painted, but there are times, my friend. There are times. And such is one before me now, with Abood and his thousands camped upon the very door of Mithril Hall. In my heart I want nothing more than another try at the Orc King, another opportunity to put my scimitar through his yellow-gray skin. I long to wipe the superior grin from his ugly face, to bury it beneath a spray of his own blood. I want him to hurt for Shallows and all the other towns flattened beneath the stamp of orc feet. I want him to feel the pain he brought to Shadra Stargleam, to Dagnat and Dagnabbit, and to all the dwarves and others who lay dead on the battlefield that he created. Will Catti-brie ever walk well again? That, too, is the fault of Abood. And so I curse his name, and remember with joy those moments of retribution that Inavindal, Tarathiel, and I exacted upon the minions of the foul Orc King. To strike back against an invading foe is indeed cathartic. That, I cannot deny. And yet, in moments of reason, in times when I sit back against a stony mountainside and overlook that which Abood has facilitated, I am simply not certain of anything, I fear. He came at the front of an army, one that brought pain and suffering to many people across this land I name as my home. But his army has stopped its march, for now at least, and the signs are visible that Abood seeks something more than plunder and victory. Does he seek civilization? Is it possible that we bear witness now to a monumental change in the nature of orc culture? Is it possible that Abood has established a situation, whether he intended this at first or not, where the interests of the orcs and the interests of all the other races of the region coalesce into a relationship of mutual benefit? Is that possible? Is that even thinkable? Do I betray the dead by considering such a thing? Or does it serve the dead if we all rise above a cycle of revenge and war and find within us, orc and dwarf, human and elf alike, a common ground upon which to build an era of greater peace? For time beyond the memory of the oldest elves, the orcs have warred with the goodly races. For all the victories, and they are countless, and for all the sacrifices, are the orcs any less populous now than they were millennia ago? I think not, and that raises the specter of unwinnable conflict. Are we doomed to repeat these wars, generation after generation, unendingly? Are we elf and dwarf, human and orc alike, condemning our descendants to the same misery, to the pain of steel invading flesh? I do not know. And yet I want nothing more than to slide my blade between the ribs of King Abood many arrows, to relish in the grimace of agony on his tusk-torn lips, to see the light dim in his yellow, bloodshot eyes. But what will the historians say of Abood? Will he be the orc who breaks, at long, long last, the cycle of perpetual war? Will he, inadvertently or not, present the orcs with a path to a better life, a road they will walk reluctantly at first, no doubt, in pursuit of bounties greater than those they might find at the end of a crude spear? I do not know. And therein lies my anguish. I hope that we are on the threshold of a great era, and that within the orc character there is the same spark, the same hopes and dreams, that guide the elves, dwarves, humans, halflings, and all the rest. I have heard it said that the universal hope of the world is that our children will find a better life than we. Is that guiding principle of civilization itself within the emotional makeup of Goblinkind? Or was Nojium, that most unusual goblin slave I once knew, simply an anomaly? Is Abood a visionary or an opportunist? Is this the beginning of true progress for the orc race, or a fool's errand for any, myself included, who would suffer the beasts to live? Because I admit that I do not know, it must give me pause. If I am to give in to the wants of my vengeful heart, then how might the historians view Drizzt Do'Urden? Will I be seen in the company of those heroes before me who helped vanquish the charge of the orcs, whose names are held in noble esteem? If Abood is to lead the orcs forward, not in conquest, but in civilization, and I am the hand who lays him low, then misguided indeed will be those historians, who might never see the possibilities that I view coalescing before me. Perhaps it is an experiment. Perhaps it is a grand step along a road worth walking. Or perhaps I am wrong, and Abood seeks dominion and blood, and the orcs have no sense of commonality, have no aspirations for a better way, unless that way tramples the lands of their mortal, eternal enemies. But I am given pause. And so I wait, and so I watch, but my hands are near to my blades. Drizzt Do'Urden. Chapter. Pride in Practicality. On the same day that Drizzt and Inavindal had set off for the east to find the body of Eliphane, Catti-brie and Wulfgar had crossed the Cerbrin in search of Wulfgar's missing daughter. Their journey had lasted only a couple of days, however, before they had been turned back by the cold winds and darkening skies of a tremendous winter storm. With Catti-brie's injured leg, the pair simply could not hope to move fast enough to outdistance the coming front, and so Wulfgar had refused to continue. Coulson was safe, by all accounts, and Wulfgar was confident that the trail would not grow cold during the delay, as all travel in the Silver Marches would come to a near stop through the frozen months. Over Catti-brie's objections, the pair had recrossed the Cerbrin and returned to Mithril Hall. That same weather front destroyed the ferry soon after, and it remained out of commission though 10 days passed. The winter was deep about them, closer to spring than to fall. The year of wild magic had arrived. For Catti-brie, the permeating cold seemed to forever settle on her injured hip and leg, and she hadn't seen much improvement in her mobility. She could walk with a crutch, but even then every stride made her wince. Still she wouldn't accept a chair with wheels, such as the one the dwarves had fashioned for the crippled Banach Braun anvil, and she certainly wanted nothing to do with the contraption Nanfudel had designed for her, a comfortable palanquin meant to be borne by 4 willing dwarves. Stubbornness aside, her injured hip would not support her weight very well, or for any length of time, and so Catti-brie had settled on the crutch. For the last few days, she had loitered around the eastern edges of Mithril Hall, across Garam's Gorge from the main chambers, always asking for word of the orcs who had dug in just outside of Keeper's Dale, or of Drizzt, who had at last been seen over the eastern fortifications, flying on a Pegasus across the Cerbrin beside Inavindal of the Moonwood. Drizzt had left Mithril Hall with Catti-brie's blessing those 10 days before, but she missed him dearly on the long, dark nights of winter. It had surprised her when he hadn't come directly back into the halls upon his return from the west, but she trusted his judgment. If something had compelled him to go on to the Moonwood, then it must have been a good reason. "I got 100 boys begging me to let him carry ye," Bruenor scolded her one day, when the pain in her hip was obviously flaring. She was back in the western chambers, in Bruenor's private den, but had already informed her father that she would go back to the east, across the gorge. "Take the gnome's chair, ye stubborn girl." "I have my own legs," she insisted. "Legs that ain't healing, from what me eyes retelling me." He glanced across the hearth to Wulfgar, who reclined in a comfortable chair, staring into the orange flames. "What say ye, boy?" Wulfgar looked at him blankly, obviously having no comprehension of the conversation between the dwarf and the woman. "Ye heading out soon to find your little one?" Bruenor asked. "With the melt?" "Before the melt," Wulfgar corrected. "Before the river swells." "A month, perhaps," said Bruenor, and Wulfgar nodded. "Before Tarsak," he said, referring to the 4th month of the year. Catti-brie chewed her lip, understanding that Bruenor had initiated the discussion with Wulfgar for her benefit. "Ye ain't going with him with that leg, girl," Bruenor stated. Yuri limpin' about here and never giving the dern thing a chance at mending. Now take the gnome's chair and let me boys carry ye about, and it just might be, that ye'll be able to go with Wulfgar to find Coulson, as ye planned and as ye started afore. Catti-brie looked from Bruenor to Wulfgar, and saw only the twisting orange flames reflected in the big man's eyes. He seemed lost to them all, she noted, wound up too tightly in inner turmoil. His shoulders were bowed by the weight of guilt, to be sure, and the burden of grief, for he had lost his wife, Deli Curdy, who still lay dead under a blanket of snow on a northern field, as far as they knew. Catti-brie was no less consumed by guilt over that loss, for it had been her sword, the evil and sentient Khazadi, that had overwhelmed Deli Curdy and sent her running out from the safety of Mithril Hall. Thankfully, they all believed, Deli hadn't taken her and Wulfgar's adopted child, the toddler girl, Coulson, with her, but had instead deposited Coulson with one of the other refugees from the Northland, who had crossed the river Cerbrin on one of the last ferries to leave before the onslaught of winter. Coulson might be in the enchanted city of Silvery Moon, or in Sundabar, or in any of a host of other communities, but they had no reason to believe that she had been harmed, or would be. And Wulfgar meant to find her. It was one of the few declarations that held any fire of conviction that Catti-brie had heard the barbarian make in 10 days. He would go to find Coulson, and Catti-brie felt it was her duty as his friend to go with him. After they had been turned back by the storm, in no small part because of her infirmity, Catti-brie was even more determined to see the journey through. Truly, Catti-brie hoped that Drizzt would return before that departure day arrived, however. For the spring would surely bring tumult across the land, with a vast orc army entrenched all over the lands surrounding Mithril Hall, from the spine of the World Mountains to the north, to the banks of the Cerbrin to the east, and to the passes just north of the Trollmoors in the south. The clouds of war roiled, and only winter had held back the swarms. When that storm finally broke, Drizzt Do'Urden would be in the middle of it, and Catti-brie did not intend to be riding through the streets of some distant city on that dark day. Take the chair, Bruenor said, or said again, it seemed, from his impatient tone. Catti-brie blinked and looked back at him. I'll be needin' both o' ye at me side, and soon enough, Bruenor said. If Yuri to be slowing Wulfgar down in this trip he's needing to make, then Yuri not to be going. The indignity. Catti-brie said with a shake of her head. But as she did that, she overbalanced just a bit on her crutch and lurched to the side. Her face twisted in a pained grimace as shooting pains like little fires rolled through her from her hip. Ye catched a giant thrown boulder on your leg, Bruenor retorted. Ain't no indignity in that. Ye helped us hold the hall, and not a one-o' clan battlehammers thinking ye anything but a hero. Take the dern chair, Dot. You really should, came a voice from the door, and Catti-brie and Bruenor turned to see Regis the halfling enter the room. His belly was round once again, his cheeks full and rosy. He wore suspenders, as he had of late, and hooked his thumbs under them as he walked, eliciting an air of importance. And truly, as absurd as Regis sometimes seemed, no one in the hall would deny that pride to the halfling who had served so well as steward of Mithril Hall in the days of constant battle, when Bruenor had lain near death. A conspiracy, then? Catti-brie remarked with a grin, trying to lighten the mood. They needed to smile more, all of them, and particularly the man seated across from where she stood. She watched Wulfgar as she spoke, and knew that her words had not even registered with him. He just stared into the flames, truly looking inward. The expression on Wulfgar's face, so utterly hopeless and lost, spoke truth to Catti-brie. She began to nod, and accepted her father's offer. Friendship demanded of her that she do whatever she could to ensure that she would be well enough to accompany Wulfgar on his most important journey. So it was a few days later, that when Drizzt Do'Urden entered Mithril Hall through the eastern door, open to the Cerbrin, that Catti-brie spotted him and called to him from on high. Your step is lighter, she observed, and when Drizzt finally recognized her in her palanquin, carried on the shoulders of 4 strong dwarves, he offered her a laugh and a wide, white smile. The princess of Clan Battlehammer, the drow said with a polite and mocking bow. On Catti-brie's orders, the dwarves placed her down and moved aside, and she had just managed to pull herself out of her chair and collect her crutch, when Drizzt crushed her in a tight and warm embrace. Tell me that you're home for a long while, she said after a lingering kiss. The winter has been cold and lonely. I have duties in the field, Drizzt replied. He added, of course I do, when Catti-brie smirked helplessly at him. But yes, I am returned, to Bruenor's side as I promised, before the snows retreat and the gathered armies move. We will know the designs of Abood before long. Abood? Catti-brie asked, for she thought the Orc King long dead. He lives, Drizzt replied. Somehow he escaped the catastrophe of the landslide, and the gathered orcs are bound still by the will of that most powerful orc. Curse his name. Drizzt smiled at her, but didn't quite agree. I am surprised that you and Wulfgar have already returned, Drizzt said. What news of Coulson? Catti-brie shook her head. We do not know. We did cross the Cerbrin on the same morning you flew off with Inavindle for the Sword Coast, but winter was too close on our heels, and brought us back. We did learn that the refugee groups had marched for Silvery Moon, at least, and so Wolfgar intends to be off for Lady Illustrial's fair city as soon as the ferry is prepared to run once more. Drizzt pulled her back to arm's length and looked down at her wounded hip. She wore a dress, as she had been every day, for the tight fit of breeches was too uncomfortable. The drow looked at the crutch the dwarves had fashioned for her, but she caught his gaze with her own and held it. I am not healed, she admitted, but I have rested enough to make the journey with Wolfgar. She paused and reached up with her free hand to gently stroke Drizzt's chin and cheek. I have to. I am no less compelled, Drizzt assured her. Only my responsibility to Bruenor keeps me here instead. Wolfgar will not be alone on this road, she assured him. Drizzt nodded, and his smile showed that he did indeed take comfort in that. We should go to Bruenor, he said and started away. Catti-brie grabbed him by the shoulder. With good news? Drizzt looked at her curiously. Your stride is lighter, she remarked. You walk as if unburdened. What did you see out there? Are the orc armies set to collapse? Are the folk of the Silver Marches ready to rise as one to repel? Nothing like that, Drizzt said. All is as it was when I departed, except that Aboud's forces dig in deeper, as if they mean to stay. Your smile does not deceive me, Catti-brie said. Because you know me too well, said Drizzt. The grim tides of war do not diminish your smile? I have spoken with Elephane. Catti-brie gasped. She lives? Drizzt's expression showed her the absurdity of that conclusion. Hadn't Catti-brie been there when Elephane had died, to Drizzt's own blade? Resurrection? The woman breathed. Did the elves employ a powerful cleric to rest the soul? Nothing like that, Drizzt assured her. But they did provide Elephane a conduit to relate to me, an apology. And she accepted my own apology. You had no reason to apologize, Catti-brie insisted. You did nothing wrong, nor could you have known. I know, Drizzt replied, and the serenity in his voice warmed Catti-brie. Much has been put right. Elephane is at peace. Drizzt Do'Urden is at peace, you mean? Drizzt only smiled. I cannot be, he said. We approach an uncertain future, with tens of thousands of orcs on our doorstep. So many have died, friends included, and it seems likely that many more will fall. Catti-brie hardly seemed convinced that his mood was dour. Drizzt Do'Urden is at peace, the drow agreed against her unrelenting grin. He moved as if to lead the woman back to the carriage, but Catti-brie shook her head and motioned instead for him to lead her, crutching, along the corridor that would take them to the bridge across Garam's Gorge, and to the western reaches of Mithril Hall where Bruenor sat in audience. It is a long walk, Drizzt warned her, eyeing her wounded leg. I have you to support me, Catti-brie replied, and Drizzt could hardly disagree. With a grateful nod and a wave to the 4 dwarf bearers, the couple started away. So real was his dream that he could feel the warm sun and the cold wind upon his cheeks. So vivid was the sensation that he could smell the cold saltiness of the air blowing down from the sea of moving ice. So real was it all that Wolfgar was truly surprised when he awoke from his nap to find himself in his small room in Mithril Hall. He closed his eyes again and tried to recapture the dream, tried to step again into the freedom of Icewind Dale. But it was not possible, and the big man opened his eyes and pulled himself out of his chair. He looked across the room to the bed. He hardly slept there of late, for that had been the bed he'd shared with Deli, his dead wife. On the few occasions he had dared to recline upon it, he had found himself reaching for her, rolling to where she should have been. The feeling of emptiness as reality invaded his slumber had left Wolfgar cold every time. At the foot of the bed sat Coulson's crib, and looking at it proved even more distressing. Wolfgar dropped his head in his hands, the soft feel of hair reminding him of his new-grown beard. He smoothed both beard and mustache, and rubbed the blurriness from his eyes. He tried not to think of Deli, then, or even of Coulson, needing to be free of his regrets and fears for just a brief moment. He envisioned Icewind Dale in his younger days. He had known loss then, too, and had keenly felt the stings of battle. There were no delusions invading his dreams or his memories that presented a softer image of that harsh land. Icewind Dale remained uncompromising, its winter wind more deadly than refreshing. But there was something simpler about that place, Wolfgar knew. Something purer. Death was a common visitor to the tundra, and monsters roamed freely. It was a land of constant trial, and with no room for error, and even in the absence of error, the result of any decision often proved disastrous. Wolfgar nodded, understanding the emotional refuge offered by such uncompromising conditions. For Icewind Dale was a land without regret. It simply was the way of things. Wolfgar pulled himself from his chair and stretched the weariness from his long arms and legs. He felt constricted, trapped, and as the walls seemed to close in on him, he recalled Deli's pleas to him regarding that very feeling. Perhaps you were right, Wolfgar said to the empty room. He laughed then, at himself, as he considered the steps that had brought him back to that place. He had been turned around by a storm. He, Wulfgar, son of Bjornigar, who had grown tall and strong in the brutal winters of frozen Icewind Dale, had been chased back into the dwarven complex by the threat of winter snows. Then it hit him. All of it. His meandering, empty road for the last 8 years of his life, since his return from the abyss and the torments of the demon, Ertu. Even after he had gathered up Coulson from Meraldad in Orkney, had retrieved Aegis Fong and his sense of who he was, and had rejoined his friends for the journey back to Mithril Hall, Wulfgar's steps had not been purposeful, had not been driven by a clear sense of where he wanted to go. He had taken Deli as his wife, but had never stopped loving Catti-brie. Yes, it was true, he admitted. He could lie about it to others, but not to himself. Many things came clear at last to Wulfgar that morning in his room in Mithril Hall, most of all the fact that he had allowed himself to live a lie. He knew that he couldn't have Catti-brie, her heart was for Drizzt, but how unfair had he been to Deli and to Coulson? He had created a facade, an illusion of family and of stability for the benefit of everyone involved, himself included. Wulfgar had walked his road of redemption, since Orkney, with manipulation and falsity. He understood that finally. He had been so determined to put everything into a neat and trim little box, a perfectly controlled scene, that he had denied the very essence of who he was, the very fires that had forged Wulfgar, son of Bjornigar. He looked at Aegis Fong leaning against the wall, then hefted the mighty warhammer in his hand, bringing its crafted head up before his icy blue eyes. The battles he had waged recently, on the cliff above Keeper's Dale, in the Western Chamber, and to the east in the breakout to the Cerbrin, had been his moments of true freedom, of emotional clarity and inner calm. He had reveled in that physical turmoil, he realized, because it had calmed the emotional confusion. That was why he had neglected Deli and Coulson, throwing himself with abandon into the defenses of Mithril Hall. He had been a lousy husband to her, and a lousy father to Coulson. Only in battle had he found escape. And he was still engaged in the self-deception, Wulfgar knew as he stared at the etched head of Aegis Fong. Why else had he allowed the trail to Coulson to grow stale? Why else had he been turned back by a mere winter storm? Why else? Wulfgar's jaw dropped open, and he thought himself a fool indeed. He dropped the hammer to the floor and swept on his trademark grey wolf cloak. He pulled his backpack out from under the bed and stuffed it with his blankets, then slung it over one arm and gathered up Aegis Fong with the other. He strode out of his room with fierce determination, heading east past Bruinner's audience chamber. "Where are you going?" he heard, and paused to see Regis standing before a door in the hallway. "Out to check on the weather and the ferry. Drizzt is back." Wulfgar nodded, and his smile was genuine. "I hope his journey went well. He'll be in with Bruinner in a short while." "I haven't time." "Not now. The ferry isn't running yet," Regis said. But Wulfgar only nodded, as if it didn't matter, and strode off down the corridor, turning through the doors that led to the main avenue that would take him over Garam's Gorge. Thumbs hooked in his suspenders, Regis watched his large friend go. He stood there for a long while, considering the encounter, then turned for Bruinner's audience chamber. He paused after only a few steps, though, and looked back again to the corridor down which Wulfgar had so urgently departed. The ferry wasn't running. Chapter: The Will of Grumsh. Grguch blinked repeatedly as he moved from the recesses of the cave toward the pre-dawn light. Broad-shouldered and more than 7 feet in height, the powerful half-orc, half-ogre stepped tentatively with his thick legs, and raised one hand to shield his eyes. The chieftain of Clan Carrick, like all of his people other than a couple of forward scouts, had not seen the light of day in nearly a decade. They lived in the tunnels, in the vast labyrinth of lightless caverns known as the Underdark, and Grguch had not undertaken his journey to the surface lightly. Scores of Carrick warriors, all huge by the standards of the orc race, approaching if not exceeding 7 feet and weighing in at nearly 400 pounds of honed muscle and thick bone, lined the cave walls. They averted their yellow eyes in respect as the great warlord Grguch passed. Behind Grguch came the merciless war priest Hakuan, and behind him the elite guard, a quintet of mighty ogres fully armed and armored for battle. More ogres followed the procession, bearing the 15-foot Koktogun Carrick, the horn of Carrick, a great instrument with a conical bore and a wide, upturned bell. It was fashioned of shroomwood, what the orcs named the hard skin of certain species of gigantic underdark mushrooms. To the orc warriors looking on, the horn was deserving of, and receiving of, the same respect as the chieftain who preceded it. Grguch and Hakuan, like their respective predecessors, would have had it no other way. Grguch moved to the mouth of the cave, and out onto the mountainside ledge. Only Hakuan came up beside him, the war priest signaling the ogres to wait behind. Grguch gave a rumbling laugh as his eyes adjusted and he noted the more typical orcs scrambling among the mountainside's lower stones. For more than 2 days, the second orc clan had been frantically keeping ahead of Clan Carrick's march. The moment they'd at last broken free of the confines of the Underdark, their desire to stay far, far away from Clan Carrick grew only more apparent. They flee like children, Grguch said to his war priest. They are children in the presence of Carrick, Hakuan replied. Less than that when great Grguch stands among them. The chieftain took the expected compliment in stride and lifted his eyes to survey the wider view around them. The air was cold, winter still gripped the land, but Grguch and his people were not caught unprepared. Layers of fur made the huge orc chieftain appear even larger and more imposing. The word will spread that Clan Carrick has come forth, Hakuan assured his chieftain. Grguch considered the fleeing tribe again and scanned the horizon. It will be known faster than the words of running children, he replied, and turned back to motion to the ogres. The guard quintet parted to grant passage to Gung Carrick. In moments, the skilled team had the horn set up, and Hakuan properly blessed it as Grguch moved into place. When the war priest's incantation was complete, Grguch, the only Carrick permitted to play the horn, wiped the shroomwood mouthpiece and took a deep, deep breath. A great bass rumbling erupted from the horn, as if the largest bellows in all the world had been pumped by the immortal titans. The low-pitched roar echoed for miles and miles around the stones and mountainsides of the lower southern foothills of the spine of the world. Smaller stones vibrated under the power of that sound, and one field of snow broke free, creating a small avalanche on a nearby mountain. Behind Grguch, many of Clan Carrick fell to their knees and began swaying as if in religious frenzy. They prayed to the Great One-Eye, their warlike god, for they held great faith that when Gung Carrick was sounded, the blood of Clan Carrick's enemies would stain the ground. And for Clan Carrick, particularly under the stewardship of mighty Grguch, it had never been hard to find enemies. In a sheltered vale a few miles to the south, a trio of orcs lifted their eyes to the north. Carrick? Asked Ungthal, a shaman of high standing. Could it be any other? Replied Dnark, chieftain of the tribe of the Wolfjaw. Both turned to regard the smugly smiling shaman Tugwiktuk as Dnark remarked, "Your call was heard." And answered. Tugwiktuk chuckled. "Are you so sure that the ogre spawn can be bent to your will?" Dnark added, stealing the smile from Tugwiktuk's ugly orc face. His reference to Clan Carrick as ogre spawn rang as a clear reminder to the shaman that they were not ordinary orcs he had summoned from the lowest bowels of the mountain range. Carrick was famous among the many tribes of the spine of the world, or infamous, actually, for keeping a full breeding stock of ogres among their ranks. For generations untold, Carrick had interbred, creating larger and larger orc warriors. Shunned by the other tribes, Carrick had delved deeper and deeper into the Underdark. They were little known in recent times, and considered no more than a legend among many orc tribes. But the Wolfjaw orcs and their allies of tribe Yellow Fawn, Tugwiktuk's kin, knew better. They are only 300 strong, Tugwiktuk reminded the doubters. A second rumbling from Gung Carrick shook the stones. Indeed, said Dnark, and he shook his head. We must go and find Chieftain Grguch quickly, Tugwiktuk said. The eagerness of Carrick's warriors must be properly steered. If they come upon other tribes and do battle and plunder, then Abood will use that as more proof that his way is better, Dnark finished. Let us go, said Tugwiktuk, and he took a step forward. Dnark moved to follow, but Ungthal hesitated. The other two paused and regarded the older shaman. We do not know Abood's plan, Ungthal reminded. He has stopped, said Tugwiktuk. To strengthen? To consider the best road? Asked Ungthal. To build and to hold his meager gains. The other shaman argued. Abood's consort has told us as much, Dnark added, and a knowing grin crossed his tusky face, his lips, all twisted from teeth that jutted in a myriad of random directions, turning up with understanding. You have known Abood for many years. And his father before him, Ungthal conceded. And I have followed him here to glory. He paused and looked around for effect. We have not known victory such as this, he paused again and lifted his arms high in living memory. It is Abood who has done this. It is the start, and not the end, Dnark replied. Many great warriors fall along the road of conquest, added Tugwiktuk. That is the will of Grumsh. That is the glory of Grumsh. All three started in surprise as the great bass note of Gung Carrick again resonated across the stones. Tugwiktuk and Dnark stood quiet then, staring at Ungthal, awaiting his decision. The older orc shaman gave a wistful look back to the southwest, the area where they knew Abood to be, then nodded at his two companions and bade them to lead on. The young priestess Kana curled around him seductively. Her lithe body slowly slid around the powerful orc, her breath hot on the side of his neck, then the back of his neck, then the other side. But while Kana stared intensely at the great orc as she moved, her performance was not for Abood's benefit. King Abood knew that, of course, so his smile was double-edged as he stood there before the gathering of shamans and chieftains. He had chosen wisely in making the young, self-absorbed Kana his consort replacement for Tsinka Shinriel. Kana held no reservations. She welcomed the stares of all around as she writhed over King Abood. More than welcomed, Abood knew. She craved them. It was her moment of glory, and she knew that her peers across the kingdom clenched their fists in jealousy. That was her paramount pleasure. Young and quite attractive by the standards of her race, Kana had entered the priesthood of Grumsh, but was not nearly as devout or fanatical as Tsinka had been. Kana's goddess was Kana, a purely self-centered view of the world that was so common among the young. And just what King Abood needed. Tsinka had served him well in her tenure, in bed and out, for she had always spoken in the interests of Grumsh. Feverishly so. Tsinka had arranged the magical ceremony that had imbued in Abood great prowess both physical and mental, but her devotion was absolute and her vision narrow. She had outlived her usefulness to the Orc King before she had been thrown from the lip of the ravine, to fall to her death among the stones. Abood missed Tsinka. For all of her physical beauty, practiced movements and enthusiasm for the position, Kana was no Tsinka in lovemaking. Nor was Kana possessed of Tsinka's intellect and cunning, not by any means. She could whisper nothing into Abood's ear worth listening to, regarding anything other than coupling. And so she was perfect. King Abood was clear in his vision, and it was one shared by a collection of steady shamans, most notably a small, young orc named Knuckles. Beyond that group, Abood needed no advice and desired no naysaying. And most of all, he needed a consort he could trust. Kana was too enamored of Kana to worry about politics, plots and varying interpretations of Grumsh's desires. He let her continue her display for a short while longer, then gently but solidly pried her from his side and put her back to arm's length. He motioned for her to go to a chair, to which she returned an exaggerated pout. He gave her a resigned shrug to placate her and worked hard to keep his utter contempt for her well suppressed. The Orc King motioned again to the chair, and when she hesitated, he forcefully guided her to it. She started to protest, but Abood held up his huge fist, reminding her in no uncertain terms that she was nearing the limits of his patience. As she settled into a quiet pout, the Orc King turned back to his audience, and motioned to Tornfong Brak, a courier from General Dukkha, who oversaw the most important military region. The valley known as Keepersdale is well secured, God King, Tornfong reported. The ground has been broken to prevent easy passage and the structures topping the northern wall of the valley are nearly complete. The dwarves cannot come out. Even now? Abood asked. Not in the spring, but even now? Even now, greatness, Tornfong answered with confidence, and Abood wondered just how many titles his people would bestow upon him. If the dwarves came forth from Mithril Hall's western doors, we would slaughter them in the valley from on high, Tornfong assured the gathering. Even if some of the ugly dwarves managed to cross the ground to the west, they would find no escape. The walls are in place, and the army of General Dukkha is properly entrenched. But can we go in? Asked Chieftain Grimsmal of Clan Grim, a populous and important tribe. Abood flashed the impertinent orc a less than appreciative glare, for that was the most loaded and dangerous question of all. That was the point of contention, the source of all the whispers and all the arguing between the various factions. Behind Abood they had trampled the ground flat and had marched to glory not known in decades, perhaps centuries. But many were openly asking, to what end? To further conquest and plunder? To the caves of a dwarf clan or to the avenues of a great human or elven city, As he considered things, however, particularly the whispers among the various shamans and chieftains, Abood came to realize that Grimsmal might have just done him a favor, though inadvertently. No, Abood declared solidly, before the bristling could really begin. The dwarves have their hole. They keep their hole. For now, the obstinate Grimsmal dared utter. Abood didn't answer, other than to grin, though whether it was one of simple amusement or agreement, none could tell. The dwarves are out of their hole in the east, reminded another of the gathering, a slight creature in a shaman's garb. They build through the winter along the ridgeline. They now seek to connect and strengthen walls and towers, from their gates to the great river. And foundations along the bank, another added. They will construct a bridge, Abood reasoned. The foolish dwarves do our work for us. Grimsmal roared. They will grant us easier passage to wider lands, but... The others all nodded and grinned, and a couple slapped each other on the back. Abood, too, grinned. The bridge would indeed serve the kingdom of many arrows. He glanced over at Knuckles, who returned his contented look and offered a slight nod in reply. Indeed, the bridge would serve, Abood knew, but hardly in the manner that Grimsmal and many of the others, so eager for war, now envisioned. While the chatter continued around him, King Abood quietly imagined an orc city just to the north of the defenses the dwarves were constructing along the mountain ridge. It would be a large settlement, with wide streets to accommodate caravans, and strong buildings suitable for the storage of many goods. Abood would need to wall it in to protect from bandits, or overeager warrior orcs, so that the merchants who arrived from across King Bruiner's bridge would rest easy and with confidence before beginning their return journey. The sound of his name drew the Orc King from his contemplations, and he looked up to see many curious stares aimed at him. Obviously he had missed a question. It did not matter. He offered a calm and disarming smile in response and used the hunger for battle permeating the air around him to remind himself that they were a long, long way from constructing such a city. But what a magnificent achievement it would be. The yellow banner of Carrick, Tugwik informed his two companions as the trio made their way along a winding, snow-filled valley below the cave that served as the primary exit point for orcs leaving the Underdark. Dnark and Ungthal squinted in the midday glare, and both nodded as they sorted out the two yellow pennants shot with red that flew in the stiff, wintry wind. They had known they were getting close, for they had crossed through a pair of hastily abandoned campsites in the sheltered valley. Clan Carrick's march had apparently sent other orcs running fast and far. Tugwik led the way up the rocky incline that ramped up between those banners. Hulking orc guards stood to block the way, holding pole arms of various elaborate designs, with side blades and angled spear tips. Half axe and half spear, the weight of the weapons was intimidating enough, but just to enhance their trepidation, the approaching trio couldn't miss the ease with which the Carrick guards handled the heavy implements. "They are as large as a bood," Ungthal quietly remarked. "And they are just common guards. The orcs of Carrick who do not achieve such size and strength are slave fodder, so it is said," Nark said. "And so it is true," Tugwik said, turning back to the pair. "Nor are any of the runts allowed to breed. They are castrated at an early age, if they are fortunate." "And my eagerness grows," said Ungthal, who was the smallest of the trio. In his younger years, he had been a fine warrior, but a wound had left him somewhat infirm, and the shaman had lost quite a bit of weight and muscle over the intervening 2 decades. "Rest easy, for you are too old to be worth castrating," Nark chided, and he motioned for Tugwik to go and announce them to the guards. Apparently the younger priest had laid the groundwork well, for the trio was ushered along the trail to the main encampment. Soon after, they stood before the imposing Grguch and his war priest advisor, Hakuan. Grguch sat on a chair of boulders, his fearsome double-bladed battle axe in hand. The weapon, rampant by name, was obviously quite heavy, but Grguch easily lifted it before him with one hand. He turned it slowly, so that his guests would get a good view, and a good understanding of the many ways rampant could kill them. The black metal handle of the axe, which protruded up past the opposing wing blades, was shaped in the form of a stretching and turning dragon, its small forelegs pulled in close and the widespread horns on its head presenting a formidable spear tip. At the base, the dragon's long tail curved up and over the grip, forming a guard. Spines extended all along the length so that a punch from Grguch would hit like the stab of several daggers. Most impressive were the blades, the symmetrical wings of the beast. Of shining silver mithril, they fanned out top and bottom, reinforced every finger's breadth or so by a thin bar of dark adamantine, which created spines top and bottom along each blade. The convex edges were as long as the distance from Nark's elbow to the tips of his extended fingers, and none of the 3 visitors had any trouble imagining being cut cleanly in half by a single swipe of rampant. "Welcome to Many Arrows, great Grguch," Tugwik said with a respectful bow. "The presence of Clan Carrick and its worthy leader makes us greater." Grguch let his gaze drift slowly across the 3 visitors, then around the gathering to Hakuan. "You will learn the truth of your hopeful claim," he said, his eyes turning back to Tugwik, "when I have the bones of dwarves and elves and ugly humans to crush beneath my boot." Dnark couldn't suppress a grin as he looked to Ungthal, who seemed similarly pleased. Despite their squeamishness at being so badly outnumbered among the fierce and unpredictable tribe, things were going quite well. Out of the same cavern from which Grguch and Clan Carrick had emerged came a figure much less imposing, save to those folk who held a particular phobia of snakes. Fluttering on wings that seemed more suited to a large butterfly, the reptilian creature wove a swaying, zigzagging course through the chamber, toward the waning daylight. The twilight was brighter than anything the creature had seen in a century, and it had to set down inside the cave and spend a long while letting its eyes properly adjust. "Ah, Hakuan, why have you done this?" asked the wizard, who was not really a snake, let alone a flying one. Anyone nearby might have thought it a curious thing to hear a winged snake sigh. He slithered into a darker corner, and peeked out only occasionally to let his eyes adjust. He knew the answer to his own question. The only reason the brutes of Clan Carrick would come forth would be for plunder in war. And while war could be an interesting spectacle, the wizard Jack, or Jack the Gnome as he had once been commonly called, really didn't have time for it just then. His studies had taken him deep into the bowels of the spine of the world, and his easy manipulation of Clan Carrick, from Hakuan's father's father's father, had provided him with most excellent cover for his endeavors, to say nothing of the glory it had rained upon Hakuan's miserable little family. Quite a while later, and only with the last hints of daylight left in the air, Jack slipped up to the cavern exit and peered out over the vast landscape. A couple of spells would allow him to locate Hakuan and the others, of course, but the perceptive fellow didn't need any magic to sense that something was different. Something barely distinguishable in the air, a scent or distant sounds, perhaps, pricked at Jack's sensibilities. He had lived on the surface once, far back beyond his memories, before he had fallen in with the illithids and demons in his quest to learn magic more powerful and devious than the typical evocations of mundane spellcasters. He had lived on the surface when he truly was a gnome, something he could hardly claim anymore. He only rarely wore that guise, and had come to understand that physical form really wasn't all that important or defining anyway. He was a blessed thing, he knew, mostly thanks to the illithids, because he had learned to escape the bounds of the corporeal and of the mortal. A sense of pity came over him as he looked out over the wide lands, populated by creatures so inferior, creatures who didn't understand the truth of the multiverse, or the real power of magic. That was Jack's armor as he looked out over the land, for he needed such pride to suppress the other, inevitable feelings that whirled in his thoughts and in his heart. For all of his superiority, Jack had spent the last century or more almost completely alone, and while he had found wondrous revelations and new spells in his amazing workshop, with its alchemical equipment and reams of parchments and endless ink and spellbooks he could stack to several times his gnomish height, only by lying to himself could Jack even begin to accept the paradoxical twist of fate afforded him by practical immortality. For a while, and perhaps because he wouldn't die anytime soon of natural causes, Jack was acutely aware that the world was full of mortal danger. Long life had come to mean more to lose, and Jack had been walled into his secure laboratory as much by fear as by the thick stones of the Underdark. That laboratory, hidden and magically warded, remained secure even though his unwitting protectors, Clan Carrick, had traveled out of the Underdark. And still, Jack had followed them. He had followed Hakuun, though the pathetic Hakuun was hardly worth following, because, he knew deep inside but wasn't quite ready to admit, he had wanted to come back, to remember the last time he was Jack the Gnome. He found himself pleasantly surprised by the view. Something tingled in the air around him, something exciting and teeming with possibility. Perhaps he didn't know the extent of Hakuun's reasoning in allowing Grgutch to come forth, Jack thought, and he was intrigued. Chapter. The simple quality of times gone by. Wulfgar's long, powerful legs drove through the knee-deep, often hip-deep snow, plowing a path north from the mountain ridge. Rather than perceive the snow as a hindrance, though, Wulfgar considered it a freeing experience. That kind of trailblazing reminded him of the crisp air of home, and in a more practical sense, the snow slowed to a grumbling halt the pair of dwarven sentries who stubbornly pursued him. More snow fell, and the wind blew cold from the north, promising yet another storm. But Wulfgar did not fear, and his smile was genuine as he drove forward. He kept the river on his immediate right and scrolled through his thoughts all of the landmarks Ivan Bouldershoulder had told him regarding the trail leading to the body of Deli Kurdi. Wulfgar had grilled Ivan and Pykal on the details before they had departed Mithril Hall. The cold wind, the stinging snow, the pressure on his legs from winter's deep, it all felt right to Wulfgar, familiar and comforting, and he knew in his heart that his course was the right one. He drove on all the harder, his stride purposeful and powerful, and no snowdrift could slow him. The calls of protest from Bruinner's kin dissipated into nothingness behind him, defeated by the wall of wind, and very soon the fortifications and towers, and the mountain ridge itself became indistinct black splotches in the distant background. He was alone and he was free. He had no one on whom he could rely, but no one for whom he was responsible. It was just Wulfgar, son of Bjorniger, ranging through the deep winter snow, against the wind of the newest storm. He was just a lone adventurer, whose path was his own to choose, and who had found, to his thrill, a road worth walking. Despite the cold, despite the danger, despite the missing Coulson, despite Deli's death and Catti-brie's relationship with Drizzt, Wulfgar knew only simple joy. He traveled on long after the dim light had waned to darkness, until the cold night air became too intense for even a proud son of the frozen tundra to bear. He set up camp under the lowest boughs of thick pines, behind insulating walls of snow, where the wind could not find him. He passed the night in dreams of the caribou, and the wandering tribes that followed the herd. He envisioned his friends, all of them, beside him in the shadow of Kelvin's cairn. He slept well, and went out early the next day, under the grey sky. The land was not unfamiliar to Wulfgar, who had spent years in Mithril Hall, and even as he had exited the eastern door of the dwarven complex, he had a good idea of where Ivan and Pykal had found the body of poor Deli. He would get there that day, he knew, but reminded himself repeatedly of the need for caution. He had left friendly lands, and from the moment he had crossed the dwarven battlements on the mountain spur, he was outside the realm of civilization. Wulfgar passed several encampments, the dark smoke of campfires curling lazily into the air, and he didn't need to get close enough to see the campers to know their orc heritage and their malicious intent. He was glad that the daylight was dim. The snow began again soon after midday, but it was not the driving stuff of the previous night. Puffy flakes danced lightly on the air, trailing a meandering course to the ground, for there was no wind other than the occasional small whisper of a breeze. Despite having to continually watch for signs of orcs and other monsters, Wulfgar made great progress, and the afternoon was still young when he reached one small rocky rise to look down upon a bowl-shaped dell. Wulfgar held his breath as he scanned the region. Across the way, beyond the opposite rise, rose the smoke of several campfires, and in the small vale itself Wulfgar saw the remains of an older, deserted encampment. For though the dell was sheltered, the wind had found its way in on the previous day, and had driven the snow to the southeastern reaches, leaving a large portion of the bowl practically uncovered. Wolfgar could clearly see a half-covered ring of small stones, the remains of a cooking pit. Exactly as Ivan Bouldershoulder had described it. With a great sigh, the barbarian pulled himself over the ridge and began a slow and deliberate trudge into the dell. He slid his feet along slowly rather than lift them, aware that he might trip over a body buried beneath the foot or so of snow that blanketed the ground. He set a path that took him straight to the cooking pit, then lined himself up as Ivan had described and slowly made his way back out. It took him a long while, but sure enough, he noticed a bluish hand protruding from the edge of the snow. Wolfgar knelt beside it and reverently brushed back the white powder. It was Deli, unmistakably so, for the deep freeze of winter had only intensified after her fall those months before, and little decomposition had set in. Her face was bloated, but not greatly, and her features were not too badly distorted. She looked as if she were asleep and at peace, and it occurred to Wolfgar that the poor woman had never known such serenity in all of her life. A pang of guilt stung him at that realization, for in the end, that truth had been no small part his own fault. He recalled their last conversations, when Deli had subtly and quietly begged him to get her out of Mithril Hall, when she had pleaded with him to free her from the confines of the dwarf-hewn tunnels. "But I am a stupid one," he whispered to her, gently stroking her face. "Would that you had said it more directly, and yet I fear that still I would not have heard you." She had given up everything to follow him to Mithril Hall. Truly her impoverished life in Luskan had not been an enviable existence. But still, in Luskan Deli Kurdi had friends who were as her family, had a warm bed and food to eat. She had abandoned that much at least for Wolfgar and Coulson, and had held up her end of that bargain all the way to Mithril Hall and beyond. In the end, she had failed. Because of Catti-Bree's evil and sentient sword, to be sure, but also because the man she had trusted to stand beside her had not been able to hear and recognize her quiet desperation. "Forgive me," Wolfgar said, and he bent low to kiss her cold cheek. He rose back to his knees and blinked, for suddenly the dim daylight stung his eyes. Wolfgar stood. "Mala, bo gordu wanak," he said, an ancient barbarian way of accepting resignation, a remark without direct translation to the common tongue. It was a lament that the world is as it would be, as the gods would have it, and it was the place of men to accept and discover their best path from what was presented them. Hearing the somewhat stilted and less flowing tongue of the Icewind Dale barbarians rolling so easily from his lips gave Wolfgar pause. He never used that language anymore, and yet it had come back to him so easily just then. With the winter thick about him, in the crisp and chill air, and with tragedy lying at his feet, the words had come to him, unbidden and irresistible. "Mala, bo gordu wanak," he repeated in a whisper as he looked down at Deli Kurdi. His gaze slid across the bowl to the rising lines of campfire smoke. His expression shifted from grimace to wicked grin as he lifted Aegisfong into his hands, his current best path crystallizing in his thoughts. Beyond the northern rim of the dell, the ground dropped away sharply for more than a dozen feet, but not far from the ridge sat a small plateau, a single flat-topped jut of stone, like the trunk of a gigantic, ancient tree. The main orc encampment encircled the base of that plinth, but the first thing Wolfgar saw when he charged over the rim of the dell was the single tent and the trio of orc sentries stationed there. Aegisfong led the way, trailing the leaping barbarians' cry to the war god Tempus. The spinning warhammer took the closest orc sentry in the chest and blew him across the breadth of the 10-foot diameter pillar, spreading the snow cover like the prow of a speeding ship before dropping him off the backside. Encumbered by layers of heavy clothing and with only slippery footing beneath, Wolfgar didn't quite clear the 15-foot distance, and slammed his shins against the ledge of the pillar, which sent him sprawling into the snow. Roaring with battle frenzy, thrashing about so that he would present no clear target to the remaining two orcs, the barbarian quickly got his hands under him and heaved himself to his feet. His shins were bleeding but he felt no pain, and he barreled forward at the nearest orc, who lifted a spear to block. Wolfgar slapped the feeble weapon aside and bore in, grasping the front of the orc's heavy fur wrap. As he simply ran the creature over, Wolfgar caught a second grip down by the orc's groin, and he hoisted his enemy up over his head. He spun toward the remaining orc and let fly, but that last orc dropped low beneath the living missile, who went flailing into the small tent and took it with him in his continuing flight over the far side of the pillar. The remaining orc took up its sword in both hands, lifting the heavy blade over its head, and charged at Wolfgar with abandon. He had seen such eagerness many times before in his enemies, for, as was often the case, Wolfgar appeared unarmed. But as the orc came in, Aegisfong magically reappeared in Wolfgar's waiting grasp, and he jabbed it ahead with one hand. The heavy hammerhead connected solidly on the chest of the charging orc. The creature stopped as though it had rammed into a stone wall. Wolfgar drew back Aegisfong and took it up in both hands to strike again, but the orc made no move at all, just stood there staring at him blankly. He watched as the sword slipped from the creature's grasp, to fall to the ground behind it. Then, before he could strike, the orc simply fell over. Wolfgar sprinted past it to the edge of the pillar. Below him, orcs scrambled, trying to discern the threat that had come so unexpectedly. One orc lifted a bough Wolfgar's way, but too slowly, for Aegisfong was already spinning its way. The warhammer crashed through the orc's knuckles and laid the archer low. Wulfgar leaped from the pillar, right over the nearest duo, who had set spears pointed his way. He crashed among a second group, far less prepared, and drove one down below his descending knee, and knocked two others aside with his falling bulk. He managed to keep his footing somehow, and staggered forward, beyond the reach of the spear wielders. He used that momentum to flatten the next orc in line with a heavy punch, then grabbed the next and lifted it before him in his run, using its body as a shield as he charged into the raised swords of a pair of confused sentries. Aegisfong returned to him, and a mighty strike sent all of that trio flying to the ground. Purely on instinct, Wulfgar halted his momentum and pivoted, Aegisfong swiping across to shatter the spears and arms of creatures coming in at his back. The overwhelmed orcs fell away in a jumble and Wulfgar, not daring to pause, ran off. He crashed through the side of a tent, his hammer tearing the deerskin from the wooden supports. He dragged his feet and kicked powerfully, scattering bedrolls and supplies, and a pair of young orcs who crawled off yelping. That pair was no threat to him, Wulfgar realized, so he didn't pursue, veering instead for the next that raised weapons against him. He came in swinging, rolling his arms in circles above his head. Aegisfong hummed as it cut through the air. The three orcs fell back, but one tripped and went to the ground. It dropped its weapon and tried to scramble away, but Wulfgar kicked it hard on the hip, sending it sprawling. Stubbornly the orc rolled to its belly and hopped up to all fours, trying to get its feet under it for a dash. His great muscled arms straining and bulging, Wulfgar halted the spin of Aegisfong, slid his lead hand up the handle, and jabbed at the orc. The warhammer smacked off the orc's shoulder and cracked into the side of its head, and the creature fell flat to the ground and lay very still. Wulfgar stomped on it for good measure as he ran past in pursuit of its two companions, who had halted their retreat and stood ready. Wulfgar roared and lifted Aegisfong above his head, eagerly accepting the challenge. On he charged, but he noted something out of the corner of his eye. He dug in his lead foot, stopped abruptly, and tried to turn. Then he threw himself around, a spear grazing his side painfully. The missile caught in his flying wolf cloak and held fast, hanging awkwardly, its handle dragging on the ground and tangling with Wulfgar's legs as he continued his turn. He could only give it a fraction of his attention, though, for a second spear flew his way. Wulfgar brought Aegisfong in close to his chest and turned it down at the last moment to crack the spearhead out of line. Still, the missile flipped over the parry and slapped against Wulfgar's shoulder. As it went over, the back point of the weapon's triangular head cut the barbarian chin to cheek. And as he lurched away, his leg caught the spear shaft hanging from his cloak. To his credit, Wulfgar managed to not fall over, but he was off balance, his posture and the positioning of his weapon all wrong, as the two nearer orcs howled and leaped at him. He drove Aegisfong across his body, left to right, blocking a sword cut, but more with his arm than with the warhammer. He lifted his lower hand up desperately, turning the warhammer horizontal to parry a spear thrust from the other orc. But the thrust was a feint, and Wulfgar missed cleanly. As the orc retracted, its smile was all the barbarian needed to see to know that he had no way to stop the second thrust from driving the spear deep into his belly. He thought of Delhi, lying cold in the snow. Bruenor stood with Catti-brie outside the eastern door of Mithril Hall. North of them, construction was on in full, strengthening the wall that ran from the steep mountainside along the spur all the way to the river. As long as that wall could hold back the orcs, Clan Battlehammer remained connected above ground to the rest of the Silver Marches. The ferry across the river Serbring, barely 100 feet from where Bruenor and Catti-brie stood, would be running soon, and it would only be needed for a short while anyway. The abutments of a strong bridge were already in place on both banks. The orcs could not get at them from the south without many days of forewarning, and such a journey through that broken ground would leave an army vulnerable at many junctures. With the line of catapults, archer posts, and other defensive assault points already set on the banks, particularly across the river, any orc assault using the river for passage would result in utter ruin for the attackers, much as it had for the dwarves of Citadel Felbar when they had come to join the Battlehammer dwarves in their attempt to secure that most vital piece of ground. Neither Bruenor nor Catti-brie were looking at the dwarven handiwork at that point, however. Both had their eyes and thoughts turned farther north, to where Wulfgar had unexpectedly gone. "You ready to walk with him to Silvery Moon?" Bruenor asked his adopted daughter after a long and uncomfortable silence, for the dwarf knew that Catti-brie harbored the very same feelings of dread as he. "My leg hurts with every step," the woman admitted. "The boulder hit me good, and I don't know that I'll ever walk easy again." Bruenor turned to her, his eyes moist. For she spoke the truth, he knew, and the clerics had told him in no uncertain terms. Catti-brie's injuries would never fully heal. The fight in the western entry hall had left her with a limp that she would carry for the rest of her days, and possibly with more damage still. Priest Cordio had confided to Bruenor his fears that Catti-brie would never bear children, particularly given that the woman was nearing the end of her childbearing years anyway. "But I'm ready for the walk today," Catti-brie said with determination, and without the slightest hesitance. "If Wulfgar crossed over that wall right as we're speaking, I'd turn him to the river that we could be on our way." It is past time that Coulson was returned to her father. Bruenor managed a wide smile. Ye be quick to get the girl and get ye back, he ordered. The snow's letting go early this year, I'm thinking, and Gauntlgrim's waiting, but... You believe that it really was Gauntlgrim? Catti-brie dared to ask, and it was the first time anyone had actually put the most important question directly to the driven dwarf king. For on their journey back to Mithril Hall, before the coming of Abood, one of the caravan wagons had been swallowed up by a strange sinkhole, one that led, apparently, to an underground labyrinth. Bruenor had immediately proclaimed the place Gauntlgrim, an ancient and long-lost dwarven city, the pinnacle of power for the clan called Delzoun, a common heritage for all the dwarves of the north, Battlehammer, Mirabaron, Felbaron, and Idbaron alike. Gauntlgrim, Bruenor said with certainty, a claim he had been making in that tone since his return from the dead. Moradin put me back here for a reason, girl, and that reason'll be shown to me when I get myself to Gauntlgrim. There will be find in the weapons we're needing to drive the ugly orcs back to their holes, don't ye doubt. Catti-brie wasn't about to argue with him, because she knew that Bruenor was in no mood for any debate. She and Drizzt had spoken at length about the dwarf's plan, and about the possibility that the sinkhole had indeed been an entry point to the lost avenues of Gauntlgrim, and she had discussed it at length with Regis, as well, who had been poring over ancient maps and texts. The truth of it was that none of them had any idea whether or not the place was what Bruenor had decided it to be. And Bruenor wasn't about to argue the point. His litany against the darkness that had settled on the land was a simple one, a single word, Gauntlgrim. Darn stubborn fool of a boy, Bruenor muttered, looking back to the north, his mind's eye well beyond the wall that blocked his view. He's to slow it all down. Catti-brie started to respond, but found that she could not speak past the lump that welled in her throat. Bruenor was complaining, of course, but in truth, his anger that Wulfgar's rash decision to run off alone into orc-held lands would slow the dwarves' plans was the most optimistic assessment of all. The woman gave in to her sense of dread for just a moment, and wondered if her duty to her friend would send her off alone across the Cerbrin in search of Coulson. And in that case, once the toddler had been retrieved, what then? Chapter: Building his kingdom. The beams creaked for a moment, then a great rush of air swept across the onlookers as the counterweights sent the massive neck of the catapult swinging past. The basket released its contents, tri-pointed caltrops, in a line from the highest peak of the arc to the point of maximum momentum and distance. The rain of black metal plummeted from sight, and King Abood moved quickly to the lip of the cliff to watch them drop to the floor of Keeper's Dale. Knuckles, K&A, and some of the others shifted uneasily, not pleased to see their god king standing so near to a 200-foot drop. Any of General Ducka's soldiers, or more likely, proud chieftain Grimsmal and his guards, could have rushed over and ended the rule of Abood with a simple shove. But Grimsmal, despite his earlier rumblings of discontent, nodded appreciatively at the defenses that had been set up on the northern ridge overlooking Mithril Hall's sealed western door. We have filled the valley floor with caltrops, General Ducka assured Abood. He motioned to the many baskets set beside the line of catapults, all filled with stones ranging in size from a large fist to twice an orc's head. If the ugly dwarves come forth, we'll shower them with death. Abood looked down to the southwest, about two-thirds of the way across the broken valley from the dwarven complex, where a line of orcs chopped at the stone, digging a wide, deep trench. Directly to the king's left, atop the cliff at the end of the trench, sat a trio of catapults, all sighted to rake the length of the ravine should the dwarves try to use it for cover against the orcs positioned in the west. Ducka's plan was easy enough to understand. He would slow any dwarven advance across Keeper's Dale as much as possible, so that his artillery and archers on high could inflict massive damage on the breakout army. They came out of the eastern wall with great speed and cunning, Abood warned the beaming general. Encased in metal carts. A collapsed mountain wall did not slow them. From their door to the Cerbrin was not far, my king, Ducka dared reply. Keeper's Dale offers no such sanctuary. Do not underestimate them, Abood warned. He stepped closer to General Ducka as he spoke, and the other orc seemed to shrink in stature before him. His voice ominous and loud, so that all could hear, Abood roared out, they will come out with fury. They will have brooms before them to sweep aside your caltrops, and shielding above to block your arrows and stones. They will have folding bridges, no doubt, and your trench will slow them not at all. King Bruenor is no fool, and does not charge into battle unprepared. The dwarves will know exactly where they need to go, and they will get there with all speed. A long and uncomfortable silence followed, with many of the orcs looking at each other nervously. Do you expect them to come forth, my king? Grimsmal asked. All that I expect from King Bruenor is that whatever he chooses to do, he will do it well, and with cunning, Abood replied, and more than one orc jaw fell open to hear such compliments for a dwarf coming forth from an orc king. Abood considered those looks carefully in light of his disastrous attempt to break into Mithril Hall. He could not let any of them believe that he was speaking from weakness, from memories of his own bad judgment. Witness the devastation of the ridge where you now place your catapults, he said, waving his arm out to the west. Where once had stood a ridgeline, one atop which Abood had placed allied frost giants and their huge war engines, loomed a torn and jagged crevice of shattered stones. The dwarves are on their home ground. They know every stone, every rise, and every tunnel. They know how to fight. But we, he roared, striding about for maximum effect, and lifting his clawing hands to the sky. He let the words hang in the air for many heartbeats before continuing, we do not deny them the credit they deserve. We accept that they are formidable and worthy foes, and in that knowledge, we prepare. He turned directly to General Ducka and Chieftain Grimsmal, who had edged closer together. We know them, but even against what we have shown to them in conquering this land, they still do not know us. This, he swept his arm out to encompass the catapults, archers, and all the rest they know, and expect. Your preparations are half done, General Ducka, and half done well. Now envision how King Bruenor will try to counter everything you have done, and complete your preparations to defeat that counter. But, my king? General Ducka stammered. I have all confidence in you, Abood said. Begin by trapping your own entrenchments on the western side of Keeper's Dale, so that if the dwarves reach that goal, your warriors can quickly retreat and leave them exposed on another battlefield of your choosing. Ducka began to nod, his eyes shining, and his lips curled into a wicked grin. Tell me, Abood bade him. I can set a second force in the south to get to the doors behind them, the orc replied. To cut off any dwarf army that charges across the valley. Or a second force that appears to do so, said Abood, and he paused and let all around him digest that strange response. So they will turn and run back, Ducka answered at length. And then have to cross yet again to gain the ground they covet. I have never wavered in my faith in you, General Ducka, said Abood, and he nodded and even patted the beaming orc on the shoulder as he walked past. His smile was twofold, and genuine. He had just strengthened the loyalty of an important general, and had impressed the potentially troublesome Grimsmal in the process. Abood knew what played in Grimsmal's mind as he swept up behind the departing entourage. If Abood, and apparently his commanders, could think so far ahead of King Bruenor, then what might befall any orc chieftain who plotted against the King of Many Arrows? Those doubts were the real purpose of his visit to Keeper's Dale, after all, and not any concerns about General Ducka's readiness. For it was all moot, Abood understood. King Bruenor would never come forth from those western doors. As the dwarf had learned in his breakout to the east and as Abood had learned in trying to flood into Mithril Hall, any such advance would demand too high a cost in blood. Wulfgar screamed at the top of his lungs, as if his voice alone might somehow, impossibly, halt the thrust of the spear. A blue-white flash stung the barbarian's eyes, and for a moment he thought it was the burning pain of the spear entering his belly. But when he came out of his blink, he saw the spear-wielding orc flipping awkwardly in front of him. The creature hit the ground limp, already dead, and by the time Wulfgar turned to face its companion that orc had dropped its sword and grasped and clawed at its chest. Blood poured from a wound, both front and back. Wulfgar didn't understand. He jabbed his warhammer at the wounded orc and missed. Another streaking arrow, a bolt of lightning, soared past Wulfgar and hit the orc in the shoulder, throwing it to the ground near its fallen comrade. Wulfgar knew the telltale missile, and he roared again and turned to face his rescuer. He was surprised to see Drizzt, not Catti-brie, holding Talmaril the Heartseeker. The drow sprinted toward him, his light steps barely ruffling the blanket of deep snow. He started to knock another arrow, but tossed the bow aside instead and drew forth his two scimitars. He tossed a salute at Wulfgar, then darted to the side as he neared, turning into a handful of battle-ready orcs. Big grin! Drizzt shouted as Wulfgar charged in his wake. Tempus! The barbarian responded. He put Aegisfang up behind his head, and let it fly from both hands, the warhammer spinning end over end for the back of Drizzt's head. Drizzt ducked and dropped to his knees at the last moment. The 5 orcs, following the drow's movements, had no time to react to the spinning surprise. At the last moment, the orcs threw up their arms defensively and tangled each other in their desperation to get out of the way. Aegisfang took one squarely, and that flying orc clipped another enough to send both tumbling back. The remaining 3 hadn't even begun to reorient themselves to their opponents when the fury of Drizzt fell over them. He skidded on his knees as the hammer flew past, but leaped right back up to his feet and charged forward with abandon, his deadly blades crossing before him, going out wide, then coming back in another fast cross on the backhand. He counted on confusion, and confusion he found. The 3 orcs fell away in moments, slashed and stabbed. Wulfgar, still chasing, summoned Aegisfang back to his waiting hands, then veered inside the drow's turn so that his long legs brought him up beside Drizzt as they approached the encampment's main area of tents, where many orcs had gathered. But those orcs would not stand against them, and any indecision the porcine humanoids might have had about running away was snapped away a moment later when a giant panther roared from the side. Weapons went flying, and orcs went running, scattering to the winter's winds. Wulfgar heaved Aegisfang after the nearest, dropping it dead in its tracks. He put his head down and plowed on even faster, or started to, until Drizzt grabbed him by the arm and tugged him around. Let them go, the drow said. There are many more about, and we will lose our advantage in the chase. Wulfgar skidded to a stop and again called his magical warhammer back to his grasp. He took a moment to survey the dead, the wounded, and the fleeing orcs, then met Drizzt's gaze and nodded, his bloodlust sated. And he laughed. He couldn't help it. It came from somewhere deep inside, a desperate release, a burst of protest against the absurdity of his own actions. It came from those distant memories again, of running free in Icewind Dale. He had caught the Big Grin reference so easily, understanding in that single name that Drizzt wanted him to throw the warhammer at the back of the drow's head. How was that even possible? Wulfgar has a desire to die? Drizzt asked, and he, too, chuckled. I knew you would arrive. It is what you do. Kana curled around his arm, rubbing his shoulder, purring and growling as always. Seated at the table in the tent, King Abood seemed not even to notice her, which of course only made her twist, curl, and growl even more intensely. Across the table, General Dukka and Chieftain Grimsmal understood all too clearly that Kana was their reminder that Abood was above them, in ways they simply could never hope to attain. 5 blocks free, General Dukka explained, block being the orc military term coined by Abood to indicate a column of 1,000 warriors, marching 10 abreast and 100 deep. Before the turn of Tarsak. You can march them to the Cerbrin, north of Mithril Hall, in 5 days, Chieftain Grimsmal remarked. 4 days if you drive them hard. I would drive them through the stones for the glory of King Abood. Dukka replied. Abood did not appear impressed. There is no need of such haste, he said at length, after sitting with a contemplative stare that had the other two chewing their lips in anticipation. The onset of Tarsak will likely bring a clear path to the dwarven battlements, Chieftain Grimsmal dared to reply. A place we will not go. The blunt response said Grimsmal sliding back in his chair, and brought a stupefied blink from Dukka. Perhaps I can free 6 blocks, the general said. 5 or 50 changes nothing, Abood declared. The ascent is not our wisest course. You know another route to strike at them? Dukka asked. No, said Grimsmal, shaking his head as he looked knowingly at Abood. The whispers are true, then. King Abood's war is over. The chieftain wisely kept his tone flat and non-judgmental, but Dukka's wide eyes betrayed the general's shock, albeit briefly. We pause to see how many roads are open to us, Abood explained. Roads to victory? Asked General Dukka. Victory in ways you cannot yet imagine, said Abood, and he wagged his large head and showed a confident and toothy grin. For greater effect, he brought one of his huge fists up on the table before him, and clenched it tightly so that the muscles of his bare forearm bulged and twisted to proportions that pointedly reminded the other orcs of the superiority of this creature. Grimsmal was large by orc standards, and a mighty warrior, which was how he had attained the leadership of his warrior tribe, of course. But even he blanched before the spectacle of Abood's sheer power. Truly it seemed that if the Orc King had been holding a block of granite in that hand, he would have easily ground it to dust. No less overpowering was Abood's expression of supreme confidence and power, heightened by his disciplined detachment to Kana's writhing and purring at his side. Grimsmal and General Dukka left that meeting having no idea what Abood was planning, but having no doubt of Abood's certainty in that plan. Abood watched them go with a knowing smile that the two would not plot against him. The Orc King grabbed Kana and yanked her around before him, deciding that it was time to celebrate. The body was frozen solid, and Wulfgar and Drizzt could not bend Deli's arms back down against her. Tenderly, Wulfgar took the blankets from his pack and wrapped them around her, keeping her face exposed to the last, as if he wanted her to see his sincere remorse and sorrow. She did not deserve this, Wulfgar said, standing straight and staring down at the poor woman. He looked at Drizzt, who stood with Genhuavar at his side, one hand on the tuft at the back of the panther's neck. She had her life in Luskan before I arrived to steal her from it. She chose the road with you. Foolishly, Wulfgar replied with a self-deprecating laugh and sigh. Drizzt shrugged as if the point was moot, which of course it was. Many roads end suddenly, in the wilds and also in the alleyways of Luskan. There is no way of truly knowing where a road will lead until it is walked. Her trust in me was misplaced, I fear. You did not bring her out here to die, said Drizzt. Nor did you drive her from the safety of Mithril Hall. I did not hear her calls for help. She told me that she could not suffer the dwarven tunnels, but I would not hear. And her way was clear across the Cerbrin, had that been the route she truly wanted. You are no more to blame for this than is Catti-brie, who did not anticipate the reach of that wicked sword. The mention of Catti-brie jolted Wulfgar a bit, for he knew that she felt the weight of guilt indeed about Khazad-his apparent role in Deli Kurdi's tragic death. Sometimes what is, just is, said Drizzt. An accident, a cruel twist of fate, a conjunction of forces that could not have been anticipated. Wulfgar nodded, and it seemed as if a great weight had been lifted from his broad shoulders. She did not deserve this, he said again. Nor did Dagnabit, nor did Dagna, nor did Tarathiel, and so many others, like those who took Coulson across the Serbryn, said Drizzt. It is the tragedy of war, the inevitability of armies crashing together, the legacy of orcs and dwarves and elves and humans alike. Many roads end suddenly, it is a reality of which we should all be aware, and Delhi could just as easily have fallen to a thief in the dark of Luskin's night, or have been caught in the middle of a brawl in the Cutlass. We know for certain only one thing, my friend, that we will one day share in Delhi's fate. If we walk our roads solely to avoid such an inevitability, if we step with too much caution and concern, then we should just as well lie under the snow and let the cold find our bones, Wulfgar finished. He nodded with every word, assuring Drizzt that he needn't worry about the weight of harsh reality bending Wulfgar low. You will go for Coulson? Drizzt asked. How could I not? You speak of our responsibility to ourselves in choosing our roads with courage and acceptance, yet there remains our responsibility to others. Mine is to Coulson. It is the pact I willingly accepted when I took her from Meralda of Otney. Even if I were assured that she was safe with the goodly refugees who crossed the Serbryn, I could not abandon my promise to Coulson's mother, nor to the girl. For yourself there is Gauntlgrim? Wulfgar asked. Beside Bruenor? That is his expectation, and my duty to him, yes. Wulfgar gave a nod and scanned the horizon. Perhaps Bruenor is right, and Gauntlgrim will show us an end to this war, said Drizzt. There will be another war close behind, Wulfgar said with a helpless shrug and chuckle. It is the way of things. Big grin, Drizzt said, drawing a smile from his large friend. Indeed, said Wulfgar. If we cannot change the way of things, then we are wise to enjoy the journey. You knew that I would duck, yes? Wulfgar shrugged. I figured that if you did not, it was the way of things, Drizzt finished with him. They shared a laugh and Wulfgar looked down at Delhi once more, his face somber. I will miss her. She was so much more than she appeared. A fine companion and mother. Her road was difficult for all her days, but she oft found within herself a sense of hope and even joy. My life is lessened with her passing. There is a hole within me that will not be easily filled. Which cannot be filled, Drizzt corrected. That is the thing of loss. And so you will go on, and you will take solace in your memories of Delhi, in the good things you shared. You will see her in Coulson, though the girl was not of her womb. You will feel her beside you on occasion, and though the sadness will ever remain, it will settle behind treasured memories. Wulfgar bent down and gently slid his arms beneath Delhi and lifted her. It didn't appear as if he was holding a body, for the frozen form did not bend at all. But he hugged her close to his chest and moisture filled his bright blue eyes. Do you now hate Abood as much as I do? Drizzt asked. Wulfgar didn't reply, but the answer that came fast into his thoughts surprised him. Abood was just a name to him, not even a symbol on which he could focus his inner turmoil. Somehow he had moved past rage and into acceptance. It is what it is, he thought, echoing Drizzt's earlier sentiments, and Abood diminished to become a circumstance, one of many. An orc, a thief, a dragon, a demon, an assassin from Cal Import, it did not matter. It was good to fight beside you again, Wulfgar said, and in such a tone as to give Drizzt pause, for the words sounded more like a farewell than anything else. Drizzt sent Ginhwavar out to the point, and side by side, he and Wulfgar began their trek back to Mithril Hall, with Wulfgar holding Delhi close all the way. Chapter. Taking Advantage. Clan Grimm has turned north, Tugwik told his two companions on a clear, calm morning in the middle of Cheese, the third month of the year. King Abood has granted Chieftain Grimsmul a favorable region, a sheltered and wide plateau. To prepare? Asked Unthal. To build, Tugwik corrected. To raise the banner of Clan Grimm beside the flag of many arrows above their new village. Village? Nark asked, spitting the word with surprise. King Abood will claim that this is a needed pause to strengthen the lines of supply, Tugwik said. A reasonable claim, said Dnark. But one we know is only half true, Tugwik said. What of General Ducka? Asked an obviously agitated Unthal. Has he secured Keeper's Dale? Yes, the other shaman answered. And so he marches to the Serbryn? No, said Tugwik. General Ducka and his thousands have not moved, though there are rumors that he will assemble several blocks, eventually. Dnark and Unthal exchanged concerned glances. King Abood would not allow that collection of warriors to filter back to their tribes, Nark said. He would not dare. But will he send them around to strike at the dwarves at the Serbryn? Asked Unthal. The dwarf battlements grow higher with each passing day. We expected Abood would not proceed, Tugwik reminded. Is that not why we coaxed Gruguch to the surface? Looking at his co-conspirators, Tugwik recognized the typical doubt right before the moment of truth. The three had long shared their concerns that Abood was veering from the path of conquest, and that was something they, as followers of Grumsh One-Eye, could not suffer. Their shared expectations, however, were that the war was not quite over, and that Abood would strike hard one more time at least, to gain a more advantageous position before his halt. Leaving the dwarves open to the Cerbrin had seemed a more distinct possibility over the past few months, and particularly the past few 10 days. The weather was soon to turn, and the appropriate forces were not being moved into a strike position. Still, in the face of it, the other two couldn't help but be surprised and concerned, as the weight of their conspiracy settled more heavily on their shoulders. "Turn them against the elf raiders in the east," Tugwiktuk said suddenly, jolting his two companions, both of whom looked at him curiously, almost plaintively. "We had hoped to use Grguch to force the charge to the Cerbrin," Tugwiktuk explained. "But with Abood's waiting to position the warriors, that is not presently an option. But we must offer Grguch some blood. Or he will take ours," Umthal muttered. "There have been reports of elf skirmishers along the Cerbrin, north of the dwarves," Nark said, aiming his comment mostly at Umthal. "Grguch and Clan Carrick will build a reputation that will serve them and us well when at last it comes to dealing with King Bruiner's troublesome beasts," Tugwiktuk nudged. "Let us go and bring the kingdom of many arrows its newest hero." Like a leaf fluttering silently on a midnight breeze, the dark elf slipped quietly to the side of the darkened stone and mud structure. The orc guards hadn't noted his quiet passing, nor was he leaving any obvious tracks on the frozen snow. No corporeal creature could move more stealthily than a trained drow, and Tosun Armgo was proficient even by the lofty standards of his race. He paused at the wall and glanced around at the cluster of structures, the village of Tongue Rush, he knew through the conversations he had overheard from various villagers. He noted the foundation, even a growing base in several places, of a wall that would eventually ring the compound. Too late, the drow thought with an evil grin. He inched toward an opening in the house's back wall, though whether it was an actual window or just a gap that had not yet been properly fitted, he could not tell. Nor did it matter, for the missing stone provided ample egress for the lithe creature. Tosun slithered in like a snake, walking his hands down the inside of the wall until they braced him against the floor. His roll, like all of his other movements, was executed without a whisper of sound. The room was nearly pitch black, the meager starlight barely filtering through the many breaks in the stone. A surface dweller would have had little chance of quietly navigating the cluttered place. But to Tosun, who had lived almost all of his life in the lightless corridors of the Underdark, the place verily glowed with brightness. He stood in the main room, twice the size of the smaller chamber sectioned by an interior wall that extended from the front wall to within 3 feet of the back. From beyond that partition, he heard snoring. His two swords, one drowmate and the other, the sentient and fabulous Khazadi, came out in his hands as he silently approached. At the wall, he peeked in to see a large orc sleeping comfortably, face down on a cot against the house's outer side wall. In the corner near the front of the house rested a large pile of rags. He meant to quietly slide his sword into the orc's lungs, defeating its shout and finishing it quickly and silently. Khazadi, though, had other ideas, and as Tosun neared and readied the strike, the sword overwhelmed him with a sudden and unexpected burst of sheer outrage. Down came the blade, through the back of the orc's neck, severing its head and cutting through the wooden frame of the cot with ease, sparking off the floor and drawing a deep line in the hard ground. The cot dropped at the break, clunking down. Behind Tosun the rags rose fast, for under them was another orc, a female. Purely on reflex, the drow drove his other arm around, his fine Menzoberraner sword coming in hard against the female's neck and pinning her up against the wall. That blade could have easily opened her throat, of course, but as he struck, Tosun, for some reason that had not consciously registered, turned to the flat edge. He had the orc's voice choked off, and a line of blood appeared above the blade, but the creature was not finished. For Khazad would not suffer that inferior sword to score a kill. Tosun shushed the orc, who trembled but could not, resist. Khazad plunged through her chest, right out her back and into, and through, the stones of the house's front wall. Surprised by his own movement, Tosun fast retracted the blade. The orc stared at him with disbelief. She slipped down to the floor and died with that same expression. "Are you always so hungry?" The drow's thoughts asked the sentient sword. He sensed that Khazad was laughing in response. It didn't matter anyway, of course. It was just an orc, and even if it had been a superior being, Tosun Armgo never shied from killing. With the witnesses dispatched, the alarm silenced, the drow went back into the main chamber and found the couple's store of food. He ate and drank, and replenished his pack and his waterskin. He took his time, perfectly at ease, and searched the house for anything that might be of service to him. He even went back into the bedroom, and on a whim, placed the male orc's severed head between its legs, its face pressed into its arse. He considered his work with a resigned shrug. Like his food, the lonely drow had to take his amusement where he could find it. He went out soon after, through the same window that had allowed him access. The night was dark, still the time of the drow. He found the orc guards no more alert than when he had come in, and he thought to kill them for their lack of discipline. A movement in some distant trees caught his attention, however, and the drow was fast to the shadows. It took him some time to realize. There were elves about. Tioson wasn't really surprised. Many Moonwood elves had been reconnoitering the various orc settlements and caravan routes. He had been captured by just such a band not so many 10 days before, and had thought to join with them after deceiving them into believing that he was not their enemy. Or was it really a deception? Tioson hadn't yet decided. Surely a life among the elves would be better than what he had. He thought that then, and thought it again with wretched orc food still heavy in his belly. But it was not an option, he reminded himself. Drizzt Duerden was with the elves, and Drizzt knew that he, Tioson, had been part and party to King Aboud's advance. Furthermore, Drizzt would take Khazad from him, no doubt, and without the sword, Tioson would be vulnerable to the spells of priests, detecting any lies he might need to weave. Tioson shook the futile debate from his thoughts before Khazad could weigh in, and tried to get a better idea of how many elves might be watching Tonguerush. He tried to pick out more movement, but found nothing substantial. The drow was wiser than to take any sense of relief from that, however, for he knew well that the elves could move with stealth akin to his own. They had, after all, surrounded him once without him ever knowing they were near. He went out carefully, even calling upon his natural drow abilities and summoning a globe of darkness around him at one point, as he broke past the tree line. He continued his scan afterward, and even did a wide circuit of the village. The perimeter was thick with elves, so Tioson melted away into the winter night. Albondiel's sword cut the air, and cut the throat of the orc. Gasping and clawing, the creature spun and stumbled. An arrow drove into its side, dropping it to the red-stained snow. Another orc emerged from a house and shouted for the guards. But the guards were all dead. All of them lay out on the perimeter, riddled with elven arrows. No alarms had sounded. The orcs of the village had not a whisper of warning. The shouting, frantic orc tried to run, but an arrow drove her to her knees and an elf warrior was fast to her side, his sword silencing her forever. After the initial assault, no orcs had come out in any semblance of defense. Almost all the remaining orcs were running, nothing more, to the edge of the village and beyond, willy-nilly into the snow. Most soon lay dead well within the village's perimeter, for the elves were ready, and fast and deadly with their bows. Enough, Albondiel called to his warriors and to the archers who moved to launch a barrage of death on the remaining fleeing orcs. Let them run. Their terror works in our favor. Let them spread the word of doom, that more will flee beside them. You have little taste for this, noted another elf, a young warrior standing at Albondiel's side. I shy not at all from killing orcs, Albondiel answered, turning a stern gaze the upstart's way. But this is less battle than slaughter. Because we were cunning in our approach. Albondiel smirked and shrugged as if it did not matter. For indeed it did not, the wizened elf understood. The orcs had come, had swept down like a black plague, stomping underfoot all before them. They were to be repelled by any means. It was that simple. Or was it, the elf wondered as he looked down at his latest kill, an unarmed creature, still gurgling as the last air escaped its lungs. It wore only its nightclothes. Defenseless and dead. Albondiel had spoken the truth in his response. He did not shy from battle, and had killed dozens of orcs in combat. Raiding villages, however, left a sour taste in his mouth. A series of cries from across the way told him that some of the orcs had not fled or come out from their homes. He watched as one emerged from an open door, staggering, bleeding. It fell down dead. A small one, a child. With brutal efficiency, the elf raiding party collected the bodies in a large pile. Then they began emptying the houses of anything that would burn, tossing furniture, bedding, blankets, clothes, and all the rest on that same pile. Lord Albondiel, one called to him, motioning him to a small house on the village's northern perimeter. As he approached the caller, Albondiel noted a stain of blood running down the stones at the front of the house, to the left side of the door. Following his summoner's movements, Albondiel saw the hole, a clean gash, through the stones all the way through to the interior. 2 were in there, dead before we arrived, the elf explained. One was beheaded, and the other stabbed against this wall. Inside the wall, Albondiel remarked. Yes, and by a blade that came right through. Tioson, Albondiel whispered, for he had been in Sinephane's hunting party when she had captured the drow. The drow who carried Khazad, the sword of Catti. A sword that could cut through solid stone. When were they killed? Albondiel asked. Before the dawn. No longer. Albondiel shifted his gaze outward, beyond the limits of the village. So he is still out there. Perhaps even watching us now. I can send scouts. No, Albondiel answered. There is no need, and I would have none of our people confront the rogue. Be on with our business here, and let us be gone. Soon after, the pile of rags, wood, and bodies was set ablaze, and from that fire, the elves gathered brands with which to light the thatched roofs. Using fallen trees from the nearby woods, the elves battered down the sides of the burning structures, and any stones that could be pried from the smoking piles were quickly carried to the western side of the village, which was bordered by a long, steep slope, and were thrown down. What the orcs had created on that windswept hilltop, the elves fast destroyed. To the ground. As if the ugly creatures had never been there. When they left later that same morning, dark smoke still lifting into the air behind them, Albondiel swept his gaze long and wide across the rugged landscape, wondering if Tiosan might be looking back at him. He was. Tiosan Armgo let his gaze linger on the thickest line of black smoke drifting skyward and dissipating into the smothering gray of the continuing overcast. Though he didn't know the specific players in that scene, whether or not Albondiel or Sinifane, or any of the others he had met, even traveled with, might be up there, they were Moonwood elves. Of that he had no doubt. They were growing bolder and more aggressive, and Tiosan knew why. The clouds would soon break, and the wind would shift southward, ferrying the milder breezes of spring. The elves sought to create chaos among the orc ranks. They wanted to inspire terror, confusion, and cowardice, to erode King Aboud's foundations before the turn of the season allowed for the orc army to march against the dwarves in the south. Or even across the river to the east, to the Moonwood, their precious home. A pang of loneliness stabbed at Tiosan's thoughts and heart as he looked back at the burned village. He would have liked to join in that battle. More than that, the drow admitted, he would have liked departing with the victorious elves. Chapter. Farewell. 1,000 candles flickered on the northern side of the 25-foot square chamber, set in rows on a series of steps carved into the wall for just that purpose. A slab of gray stone leaned against the eastern wall, beside the closed wooden door. It had been expertly cut from the center of the floor, and on it, engraved in the Dethek runes of the dwarves. Delenia Curti of Luskan and Mithril Hall. Wife of Wulfgar, son of King Bruenor. Mother of Coulson. Who fell to the darkness of Aboud. In the year of the unstrung harp. 1,371 Dala reckoning. To this human. Moradin offers his cup. And Dumathoin whispers his secrets. Blessed is she. Over the hole that had been made when the slab was removed, a stone sarcophagus rested on 2 heavy wooden beams. A pair of ropes ran out to either side from under it. The box was closed and sealed after Wulfgar paid his final respects. Wulfgar, Bruenor, Drizzt, Catti-brie, and Regis stood solemnly in a line before the sarcophagus and opposite the candles, while the other guests attending the small ceremony fanned out in a semicircle behind them. Across from them, the cleric Cordio Muffin had read prayers to the dead. Wulfgar paid no heed to those words, but used the rhythms of Cordio's resonant voice to find a state of deep contemplation. He recalled the long and arduous road that had brought him there, from his fall in the grasp of the Yaklal in the battle for Mithril Hall, to his years of torment at the hands of Ertu. He looked at Catti-brie only once, and regretted what might have been. What might have been but could not be reclaimed, he knew. There was an old dwarvish saying, Kaniko Burger Braspak Stream, too much rubble over the vein, to describe the point at which a mine simply wasn't worth the effort anymore. So it was with him and Catti-brie. Neither of them could go back. Wulfgar had known that when he had taken Deli as his wife, and he had been sincere in their relationship. That gave him comfort, but it only somewhat mitigated the pain and guilt. For though he had been sincere with Deli, he had not been much of a husband, had not heard her quiet pleas, had not placed her above all else. Or could he even do that? Were his loyalties to Deli or to Mithril Hall? He shook his head and pushed that justification away before it could find root. His responsibility was to bring both of those responsibilities to a place of agreement. Whatever his duties to Bruenor and Mithril Hall, he had failed Deli. To hide from that would be a lie, and a lie to himself would destroy him. Cordio's chanting anesthetized him. He looked at the casket, and he remembered Deli Curti, the good woman who had been his wife, and who had done so well by Coulson. He accepted his own failure and he moved past it. To honor Deli would be to serve Coulson, and to make of himself a better man. Deli forgave him, he knew in his heart, as he would forgive her if the situation had been reversed. That was all they could do in the end, really. Do their best, accept their mistakes, and go on to a better way. He felt her spirit all around him, and in him. His mind scrolled through images of the woman, flashes of Deli's smile, the tenderness on her face when they finished making love, a look, he knew without asking, that was reserved for him alone. He recalled a moment when he had observed Deli dancing with Coulson, unaware of his presence. In all the time he had known her, never had Wulfgar seen her so animated, so free, so full of life. It was as if, through Coulson, and for just that moment, she had found a bit of her own childhood or the childhood that harsh circumstances had never allowed her to truly experience. That had been Wulfgar's rawest glance into the soul of Deli Curti, more so even than in their lovemaking. That was the image that lingered, the image he burned into his consciousness. Forever after, he decided, when he thought of Deli Curdy, he would first envision her dancing with Coulson. A wistful smile creased his face by the time Cordio stopped his chanting. It took Wulfgar a few moments to realize that everyone was looking at him. He asked if you wished to say a few words, Drizzt quietly explained to Wulfgar. Wulfgar nodded and looked around at the dwarves, and at Regis and Catti-brie. This is not where Deli Curdy would have chosen to be buried, he said bluntly. For all of her love for Clan Battlehammer, she was not fond of the tunnels. But she is honored that so fine a folk have done this for her. He looked at the casket and smiled again. You deserved so much more than life ever offered to you. I am a better man for having known you, and I will carry you with me forever. Farewell, my wife and my love. He felt a hand clasp his own, and turned to see Catti-brie beside him. Drizzt put his hand over both of theirs, and Regis and Bruenor moved to join in. Deli deserved better, Wulfgar thought, and I am not deserving of such friends as these. The sun climbed into the bright blue sky across the Cerbring before them. To the north along the battlements, the hammers rang out, along with a chorus of dwarf voices, singing and whistling as they went about their important work. Across the Cerbring, too, many dwarves and humans were hard at work, strengthening the bridge abutments and pillars and bringing up many of the materials they'd need to properly construct the bridge that summer. For a strong hint of spring was surely in the air that fifth day of cheese, and behind the five friends, rivulets of water danced down the stony mountainside. It will be a short window, I am told, Drizzt said to the others. The river is not yet swollen with the spring melt, and so the ferry can cross. But once the melt is on in full, the pilots do not expect to execute many crossings. If you cross, you may not be able to get back until after the onset of Tarsak, at least. There is no choice in the matter, said Wulfgar. It will take you 10 days to get to Silvery Moon and Sundabar and back anyway, said Regis. Especially since my legs aren't ready for running, said Catti-brie. She smiled as she spoke to let the others know that there was no regret or bitterness in her offhanded comment. Well, we ain't waitin' for cheese to become an old man, Bruenor grumbled. If the weather's holding, then we're out for Gauntlgrim in days. I'm not for knowin' how long that's to take, but it'll be 10 days, I'm guessing. Might be the whole durin' summer. Drizzt watched Wulfgar in particular, and noted the distance in the man's blue eyes. Bruenor might as well have been talking about Menzoberranzan or Kalimport for all Wulfgar seemed to note or to care. He looked outward, to Coulson. And farther, Drizzt knew. It didn't matter to Wulfgar whether or not the Cerbring could be crossed again. A few moments of silence slipped past, the five friends standing there in the morning sun. Drizzt knew that he should savor that moment, should burn it into his memory. Across from Bruenor, Regis shifted uneasily, and when Drizzt looked that way, he saw the halfling looking back at him, as if at a loss. Drizzt nodded at him and offered an accepting smile. The ferry docks, said Catti-brie, turning their attention to the river, where the boat was being quickly offloaded. Our road awaits. Wulfgar nodded for her to lead on and make the arrangements, and with a curious glance at him, she did so, limping slightly, and using Talmaril as a crutch. As she went, Catti-brie kept glancing back, trying to decipher the curious scene. Wulfgar wore a serious expression as he spoke to the three, then he hugged each of them in turn. He ended with his hand firmly grasping Drizzt's wrist, the drow similarly holding him, and the two staring long at each other, with respect and what seemed to Catti-brie to be solemn agreement. She suspected what that might foretell, but she turned her attention back to the river and the ferry, and cast those suspicions aside. Come on, elf, Bruenor said before Wulfgar had even caught up to Catti-brie at the ferry. I'm wanting to get our maps in order for the trip. No time for wasting. Muttering to himself and rubbing his hands together, the dwarf moved back into the complex. Regis and Drizzt waited just a bit longer then turned and followed. They slowed in unison as they neared the open doors and the darkness of the corridor, and turned to look back to the river, and to the sun climbing into the sky beyond. Summer cannot come quickly enough for me, said Regis. Drizzt didn't answer, but his expression wasn't one of disagreement. Though I almost fear it, Regis added, more quietly. Because the orcs will come? Asked Drizzt. Because others may not, said Regis, and he tossed a glance at the departing duo, who had boarded the ferry and were looking to the east, and not back. Again, Drizzt didn't disagree. Bruenor was too preoccupied to see it, perhaps, but Regis's fears had confirmed Drizzt's suspicions about Wulfgar. Twins going with us, Bruenor announced to Drizzt and Regis when they caught up to him in his audience chamber later that day. As he spoke, he reached down to the side of his stone throne, lifted a pack, and tossed it to Drizzt. Just you three? Regis asked, but he bit off the question as Bruenor reached down again and brought up a second pack, and tossed it the halfling's way. Regis gave a little squeak and managed to get out of the way. The pack didn't hit the floor, though, for Drizzt snapped out his hand and plucked it from the air. The drow kept his arm extended, holding the pack out to the startled halfling. "I'm needin' a sneak." "Yourself's a sneak," Bruenor explained. "Besides, you're the only one who's been into the place." "Into the place?" "Ye fell in the hole." "I was only in there for a few moments." Regis protested. "I didn't see anything other than the wag." "That makes yourself the expert," stated Bruenor. Regis looked to Drizzt for help, but the drow just stood there holding out the satchel. With a look back to Bruenor and his unrelenting grin, the halfling gave a resigned sigh and took the pack. "Torger's coming, too," said Bruenor. "I'm wantin' them Mirabar boys in this from the beginning. Gauntlebrim's a Delzoun place, and Delzoun's including Torgar and his boys." "5, then?" asked Drizzt. "And Cordio's making it 6, Bruenor replied. "In the morning?" asked Drizzt. "The spring, the first of Tarsak," Regis argued rather helplessly, since he was holding a full pack, and since, as he spoke, he noted that Puent, Torgar, and Cordio all entered the room from a side door, all with heavy packs slung over their shoulders, and Puent in his full suit of ridged and spiked armor. "No time better in this time," said Bruenor. He stood up and gave a whistle, and a door opposite from the one the three dwarves had just used pushed open and Banak Bronanville rolled himself out. Behind him came a pair of younger dwarves, carrying Bruenor's mithril armor, his one-horned helmet, and his old and battle-worn axe. "Seems our friend has been plotting without us," Drizzt remarked to Regis, who didn't seem amused. "Yourself's got the throne in the hall," Bruenor said to Banak, and he moved down from the dais and tightly clasped his old friend's offered hand. "Ye don't be too good a steward, so that me folk won't want me back." "Not possible, me king," said Banak. "I'd make em take ye back, even if it's just to guard me throne." Bruenor answered that with a wide, toothy smile, his white teeth shining through his bushy orange-red beard. Few dwarves of Clan Battlehammer, or elsewhere for that matter, would speak to him with such irreverence, but Banak had more than earned the right. "I'm going in peace because I'm knowing that I'm leaving yourself in charge behind me," Bruenor said in all seriousness. Banak's smile disappeared and he gave his king a grateful nod. "Come on, then, elf, and yourself, Rumplebelly," Bruenor called, slipping his mithril mail over his head and dropping his battered old one-horned helm on his head. "Me boys VE dug us a hole out in the west so that we're not needing to cross all the way back over Garam's Gorge, then back around the mountain. No time for wasting, dot." "Yeah, but I'm not thinking that stoppin' to wipe out a fort of them orcs is wastin' time," Thibbledorf Puent remarked as he eagerly led the other two across in front of Drizzt and Regis and over to Bruenor. "Might that we'll find the dog aboot himself and be rid o' the beast all at once." "Simply wonderful," Regis muttered, taking the pack and slinging it over his shoulder. He gave another sigh, one full of annoyance, when he saw that his small mace was strapped to the flap of the pack. Bruenor had taken care of every little detail, it seemed. "The road to adventure, my friend," said Drizzt. Regis smirked at him, but Drizzt only laughed. How many times had he seen that same look from the halfling over the years? Always the reluctant adventurer. But Drizzt knew, and so did everyone else in the room, that Regis was always there when needed. The sighs were just a game, a ritual that somehow allowed Regis to muster his heart and his resolve. "I am pleased that we have an expert to lead us down this hole," Drizzt remarked quietly as they fell into line behind the trio of dwarves. Regis sighed. It occurred to Drizzt as they passed the room where Deli had just been interred that some were leaving who wanted to stay, and some were staying who wanted to leave. He thought of Wulfgar and wondered if that pattern would hold. Chapter. That tingling feeling. It looked like a simple bear den, a small hole covered by a crisscross of broken branches blanketed by snow. Tos and Armgo knew better, for he had built that facade. The bear den was at the end of a long but shallow tunnel, chosen because it allowed Tosun to watch a small work detail composed mostly of goblins, constructing a bridge over a trench they apparently hoped would serve as an irrigation canal through the melt. Northeast of that, sheltered in a ravine, the elves of the Moonwood plotted. If they decided on an attack, it would come soon, that night or the next day, for it was obvious that they were running short on supplies, and shorter on arrows. Tosun, following them south to north then northeast, realized that they were heading for their preferred ford across the Cerbran and back to the sheltering boughs of the Moonwood. The drow suspected that they wouldn't ignore a last chance at a fight. The sun climbed in the sky behind him, and Tosun had to squint against the painful glare off the wet snow. He noted movement in the sky to the north, and caught a glimpse of a flying horse before it swerved out of sight behind a rocky mountain jag. The elves favored midday assaults against the usually nocturnal goblins. Tosun didn't have to go far to find a fine vantage point for the coming festivities. He slipped into a recess between a pair of high stones, settling back just in time to see the first volley of elven arrows lead the way into the goblin camp. The creatures began howling, hooting, and running around. So predictable, Tosun's fingers signaled in the intricate, silent drow code. Of course, he had seen many goblins in his decades in the Underdark, in Menzoberranzan, where the ugly things were more numerous among the slaves than any other race other than the kobolds who lived in the channels along the great chasm known as the Claw Rift. Goblins could be molded into fierce fighting groups, but the amount of work that required made it hardly worth the effort. Their natural fight or flight balance leaned very heavily in the direction of the latter. And so it was in the valley below him. Goblins rushed every which way, and on came the skilled and disciplined elf warriors, their fine blades gleaming in the sun. It looked to be a fast and uneventful rout. But then a yellow banner, shot with red so that it looked like the bloodshot eye of an orc, appeared in the west, moving quickly through a pass between a pair of small, round-topped hills. Tosun peered hard, and harder still as the standard-bearer and its cohorts came into view. He could almost smell them from his perch. They were orcs, but huge by orc standards, even more broad-shouldered than Abood's elite guards, some even bigger than Abood himself. So caught up in the spectacle, Tosun stood up and leaned forward, out of the shelter of the stones. He looked back to the rout, and saw that there, too, things had changed, for other groups of those hulking orcs had appeared, some coming up from under the snow near the center of the battle. A trap for the elves, the drow whispered in disbelief. A myriad of thoughts flitted through his mind at that realization. Did he want the elves destroyed? Did he care? He didn't allow himself time to sort through those emotions, though, for the drow realized that he, too, might get swept up in the tumult, and that was something he most certainly did not want. He looked back to the approaching banner, then to the fight, then back again, measuring the time. With a quick glance all around to ensure his own safety, he rushed out from his perch and back to the hidden tunnel entrance. When he got there, he saw that the battle had been fully joined, and fully reversed. The elves, badly outnumbered, were on the run. They didn't flee like the goblins, though, and kept their defenses in place against incursions from the brutish orcs. They even managed a couple of stop-and-pivot maneuvers that allowed them to send a volley of arrows at the orc mass. But that dark wall rolled on after them. The winged horse appeared again, flying low over the battlefield then climbing gradually as it passed over the orcs, who of course threw a few spears in its direction. The rider and Pegasus went up even higher as they glided over the elves. The rider meant to direct the retreat, obviously, and good fortune sent the winged horse in Tosun's general direction. As it neared, the drow's eyes widened, for though looking up at the midday sky surely stung his sensitive eyes, he recognized that elf rider, Sinifane. For a moment, the drow held his position just inside the tunnel, not sure whether to retreat through the passage or go back out into Sinifane's view. Hardly aware of his movements, he came out of that hole and waved at Sinifane, and when she didn't look his way, he called out to her. "What are you doing?" Khazad, he imparted to him. The sudden jerk of the reins had the Pegasus banking sharply and told Tosun that Sinifane had spotted him. He took some comfort in the fact that her next movement was not to draw out her bow. "You would go back to them?" Khazad, he asked, and the telepathic communication was edged with no small amount of anger. Sinifane brought the winged horse in a slow turn, her eyes locked on the drow the entire time. She was too far away for Tosun to see her face or fathom what she might be thinking, but still she did not draw her bow. Nor had she signaled to her retreating friends to veer away. "Drizzt will kill you," Khazad, he warned. "When he takes me from you, you will find yourself defenseless against the truth-finding spells of elf clerics." Tosun lifted the twig barrier that covered his hole, and began motioning to the entrance. Sinifane continued to guide the Pegasus in a slow circle. When she at last turned back to her companions, Tosun sprinted off to the side, disappearing into the shadows of the foothills, much to the relief of his demanding sword. The drow glanced back only one time, to see the elves filtering into the tunnel. He looked up for the Pegasus, but it had flown over the ridge and out of sight at that moment. But Sinifane had trusted him. Unbelievably, Sinifane had trusted him. Tosun wasn't sure whether he should take pride in that, or whether his respect for the elves had just diminished. Perhaps a bit of both. Sinifane couldn't track their progress, nor could she join her comrades in the tunnel, obviously, while riding Sunrise. She came back over the high ridge and flew near the entrance of the small cave. She drew out her bow and began peppering the leading edge of the orc advance. She kept up her barrage even after all the elves had disappeared underground. But the huge orcs carried heavy shields to frustrate such attacks, and Sinifane could only hope that she had held them back long enough for her friends to escape. She put Sunrise up higher then, and angled back the other way, over the rise once more. She looked for Tosun as much as for her friends, but there was no sign of the drow. A long while later, with Sunrise tiring beneath her, the elf was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, as a flash of white from a copse of trees some distance to the east signaled to her that Albondil and the other elves had gotten through the tunnel. Sinifane took a roundabout route to get to them, not wanting to tip off any orc spotters who might watch her descending from on high, and by the time she got down to the ground, much activity was already underway. Deep in the woods, in a small clearing, the wounded had been laid out side by side, with priests tending them. Another group carried heavy logs and stones to seal the tunnel exit, and the rest had taken to the trees on the perimeter of the copse, setting up a defensive line that allowed them many overlapping angles of fire on approaching enemies. As she walked sunrise along a path through the trees, Sinifane heard whispers of King Abood over and over again, many of the elves certain that he had come. She found Albondiel near the wounded, standing off to the side of the field and sorting the extra packs and weapons. "You saved many," Albondiel greeted when she approached. "Had you not directed us to that tunnel, more of us would have fallen. Perhaps a complete rout." Sinifane thought to mention that it was not her doing, but that of a certain drow, but she kept the thought to herself. "How many were taken down?" "For casualties," Albondiel said grimly. He nodded toward the small field, where the quartet of wounded lay on blankets on the snow. 2 of them were wounded seriously, perhaps mortally. I should have seen the trap from on high," Sinifane said, turning back to the ridge in the east that blocked the view of the battlefield. "The orc ambush was well set," Albondiel replied. "Those who prepared this battlefield understood our tactics well. They have studied us and learned to counter our methods. Perhaps it is time for us to head back across the Cerbrin, but we are low on supplies," Sinifane reminded him. "Perhaps it is time for us to stay across the Cerbrin," Albondiel clarified. Again, thoughts of a certain dark elf popped into Sinifane's mind. Had Tosun betrayed them? He had fought beside them for a short while, and he knew much of their tactics. Plus, he was a drow, and no race in all the world knew better how to lay an ambush than the treacherous dark elves. Though of course, he had shown the elves the way to escape. With any other race, that alone might serve to dispel Sinifane's suspicions. But Sinifane could not allow herself to forget that Tosun was a dark elf, and no Drizzt Duerden, who had proven himself repeatedly over a matter of years. Perhaps Tosun was playing the elves and orcs against each other for personal gain, or simply for his own amusement. "Sinifane?" Albondiel asked, drawing her from her contemplations. "The Cerbrin? The Moonwood? You believe that we are finished here?" Sinifane asked. "The weather warms, and the orcs will find it easier to move in the coming days. They will be less isolated from each other, and so our work here will become more difficult. And they have taken note of us. It is time to leave," said Albondiel. Sinifane nodded and looked to the east. In the distance, the silvery line of the Cerbrin could just be seen, flickering out on the horizon. "Would that we could collect Tosun on our way," said Sinifane. "I have much to ask that one." Albondiel looked at her with surprise for just a few moments, then nodded his agreement. Though seemingly out of context, it sounded like a reasonable desire. Of course they both knew that they weren't going to catch a drow in those wilds anytime soon. "I know them," Tosun assured the doubting Khazad. "Dnark is chieftain of an important tribe. I was the one who coaxed him into Abood's coalition before they ever marched from the spine of the world." "Much has happened," Khazad reminded him, "between Tosun and Abood. If these 3 know of your last encounter with the Orc King, they will not welcome you." "They were not there," Tosun assured the sword. "They have not heard of the fall of Caerlich Sunwet?" Khazad asked. "Can you be certain?" "Even if they have, they are well aware of Abood's temper," Tosun imparted. "They will accept that he was outraged at Caerlich, and so he killed her. Do you believe that any of these orcs have not lost friends to the temper of Abood? And yet they remain loyal to him. You risk much." "I risk nothing," Tosun argued. "If Dnark and his friends know that Abood hunts for me, or if they have concluded that I am in league with the elves, then we will have to kill them." I did not expect that such a result would displease Khazad. There, he had communicated the magic words, he knew, for the sword fell silent in his thoughts, and he even sensed eagerness coming from it. He considered the exchange as he made his way down toward the trio of orcs, who had drifted off to the side of the construction area where the unusually large orcs had gathered. He came to the conclusion that he had been paid a compliment, that Khazad did not want to be pried from his grasp. He chose his path to the 3 orcs carefully, allowing himself a fast route of escape should the need arise, and he feared it would. Several times he paused to search the surrounding area for any guards he might have missed. Still some distance from the 3, he called out the expected, respectful refrain to the chieftain. "Hail Dnark, may the Wolfjaw bite strong," he said in his best Orcish, but with no attempt to hide his underdark drow accent. He watched carefully then to gauge their initial reaction, knowing that to be the bare truth. All 3 turned his way, their expressions showing surprise, even shock. Tellingly, however, not one flinched toward a weapon. "To the throat of your enemy," Tosun finished the Wolfjaw tribe's salute. He continued his approach, noting that Unthal, the older shaman, visibly relaxed, but that the younger Tugwiktuk remained very much on edge. "Well met," again, Tosun offered, and he climbed the last small rise to gain the sheltered flat ground the trio had staked out. We have come far from the holes in the spine of the world, as I predicted to you those months ago. Greetings, Tosun of Menzoberranzan, said Nark. The drow measured the chieftain's voice as cautious, and neither warm or cold. I am surprised to see you, Nark finished. We have learned the fate of your companions, Ungthal added. Tosun stiffened, and had to consciously remind himself not to grasp his sword hilts. Yes, Dania Soldu and Adnan Kariz, he said. I have heard their sad fate, and a curse upon the murderous Drizzt Duerden. The three orcs exchanged smug grins. They knew of the murdered priestess, Tosun realized. And pity to Kaerlik, he said lightly, as if it didn't really matter. Foolish was she who angered mighty Abood. He found a surprising response to that from Tugwik-Tuk, for the young orc's smile disappeared, and his lips grew tight. She and you, so it is said, Ungthal replied. I will prove my value again. To Abood? Asked Nark. The question caught the drow off balance, for he had no idea of where the chieftain might be going with it. Is there another who would seek that value? He asked, keeping enough sarcasm out of his tone so that Nark might seize it as an honest question if he so chose. There are many above ground now, and scattered throughout the kingdom of many arrows, said Nark. He glanced back at the hulking orcs milling around the construction area. Grguch of Clan Carrick has come. I just witnessed his ferocity in routing the cursed surface elves. Strong allies, said Nark. To Abood? Tosun asked without hesitation, turning the question back in similar measure. To Grumsh, said Nark with a toothy grin. To the destruction of Clan Battlehammer and all the wretched dwarves and all the ugly elves. Strong allies, said Tosun. They are not pleased with King Abood, Khazad he said in the drow's mind. Tosun didn't respond, other than to not disagree. An interesting turn. Again the drow didn't disagree. A tingling feeling came over him, that exciting sensation that befell many of Lady Loltha's followers when they first discovered that an opportunity for mischief might soon present itself. He thought of Sinifane and her kin, but didn't dwell on them. The joy of chaos came precisely from the reality that it was often so very easy, and not requiring too much deep contemplation. Perhaps the coming mayhem would benefit the elves, perhaps the orcs, Nark or Abood, one or both. That was not for Tosun to determine. His duty was to ensure that no matter which way the tumult broke, he would be in the best position to survive and to profit. For all of his time with the elves of late, for all of his fantasies of living among the surface folk, Tosun Armgo remained, first and foremost, drow. He sensed clearly that Khazad he very much approved. Grguch was not pleased. He stomped across the hillside before the tunnel entrance and all of Clan Carrick fled before him. All except for Hakuun, of course. Hakuun could not flee before Grguch. It was not permitted. If Grguch decided that he wanted to kill Hakuun, then Hakuun had to accept that as his fate. Being the shaman of Clan Carrick carried such a responsibility, and it was one that Hakuun's family had accepted throughout the generations, and was one that had cost more than a few of his family their lives. He knew that Grguch would not cleave him in half, though. The chieftain was angry that the elves had escaped, but the battle could not be called anything but a victory for Clan Carrick. Not only had they stung a few of the elves, but they had sent them running, and had it not been for that troublesome tunnel, the raiding elf band never would have escaped complete and utter ruin. The hulking brutes of Clan Carrick could not follow them through that tunnel, however, to Grguch's ultimate frustration. This will not end here, he said in Hakuun's face. Of course not. I desired a greater statement to be made in our first meeting with these ugly fairy folk. The fleeing elves wore expressions of terror, Hakuun replied. That will spread back to their people. Right before we fall upon them more decisively. Hakuun paused, expecting the order. Plan it, said Grguch. To their very home. Hakuun nodded, and Grguch seemed satisfied with that and turned away, barking orders at the others. Elves were just the sort of cowardly creatures to run away and sneak back for quiet murder, of course, and so the chieftain began setting his defenses and his scouts, leaving Hakuun alone with his thoughts. Or so Hakuun believed. He flinched then froze when the foot-long serpent landed on his shoulder, and he held his breath, as he always did on those thankfully rare occasions when he found himself in the company of Jaculi, for that was the name that Jack had given him, the name of the winged serpent that Jack wore as a disguise when venturing out of his private workshops. I wish that you had informed me of your departure, Jack said in Hakuun's ear. I did not want to disturb you, Hakuun meekly replied, for it was hard for him to hold his steadiness with Jack's tongue flicking in his ear, close enough to send one of his forked lightning bolts right through the other side of poor Hakuun's head. Clan Carrick disturbs me often, Jack reminded him. Sometimes I believe that you have told the others of me. Never that, oh awful one. Jack's laughter came out as a hiss. When he had first begun his domination and deception of the orcs those decades before, pragmatism alone had ruled his actions. But through the years he had come to accept the truth of it, he liked scaring the wits out of those ugly creatures. Truly, that was one of the few pleasures remaining for Jack the Gnome, who lived a life of simplicity and what? Boredom, he knew, and it stung him to admit it to himself. In the secret corners of his heart, Jack understood precisely why he had followed Carrick out of the caves, because his fear of danger, even of death, could not surmount his fear of letting everything stay the same. "Why have you ventured out of the Underdark?" he demanded. Hakuon shook his head. "If the tidings are true, then there is much to be gained here." "For Clan Carrick?" "Yes." "For Jaculi, Hakuon gulped and swallowed hard, and Jack laughed again into his ear. "For Grumsh," Hakuon dared whisper. As weakly as it was said, that still gave Jack pause. For all of his domination of Hakuon's family, their fanatical service to Grumsh had never been in question. It had once taken Jack an afternoon of torture to make one of Hakuon's ancestors, his grandfather, Jack believed, though he couldn't really remember, utter a single word against Grumsh, and even then, the priest had soon after passed his duties down to his chosen son and killed himself in Grumsh's name. As he had in the cave, the gnome wizard sighed. With Grumsh invoked, he wasn't about to turn Clan Carrick around. "We shall see," he whispered into Hakuon's ear, and said to himself as well, a resigned acceptance that sometimes the stubborn orcs had their own agenda. Perhaps he could find some amusement and profit out of it, and really, what did he have to lose? He sniffed the air again, and again sensed that something was different. "There are many orcs about," he said. "Tens of thousands," Hakuon confirmed. "Come to the call of King Abood Many Arrows." Many Arrows, Jack thought, a name that registered deep in his memories of long ago. He thought of Citadel Fell something or other, a place of dwarves. Jack didn't much like dwarves. They annoyed him at least as much as did the orcs, with their hammering and stupid chanting that they somehow, beyond all reason, considered song. "We shall see," he said again to Hakuon, and noting that the ugly Grugutch was fast approaching, Jack slithered down under Hakuon's collar to nestle in the small of his back. Every now and then, he flicked his forked tongue against Hakuon's bare flesh just for the fun of hearing the shaman stutter in his discussion with the beastly Grugutch. "Gauntulgrim. I came from the Underdark, the land of monsters. I lived in Icewind Dale, where the wind can freeze a man solid, or a bog can swallow a traveler so quickly that he'll not likely understand what is happening to him soon enough to let out a cry, unless it is one muffled by loose mud. Through Wolfgar I have glimpsed the horrors of the abyss, the land of demons, and could there be any place more vile, hate-filled, and tormenting? It is indeed a dangerous existence. I have surrounded myself with friends who will fearlessly face those monsters, the wind and the bog, and the demons, with a snarl and a growl, a jaw set and a weapon held high. None would face them more fearlessly than Bruenor, of course. But there is something to shake even that one, to shake us all as surely as if the ground beneath our feet began to tremble and break away. Change. In any honest analysis, change is the basis of fear, the idea of something new, of some paradigm that is unfamiliar, that is beyond our experiences so completely that we cannot even truly predict where it will lead us. Change. Uncertainty. It is the very root of our most primal fear, the fear of death, that one change, that one unknown against which we construct elaborate scenarios and truisms that may or may not be true at all. These constructions, I think, are an extension of the routines of our lives. We dig ruts with the sameness of our daily paths, and drone and rail against those routines while we, in fact, take comfort in them. We awake and construct our days of habit, and follow the norms we have built fast, solid, and bending only a bit in our daily existence. Change is the unrolled die, the unused Sava piece. It is exciting and frightening only when we hold some power over it, only when there is a potential reversal of course, difficult though it may be, within our control. Absent that safety line of real choice, absent that sense of some control, change is merely frightening. Terrifying, even. An army of orcs does not scare Bruenor. Abood Many Arrows does not scare Bruenor. But what Abood represents, particularly if the Orc King halts his march and establishes a kingdom, and more especially if the other kingdoms of the Silver Marches accept this new paradigm, terrifies Bruenor Battlehammer to the heart of his being and to the core tenets of his faith. Abood threatens more than Bruenor's kin, kingdom, and life. The Orcs' designs shake the very belief system that binds Bruenor's kin, the very purpose of Mithril Hall, the understanding of what it is to be a dwarf, and the dwarven concept of where the Orcs fit into that stable continuum. He would not say it openly, but I suspect that Bruenor hopes the Orcs will attack, that they will, in the end, behave in accordance with his expectations of Orcs and of all Goblinkind. The other possibility is too dissonant, too upsetting, too contrary to Bruenor's very identity for him to entertain the plausibility, indeed the probability, that it would result in less suffering for all involved. I see before me the battle for the heart of Bruenor Battlehammer, and for the hearts of all the dwarves of the Silver Marches. Easier by far to lift a weapon and strike dead a known enemy, an orc. In all the cultures I have known, with all the races I have walked beside, I have observed that when beset by such dissonance, by events that are beyond control and that plod along at their own pace, the frustrated onlookers often seek out a beacon, a focal point, a god, a person, a place, a magical item which they believe will set all the world aright. Many are the whispers in Mithril Hall that King Bruenor will fix it, all of it, and make everything as it had been before the onslaught of Abood. Bruenor has earned their respect many times over, and wears the mantle of hero among his kin as comfortably and deservedly as has any dwarf in the history of the clan. For most of the dwarves here, then, King Bruenor has become the beacon and focal point of hope itself. Which only adds to Bruenor's responsibility, because when a frightened people put their faith in an individual, the ramifications of incompetence, recklessness, or malfeasance are multiplied many times over. And so becoming the focus of hope only adds to Bruenor's tension. Because he knows that it is not true, and that their expectations may well be beyond him. He cannot convince Lady Illustrial of Silverymoon or any of the other leaders, not even King Emeru's Warcrown of Citadel Felbar, to march in force against Abood. And to go out alone with Mithril Hall's own forces would lead to the wholesale slaughter of Clan Battlehammer. Bruenor understands that he has to wear the mantle not only of hero, but of savior, and it is for him a terrible burden. And so Bruenor, too, has engaged in deflection and wild expectation, has found a focal point on which to pin his hopes. The most common phrase he has spoken throughout this winter has been, Gauntlgrim, elf. Gauntlgrim. It is a legend among Clan Battlehammer and all the Delzoun dwarves. It is the name of their common heritage, an immense city of splendor, wealth, and strength that represents to every descendant of the Delzoun tribes the apex of dwarven civilization. It is, perhaps, history woven with myth, a likely unintentional Leonizing of that which once was. As heroes of old take on more gigantic proportions with each passing generation, so too does this other focal point of hope and pride expand. Gauntlgrim, elf, Bruenor says with steady determination. All of his answers lie there, he is certain. In Gauntlgrim, Bruenor will find a path to unravel the doings of King Abood. In Gauntlgrim, he will discover how to put the orcs back in their holes, and more importantly, how to realign the races of the Silver Marches into proper position, into places that make sense to an old, immovable dwarf. He believes that we found this magical kingdom on our journey here from the Sword Coast. He has to believe that this unremarkable sinkhole in a long-dead past was really the entrance to a place where he can find his answers. Otherwise he has to become the answer for his anxious people. And Bruenor knows that their faith is misplaced, for at present, he has no answer to the puzzle that is Abood. Thus, he says, Gauntlgrim, elf, with the same conviction that a devout believer will utter the name of his savior God. We will go to this place, this hole in the ground in a barren pass in the west. We will go and find Gauntlgrim, whatever that may truly mean. Perhaps Bruenor's instincts are correct. Could it be that Moradin told him of this in his days of near death? Perhaps we will find something entirely different, but that will still bring to us, to Bruenor, the clarity he needs to find the answers for Mithril Hall. Fixated and desperate as he is, and as his people are, Bruenor doesn't yet understand that the name he has affixed to our savior is not the point. The point is the search itself, for solutions and for the truth, and not the place he has determined as our goal. Gauntlgrim, elf. Indeed. Drizzt Duerden. Chapter. The first strides home. The gates of Silverymoon, shining silver and with bars decorated like leafy vines, were closed, a clear signal that things were amiss in the Silver Marches. Stern-faced guards, elf and human, manned all posts along the city's wall and around a series of small stone houses that served as checkpoints for approaching visitors. Catti-brie limping more profoundly from her days on the road, and Wulfgar noted the tense looks coming their way. The woman merely smiled, though, understanding that her companion, nearly 7 feet tall and with shoulders broad and strong, could elicit such trepidation even in normal times. Predictably, those nervous guards relaxed and even offered waves as the pair neared, as they came to recognize the barbarian in his trademark wolfskin cloak and the woman who had often served as liaison between Mithril Hall and Silverymoon. There was no call for the pair to stop or even slow as they passed the stone structures, and the gate parted before them without request. Several of the sentries near that gate and atop the wall even began clapping for Wulfgar and Catti-brie, and more than a few huzzas were shouted as they passed. With official word or for pleasure alone? The commander of the guard asked the couple inside the city gates. He looked at Catti-brie with obvious concern. "Milady, are you injured?" Catti-brie replied with a dismissive look, as if it did not matter, but the guard continued, "I will provide a coach for you at once." "I have walked from Mithril Hall through snow and mud," the woman replied. "I would not deny myself the joy of Silverymoon's meandering ways. But I will walk," Catti-brie said. "Do not deny me this pleasure." The guard relented with a bow. "Lady Illustrial will be pleased by your arrival." "And we will be pleased to see her," said Wulfgar. "With official word from King Bruenor?" the commander asked again. With word more personal, but equally pressing, the barbarian answered. You will announce us? The courier is already on his way to the palace. Wulfgar nodded his gratitude. We will walk the ways of Silvery Moon, a course not direct, and will arrive at Lady Illustrial's court before the sun has passed its zenith, he explained. Pleased we are to be here. Truly Silvery Moon is a welcome sight and a welcoming city for road-weary travelers. Our business here might well include you and your men as well, Commander. Kenyon, said Catti-brie, for she had met the man on many occasions, though briefly at each. I am honored that you remember me, Lady Catti-brie, he said with another bow. We arrive in search of refugees who have come from Mithril Hall and may have crossed into your fairest of cities, said Wulfgar. Many have come, Kenyon admitted. And many have left. But of course, we are at your disposal, son of Bruenor, on word of Lady Illustrial. Go and secure that word, I bid you. Wulfgar nodded, and he and Catti-brie moved past the guard station. With their road-weathered clothes, one with a magical bow as a crutch and the other a giant of a man with a magnificent warhammer strapped across his back, the pair stood out in the city of philosophers and poets, and many a curious look turned their way as they walked the winding, seemingly aimless avenues of the decorated city. As with every visitor to Silvery Moon, no matter how many times one traversed the place, their eyes were continually drawn upward, studying the intricate designs and artwork that covered the walls of every building, and upward still, to the tapering spires that topped every structure. Most communities were an expression of utility, with structures built suitable to the elements of their environment and the threats of regional monsters. Cities of commerce were built with wide avenues, port cities with fortified harbors and breakwaters, and frontier towns with thick walls. Silvery Moon stood above all of these, for it was an expression of utility, of course, but more than that, an expression of spirit. Security and commerce were facilitated, but they were not paramount to the needs of the soul, where the library was grander than the barracks and the avenues were designed to turn visitors and residents to the most spectacular of views, rather than as efficient straight lines to the marketplace or the rows of houses and mercantiles. It was hard to arrive in Silvery Moon with urgent business, for few could walk swiftly through those streets, and fewer still could focus the mind sufficiently to defeat the intrusions of beauty. Contrary to Wulfgar's stated expectations, the sun had passed its zenith before Wulfgar and Catti-brie came in sight of Lady Illustrial's wondrous palace, but that was all right, for the experienced guards had informed the Lady of Silvery Moon that such would be the case. The finest humans of Clan Battlehammer, said the tall woman, coming out from behind the curtains that separated this private section of her palatial audience chamber from the main, public promenade. There was no overt malice in her humorous remark, though of course the couple standing before her, the adopted son and daughter of King Bruenor, were the only humans of Clan Battlehammer. Wulfgar smiled and chuckled, but Catti-brie didn't quite find that level of mirth within her. She stared at the great woman, Lady Illustrial, one of the 7 sisters and leader of magnificent Silvery Moon. She only remembered to offer a bow when Wulfgar dipped beside her, and even then, Catti-brie did not lower her head as she bent, staring intently at Illustrial. For despite herself, Catti-brie was intimidated. Illustrial was nearly 6 feet tall and undeniably beautiful, by human standards, by elven standards, by any standards. Even the creatures of the higher planes would be pleased by her presence, Catti-brie knew in her heart, for there was a luminescence and gravity about Illustrial that was somehow beyond mortal existence. Her hair was silver and lustrous, and hung thick to her shoulders, and her eyes could melt a man's heart or strip him of all courage at her will. Her gown was a simple affair, green with golden stitching, and just a few emeralds sewn for effect. Most kings and queens wore robes far more decorated and elaborate, of course, but Illustrial didn't need any ornamentation. Any room that she entered was her room to command. She had never shown Catti-brie anything but kindness and friendship, and the two had been quite warm on occasion. But Catti-brie hadn't seen Illustrial much of late, and she could not help but feel somewhat smaller in the great woman's presence. Once she had been jealous of the Lady of Silvery Moon, hearing rumors that Illustrial had been Drizzt's lover, and she had never discerned whether or not that had been the case. Catti-brie smiled genuinely and laughed at herself, and pushed all of the negative thoughts aside. She couldn't be jealous where Drizzt was concerned anymore, nor could she feel diminished by anyone when she thought of her relationship with the Drow. What did it matter if the gods themselves bowed to Lady Illustrial? For Drizzt had chosen Catti-brie. To Catti-brie's surprise, Illustrial walked right over and embraced her, and kissed her on the cheek. Too many months passed between our visits, milady, Illustrial said, moving Catti-brie back to arm's length. She reached up and pushed back a thick strand of Catti-brie's auburn hair. How you managed to stay so beautiful, as if the dirt of the road cannot touch you, I will never know. Catti-brie hardly knew how to reply. You could fight a battle with 1,000 orcs, Illustrial went on, slay them all of course, and bloody your sword, your fist, and your boots. Not even that stain would diminish your glow. Catti-brie gave a self-deprecating laugh. Milady, you are too kind, she said. Too kind for reason, I fear. Of course you do, daughter of Bruenor. You are a woman who grew up among dwarves, who hardly appreciated your charms and your beauty. You have no idea of how tall you would stand among those of your own race. Cadibree's face twisted a bit in confusion, not quite knowing how to take that. And that, too, is part of the charm of Cadibree, said Illustrial. Your humility is not calculated, it is intrinsic. Cadibree looked no less confused, and that drew a bit of laughter from Wulfgar. Cadibree shot him a frown to silence him. The wind whispers that you have taken Drizzt as your husband, Illustrial said. Still glancing Wulfgar's way as Illustrial spoke, Cadibree noted a slight grimace on the barbarian's face, or maybe it was just her imagination. You are married? Illustrial asked. Yes, Cadibree replied. But we have not celebrated in formal ceremony yet. We will wait for the darkness of Abood to recede. Illustrial's face grew very serious. That will be a long time, I fear. King Bruenor is determined that it will not. Indeed, said Illustrial, and she offered a hopeful little smile and a shrug. I do hope you will celebrate your joining with Drizzt Do'Urden soon, both in Mithril Hall, and here in Silverymoon, as my honored guests. I will gladly open the palace to you, for many of my subjects would wish well the daughter of good King Bruenor and that most unusual dark elf. And many of your court would prefer that Drizzt remain in Mithril Hall, Cadibree said, a bit more harshly than she had intended. But Illustrial only laughed and nodded, for it was true enough and undeniable. Well, Fret likes him, she said, referring to her favorite advisor, a most unusual and uniquely tidy dwarf. And Fret likes you, and so do I, both of you. If I spent my time worrying over the pettiness and posturing of court lords and ladies, I would turn endless circles of appeasement and apology. When you doubt, then trust in Fret, Cadibree said. She winked and Illustrial gave a hearty laugh and hugged her again. As she did, she whispered into Cadibree's ear, come here more often, I beg of you, with or without your stubborn dark elf companion. She stepped up to Wulfgar then and wrapped him in a warm embrace. When she moved back to arm's length, a curious look came over her. Son of Bjornigar, she said quietly, respectfully. Cadibree's mouth dropped open in surprise at that, for only recently had Wulfgar been wearing that title more regularly, and it seemed to her as if Illustrial had somehow just discerned that. I see contentment in your blue eyes, Illustrial remarked. You have not been at peace like this ever before, not even when I first met you, those many years ago. I was young then, and too strong of spirit, said Wulfgar. Can one ever be? Wulfgar shrugged. Too anxious, then, he corrected. You hold your strength deeper now, because you are more secure in it, and in how you wish to use it. Wulfgar's nod seemed to satisfy Illustrial, but Cadibree just kept looking from the large man to the tall woman. She felt as if they were speaking in code, or half saying secrets, the other half of which were known only to them. You are at peace, said Illustrial. And yet I am not, Wulfgar replied. For my daugh, the girl, Coulson, is lost to me. She was slain. Wulfgar shook his head immediately to calm the gentle woman. Deli Curdy was lost to the hordes of Abood, but Coulson lives. She was sent across the river in the company of refugees from the conquered northern lands. Here to Silverymoon? That is what I would know, Wulfgar explained. Illustrial nodded and stepped back, taking them both in with her protective stare. We could go from inn to inn, Cadibree said. But Silverymoon is no small city, nor is Sundabar, and there are many more villages about. You will remain right here as my guests, Illustrial insisted. I will call out every soldier of Silverymoon's garrison, and will speak with the merchant guilds. You will have your answer in short time, I promise. You are too generous, Wulfgar said with a bow. Would King Bruenor, would Wulfgar or Cadibree, offer any less to me or one of mine if we similarly came to Mithril Hall? That simple truth ended any forthcoming arguments from the two grateful travelers. We thought that we might travel to some of the common inns and ask around, Cadibree said. And draw attention to your hunt? Illustrial replied. Would this person who has Coulson wish to give the child back to you? Wulfgar shook his head, but Cadibree said, we don't know, but it is possible that she would not. Then better for you to remain here, as my guests. I have many contacts who frequent the taverns. It is important for a leader to hear the commoners' concerns. The answers you seek will be easily found in Silverymoon, at least. She motioned to her attendants. Take them and make them comfortable. I do believe that Fret wishes to see Cadibree. He cannot suffer the dirt of the road upon me, Cadibree remarked dryly. Only because he cares, of course. Or because he so despises dirt? That too, Illustrial admitted. Cadibree looked to Wulfgar and offered a resigned shrug. She was pleasantly surprised to see him equally at ease with this arrangement. Apparently he understood that their work was better left to Illustrial, and that they could indeed relax and enjoy the respite at the luxurious palace of the Lady of Silverymoon. And she came without proper clothing, I'll wager. came an obviously annoyed voice, a chant that sounded both melodic and sing-song like an elf, and resonant like the bellow of a dwarf, a most unusual dwarf. Wulfgar and Catti-brie turned to see the fellow, dressed in a fine white gown with bright green trim, enter the room. He looked at Catti-brie and gave a disapproving sigh and a wag of his meticulously manicured stubby finger. Then he stopped and sighed again, and put his chin in one hand, his fingers stroking the thin line of his well-trimmed silver beard as he considered the task of transforming Catti-brie. "Well met, Fret," Illustrial said. "It would seem that you have your work cut out for you. Do try not to break this one's spirit. You confuse spirit with odor, milady." Catti-brie frowned, but it was hard for her to cover her inner smile. "Fret would put perfume and bells on a tiger, I do believe," Illustrial said, and her nearby attendants shared a laugh at the dwarf's expense. "And colored bows and paint for its nails," the tidy dwarf proudly replied. He walked up to Catti-brie, gave a tsk-tisk, and grabbed her by the elbow, pulling her along. "As we appreciate beauty, so it is our divine task to facilitate it. And so I shall. Now come along, child. You've a long bath to suffer." Catti-brie flashed her smile back at Wulfgar. After their long and arduous journey, she planned to suffer it well. Wulfgar's return smile was equally genuine. He turned to Illustrial, saluted, and thanked her. "What might we do for Wulfgar while my scouts seek word of Coulson?" Illustrial asked him. "A quiet room with a view of your fair city," he replied, and he added quietly, "one that faces to the west." Catti-brie caught up to Wulfgar early that evening on a high balcony of the main turret, one of a dozen that adorned the palace. "The dwarf has his talents," Wulfgar said. Catti-brie's freshly washed hair smelled of lilac in springtime. She almost always kept it loose to bounce over her shoulders, but she had one side tied up and the other had a hint of a curl teased into it. She wore a light blue gown that enhanced and highlighted the hue of her eyes, its straps revealing the smooth skin of her delicate shoulders. A white and gold sash was tied around her waist at an angle and a place to accentuate her shapely body. The dress did not go all the way to the floor, and Wulfgar's surprise showed as a smile when he noted that she wasn't wearing her doeskin boots, but rather a pair of delicate slippers, all lace and fancy trim. "I found myself a choice to let him do it to me or punch him in the nose," Catti-brie remarked, her self-deprecation exaggerated because she allowed just a hint of her dwarvish accent to come through. "There is not a part of you that enjoys it?" Catti-brie scowled at him. "You would not wish for Drizzt to see you like this?" The barbarian pressed. "You would take no pleasure in the look upon his face?" "I'll take me pleasure in killing orcs." "Stop it." Catti-brie looked at him as if he had slapped her. "Stop it," Wulfgar repeated. "You need not your boots or your weapons here in Silverymoon, or your dwarf-bred pragmatism and that long-lost accent. Have you looked in the mirror since Fret worked his magic on you?" Catti-brie snorted and turned away, or started to, but Wulfgar held her with his gaze and his grin. "You should," he said. "You are talking foolishness," Catti-brie replied, and her accent was no more. "Far from that. Is it foolish to enjoy the sights of Silverymoon?" He half-turned and swept his arm out to the deepening gloom in the west, to the twilight structures of the freeform city, with candles burning in many windows. Glowing flames of harmless fairy fire showed on a few of the spires, accenting their inviting forms. "Did you not allow your mind to wander as we walked through the avenues to this palace?" Wulfgar asked. "Could you help but feel that way with beauty all around you? So why is it any different with your own appearance? Why are you so determined to hide behind mud and simple clothes?" Catti-brie shook her head. Her lips moved a few times as if she wanted to reply but couldn't find the words. "Drizzt would be pleased by the sight before him," Wulfgar stated. "I am pleased, as your friend. Quit hiding behind the gruff accent and the road-worn clothing. Quit being afraid of who you are, of who you might dare to be, deep inside. You do not care if someone sees you after a hard day of labor, sweating and dirty. You don't waste your time primping and prettying yourself, and all of that is to your credit. But in times like this, when the opportunity presents itself, do not shy from it, either. I feel vain. You should simply feel pretty, and be happy with that. If you really are one who cares not what others may think or say, then why would you hide from pleasant thoughts?" Catti-brie looked at him curiously for a moment, and a smile spread on her face. "Who are you, and what have you done with Wulfgar?" "The doppelganger is long dead, I assure you," Wulfgar replied. "He was thrown out with the weight of air too. I have never seen you like this. I have never before felt like this. I am content and I know my road. I answer to no one but myself now, and never before have I known such freedom. And so you wish to share that with me?" "With everyone," Wulfgar replied with a laugh. "I did look in a mirror, or two," Catti-brie said, and Wulfgar laughed harder. "And were you pleased by what you saw?" "Yes," she admitted. And do you wish that Drizzt was here? Enough, she bade him, which of course meant yes. Wolfgar took her by the arm and guided her to the railing of the balcony. So many generations of men and elves have built this place. It is a refuge for Fred and those akin to him, and it is also a place where we all might come from time to simply stand and look, and enjoy. That, I think, is the most important time of all. To look inside ourselves honestly and without regret or fear. I could be battling orcs or dragons. I could be digging mithril from the deep mines. I could be leading the hunt in Icewind Dale. But there are times, too few I fear, when standing and looking and just enjoying, is more important than all of that, it. Catti-brie wrapped her arm around Wolfgar's waist and leaned her head against his strong shoulder, standing side by side, two friends enjoying a moment of life, of perception, of simple pleasure. Wolfgar draped his arm across her shoulders, equally at peace, and both of them sensed, deep inside, that the moment would be one they would remember for all their days, a defining and lasting image of all they had been through since that fateful day in Icewind Dale when Wolfgar the young warrior had foolishly smacked a tough old dwarf named Bruenor on the head. They lingered for some time, but the moment was lost as Lady Illustriel came out onto the balcony. The two turned at the sound of her voice, to see her standing with a middle-aged man dressed in the apron of a tavern keeper. Illustriel paused when she looked upon Catti-brie, her eyes roaming the woman's form. Fred is full of magic, I am told, Catti-brie said, glancing at Wolfgar. Illustriel shook her head. Fred finds the beauty, he does not create it. He finds it as well as Drizzt finds orcs to slay, or Bruenor finds metal to mine, to be sure, said Wolfgar. He has mentioned that he would like to search for the same in Wolfgar, as well. Catti-brie laughed as Wolfgar chuckled and shook his head. I've not the time. He will be so disappointed, said Illustriel. Next time we meet, perhaps, said Wolfgar, and his words elicited a doubting glance from Catti-brie. She stared at him deeply for a long while, measuring his every expression and movement, and the inflections of his voice. His offer to Fred may or may not have been disingenuous, she knew, but it was moot in any case because Wolfgar had decided that he would never again visit Silverymoon. Catti-brie saw that clearly, and had been feeling it since before they had departed Mithril Hall. A sense of dread welled up inside her, mingling with that last special moment she had shared with Wolfgar. There was a storm coming. Wolfgar knew it, and though he hadn't yet openly shared it, the signs were mounting. This is Master Tapwell of the Rearing Dragon, a fine establishment in the city's lower ward, Illustriel explained. The short, round-bellied man came forward a step, rather sheepishly. A common respite for visitors to Silverymoon. Well met, Catti-brie greeted, and Wolfgar nodded his agreement. And to yourselves, Prince and Princess of Mithril Hall, Tapwell replied, dipping a few awkward bows in the process. The Rearing Dragon played host to many of the refugees that crossed the Cerbrin from Mithril Hall, Illustriel explained. Master Tapwell believes that a pair who passed through might be of interest to you. Wolfgar was already leaning forward eagerly. Catti-brie put her hand on his forearm to help steady him. Your girl, Coulson, Tapwell said, rubbing his hands nervously over his beer-stained apron. Skinny thing with straw hair to here? He indicated a point just below his shoulder, a good approximation of the length of Coulson's hair. Go on, Wolfgar bade, nodding. She came in with the last group, but with her mother. Her mother? Wolfgar looked to Illustriel for an explanation, but the woman deferred to Tapwell. Well, she said she was her mother, the tavern keeper explained. What was her name? Catti-brie asked. Tapwell fidgeted as if trying to fathom the answer. I remember her calling the girl Coulson clear enough. Her own name was like that. Same beginning, if ye get my meaning. Please remember, Wolfgar prompted. Cotty? Catti-brie asked. Cotty, yeah. Cotty, said Tapwell. Cotty Cooper's son, Catti-brie said to Wolfgar. She was with the group Deli tended in the hall. She lost her family to a bood. And Deli gave her a new one, said Wolfgar, but his tone was not bitter. You agree with this assessment? Illustriel asked. It does make sense, said Catti-brie. This was the last group that crossed the Cerbrin before the ferry was closed down, and not just the last group to arrive in Silverymoon, Illustriel said. I have confirmed that from the guards of Winter Edge themselves. They escorted the refugees in from the Cerbrin, all of them, and they, the guards, remain, along with several of the refugees. And have you found those refugees to ask them of Cotty and Coulson? Asked Catti-brie. And are Cotty and Coulson among those who remain? Further inquiries are being made, Illustriel replied. I am fairly certain that they will only confirm what we have already discovered. As for Cotty and the child, they left. Wolfgar's shoulders slumped. For Nezum, Illustriel explained. Soon after those refugees arrived, a general call came out from Nezum. They are rebuilding, and offering homes to any who would go and join with them. The place is secure once more. Many of the knights in silver stand watch with the riders of Nezem to ensure that all of the trolls were destroyed or chased back into the trollmoors. The city will thrive this coming season, well defended and well supplied. You are certain that Kati and Coulson are there? Wulfgar asked. I am certain that they were on the caravan that left for Nezem, only days after they arrived here in Silvery Moon. That caravan arrived, though whether Kati and the child remained with it through the entirety of the journey, I cannot promise. They stopped at several way stations and villages along the route. The woman could have left at any of those. Wulfgar nodded and looked to Catti-brie, their road clear before them. I could fly you to Nezem upon my chariot, Illustrial offered. But there is another caravan leaving by midday tomorrow, one that will follow the exact route that Kati rode, and one in need of more guards. The drivers would be thrilled to have Wulfgar and Catti-brie along for the journey, and Nezem is only a 10-day away. And there is nowhere for Kati to have gone beyond Nezem, Wulfgar reasoned. That will do, and well. Very good, said Illustrial. I will inform the lead driver. She and Tapwell took their leave. Our road is clear, then, said Wulfgar, and he seemed content with that. Catti-brie, though, shook her head. The southern road is secured and Nezem is not so far, Wulfgar said to her doubting expression. This is not good news, I fear. How so? Catti-brie explained. I happened upon her a few times after my wound kept me in the lower tunnels. She was a broken thing, in spirit and in mind. You fear that she would harm Coulson? Wulfgar said, his eyes widening with alarm. Never that, said Catti-brie. But I fear that she will clutch the girl too tightly, and will not welcome the reaching hands of Wulfgar. Coulson is not her child. And for some, truth is no more than an inconvenience, Catti-brie replied. I will take the child, Wulfgar stated in a tone that left no room for debate. Aside from that undeniable determination, it struck Catti-brie that Wulfgar had named Coulson as the child, and not as my child. She studied her friend carefully for a few moments, seeking a deeper read. But it was not to be found. Chapter. At Destiny's Door. I don't like this place. A trick of the wind, blowing down a channel between a pair of towering snow dunes, amplified Regis's soft-spoken words so that they seemed to fill the space around his four dwarf companions. The words blended with the mourn of the cold breeze, a harmony of fear and lament that seemed so fitting in a place called Fell Pass. Bruenor, who was too anxious to be anywhere but up front, turned, and appeared as if he was about to scold the halfling. But he didn't. He just shook his head and left it at that, for how could he deny the undeniable? The region was haunted, palpably so. They had felt it on their journey through the pass the previous spring, moving west to east toward Mithril Hall. That same musty aura remained very much alive in Fell Pass, though the surroundings had been transformed by the season. When they'd first come through, the ground was flat and even, a wide and easily traversed pass between a pair of distant mountain ranges. Perhaps the winds from both of those ranges continually met here in battle, flattening the ground. Deep snow had since fallen in the teeth of those competing winds, forming a series of drifts that resembled the dunes of the Kalan Desert, like a series of gigantic, bright white scallop shells evenly spaced perpendicular to the east-west line that marked the bordering mountain ranges. With the melting and refreezing of the late winter, the top surface of the snow had been crusted with ice, but not enough to bear the weight of a dwarf. Thus they had to make their trudging way along the low points of the still deep snow, through the channels between the dunes. Drizzt served as their guide. Running lightly, every now and then chopping a ledge into the snow with one of his scimitars, the drow traversed the dunes as a salmon might skip the waves of a slow river. Up one side and down another he went, pausing at the high points to set his bearings. It had taken the party of 6 Bruenor, Regis, Drizzt, Thibildorfpunt, Cordio, and Torgar Hammerstriker 4 days to get to the eastern entrance of Fell Pass. They'd kept up a fine pace considering the snow and the fact that they had to circumvent many of King Aboud's guard posts and a pair of orc caravans. Once in the pass, even with the scallop drifts, they had continued to make solid progress, with Drizzt scaling the dunes and instructing Punt where to punch through. 7 days out, the pace had slowed to a crawl. They were certain they were near to where they'd found the hole that Bruenor believed was the entrance to the legendary dwarven city of Gauntlgrim. They had mapped the place well on that journey from the west, and had taken note, as Bruenor had ordered, of all the landmarks, the angles to notable mountain peaks north and south, and such. But with the wintry blanket of snow, Fell Pass appeared so different that Drizzt simply could not be certain. The very real possibility that they might walk right past the hole that had swallowed one of their wagons weighed on all of them, particularly Bruenor. And there was something else there, a feeling hanging in the air that had the hairs on the backs of all their necks tingling. The mournful groan of the wind was full of the laments of the dead. Of that, there was no doubt. The cleric, Cordio, had cast divination spells that told him there was indeed something supernatural about the place, some rift or outsider presence. On the journey to Mithril Hall, Bruenor's priests had urged Drizzt not to call upon Genhuavar, for fear of inciting unwanted attention from other extraplanar sources in the process, and once again Cordio had reiterated that point. The fell pass, the dwarf priest had assured his companions, was not stable in a planar sense, though even Cordio admitted that he wasn't really sure what that meant. "Ye got anything for us, elf?" Bruenor called up to Drizzt. His gruff voice, full of irritation, echoed off the frozen snow. Drizzt came into view atop the drift to the party's left, the west. He shrugged at Bruenor, then stepped forward and began a balanced slide down the glistening white dune. He kept his footing perfectly, and slipped right past the halfling and dwarves to the base of the drift on their other side, where he used its sharp incline to halt his momentum. "I have snow," he replied. "As much snow as you could want, extending as far as I can see to the west, but we're going to have to stay here until the melt, ain't we?" Bruenor grumbled. He put his hands on his hips and kicked his heavy boot through the icy wall of one mound. "We will find it," Drizzt replied, but his words were buried by the sudden grumbling of Thibault Dorfpoint. "Bah!" The battle rager snorted, and he banged his hands together and stomped about, crunching the icy snow beneath his heavy steps. While the others wore mostly furs and layers of various fabrics, Pwent was bedecked in his traditional gutbuster battle mail, a necktie suit of overlapping ridged metal plates, spiked at all the appropriate strike zones, fists, elbows, shoulders, and knees. His helmet, too, carried a tall, barbed spike, one that had skewered many an orc in its day. "Ye got no magic to help me?" Bruenor demanded of Cordio. The cleric shrugged helplessly. "The riddles of this maze extend beyond the physical, me king," he tried to explain. "Questions asked in spellsry getting me nothing but more questions. I'm knowin' that we're close, but more because I'm feeling that rift with me every spellcasting." "Bah!" Pwent roared. He lowered his head and rammed through the nearest snowdrift, disappearing behind a veil of white that fell behind him as he plowed through to the channel on the other side. "We'll find it, then," said Torgar Hammerstriker. "If it was here when ye came through, then here it is still. And if me king's thinking it's Gauntlebrim, then nothin's stopping meself from seeing that place." "Aye and huzzah!" Cordio agreed. They all jumped as the snow erupted from up ahead. Drizzt's scimitars appeared in his hands as if they had been there all along. From that break in the dune emerged a snow-encrusted Thibbledorfpoint, roaring still. He didn't slow, but plowed through the dune across the way, crunching through the icy wall with ease and disappearing from sight. "Will ye stop it, ye derned fool?" Bruenor chastised, but Pwent was already gone. "I am certain that we're near the entrance," Drizzt assured Bruenor, and the drow slid his blades away. "We are the right distance from the mountains north and south. Of that, I am sure." "We are close," Regis confirmed, still glancing all around as if he expected a ghost to leap out and throttle him at any moment. In that regard, Regis knew more than the others, for he had been the one who had gone into the hole after the wagon those months before, and who had encountered, down in the dark, what he believed to be the ghost of a long-dead dwarf. "Then we'll just keep looking," said Bruenor. "And if it stays in hiding under the snow, its secrets won't be holding, for the melt's coming soon." "Bah!" They heard Pwent growl from behind the dune to the east, and they all scrambled, expecting him to burst through in their midst, and likely with that lethal helmet spike lowered. The dune shivered as he hit it across the way, and he roared again fiercely. But his pitch changed suddenly, his cry going from defiance to surprise. Then it faded rapidly, as if the dwarf had fallen away. Bruenor looked at Drizzt. "Gauntlebrim," the dwarf declared. Torgar and Cordio dived for the point on the drift behind which they had heard Pwent's cry. They punched through and flung the snow out behind them, working like a pair of dogs digging for a bone. As they weakened the integrity of that section of the drift, it crumbled down before them, complicating their dig. Still, within moments, they came to the edge of a hole in the ground, and the remaining pile of snow slipped in, but seemed to fill the crevice. "Pwent?" Torgar called into the snow, thinking his companion buried alive. He leaned over the edge, Cordio stabilizing his feet, and plunged his hand down into the snow pile. That blockage, though, was neither solid nor thick, and had merely packed in to seal the shaft below. When Torgar's hand broke the integrity of the pack, the collected snow broke and fell away, leaving the dwarf staring down into a cold and empty shaft. "Pwent?" He called more urgently, realizing that his companion had fallen quite far. "That's it!" Bruenor yelled, rushing up between the kneeling pair. "The wagon went in right there." As he made the claim, he fell to his knees and brushed aside some more of the snow, revealing a rut that had been made by the wagon wheel those months before. "Gauntlebrim." And Pwent fell in, Drizzt reminded him. The three dwarves turned to see the drow and Regis feeding out a line of rope that Drizzt had already tied around his waist. "Get the line, boys!" Bruenor yelled, but Cordio and Torgar were already moving anyway, rushing to secure the rope and find a place to brace their heavy boots. Drizzt dropped down beside the ledge and tried to pick a careful route, but a cry came up from far below, followed by a high-pitched, sizzling roar that sounded unlike anything any of them had ever heard, like a cross between the screech of an eagle and the hiss of a gigantic lizard. Drizzt rolled over the lip, turning and setting his hands, and Bruenor dived to add his strength to the rope brace. Quickly! Drizzt instructed as the dwarves began to let out the line. Trusting in them, the drow let go of the lip and dropped from sight. "There's a ledge 15 feet down," Regis called, scrambling past the dwarves to the hole. He moved as if he would go right over, but he stopped suddenly, just short of the lip. There he held as the seconds passed, his body frozen by memories of his first journey into the place that Bruenor called Gauntlgrim. "I'm on the ledge," Drizzt called up, drawing him from his trance. "I can make my way, but keep ready on the rope." Regis peered over and could just make out the form of the drow in the darkness below. "Yibi Gue Dinas, Rumblebelly," Bruenor instructed, and Regis found the fortitude to nod. A loud crash from far below startled him again, though, followed by a cry of pain and another otherworldly shriek. More noise arose, metal scraping on stone, hissing snakes and eagle screams, and dwarvish roars of defiance. Then a cry of absolute terror. Point's cry shook them all to their spines, for when had Thibbledorf Point ever cried out in terror? "What do ye see?" Bruenor called out to Regis. The halfling peered in and squinted. He could just make out Drizzt, inching down the wall below the ledge. As his eyes adjusted to the gloom, Regis realized it wasn't really a ledge or a wall, but rather a stalagmite mound that had grown up beside the side of the cave below. He looked back to Drizzt, and the drow dropped from sight. The dwarves behind him gave a yelp and fell over backward as the rope released. "Set it!" Bruenor yelled at Torgar and Cordio, and the dwarf king charged for the hole, yelling, "What do ye see, Rumblebelly?" Regis pulled back and turned, shaking his head, but Bruenor wasn't waiting for an explanation anyway. The dwarf dived to the ground and grabbed up the rope, and without hesitation, flung himself over the lip, rapidly descending into the gloom. Back from the hole, Torgar and Cordio grunted from the strain and tried hard to dig their boots in. Regis swallowed. He heard a grunt and a shriek from far below. Images of a dwarf ghost haunted him and told him to run far away. But Drizzt was down there, Bruenor was down there, Point was down there. The halfling swallowed again and rushed to the hole. He fell to the ground atop the rope, and with a glance back at Torgar and Cordio, he disappeared from sight. As soon as he hit the ledge, Drizzt recognized it for what it was. The tall stalagmite mound rose up at an angle, melding with the sheerer stone of the wall behind him. Even though he was only 15 feet down from the lip, Drizzt's sensibilities switched to those of the person he used to be, a creature of the Underdark. He started down tentatively, feeding out the rope behind him, for just a couple of steps. His eyes focused in the gloom, and he saw the contours of the stalagmite in the floor some 20 feet below. On that floor rested the broken remains of the wagon that had been lost in the journey east those months before. Also on that floor, Drizzt saw a familiar boot, hard and wrapped in metal. Below and to the left, he heard a muffled cry, and the sound of metal scraping on stone, as if an armored dwarf was being dragged. With a flick of his wrist, Drizzt disengaged himself from the rope, and so balanced was he as he ran down the side of the stalagmite that he not only did not bend low and use his hands, but he drew out both his blades as he descended. He hit the floor in a run, thinking to head off down the narrow tunnel he had spotted ahead and to the right. But his left-hand scimitar, Twinkle, glowed with a blue light, and the drow's keen eyes and ears picked out a whisper of movement and a whisper of sound over by the side wall. Skidding to a stop, Drizzt whirled to meet the threat, and his eyes went wide indeed when he saw the creature, unlike anything he had ever known, coming out fast for him. Half again Drizzt's height from head to tail, it charged on strong back legs, like a bipedal lizard, back hunched low and tail suspended behind it, counterbalancing its large head if it could even be called a head. It seemed no more than a mouth with three equidistant mandibles stretched out wide. Black tusks as large as Drizzt's hands curled inward at the tips of those mandibles, and Drizzt could make out rows of long, sharp teeth running back down its throat, a trio of ridged lines. Even stranger came the glow from the creature's eyes, three of them each centered on the flap of mottled skin stretched wide between the respective mandibles. The creature bore down on the drow like some triangular-mouthed snake unhinging its jaw to swallow its prey. Drizzt started out to the left, then reversed fast as the creature swerved to follow. Even with his speed-enhancing anklets, though, the drow could not get far enough back to the right to avoid the turning creature. The mandibles snapped powerfully, but hit only air as Drizzt leaped and tumbled forward, over the top mandible. He slashed down hard with both hands as he went over, and used the contact to push himself even higher as he executed a twist and brought his feet fast under him. The creature issued a strange roaring, hissing protest, a fitting, otherworldly sound for an otherworldly beast, Drizzt thought. Tucking and turning, Drizzt planted his feet against the side of the creature's shoulder and kicked out, but the beast was more solid than he'd thought. His strike did no more than bend it away from him at the shoulder as he went out to the side. And that bend, of course, again turned the terrible jaws his way. but Drizzt flew backward with perfect balance and awareness. As the beast swung around, he cut his scimitars across, 1-2, scoring hits on the thick muscle and skin of the jaw's connecting flap. The creature howled again and bit down at the passing blades, its three mandible tips not quite aligning as they clicked together. It opened wide its maw again as it turned to face Drizzt. His blades worked in a flash, the backhand of icing death slicing the opposing skin flap, and a hard strike of twinkle passing through the muscle and flesh, then turning straight down to slash the base flap that connected the lower two mandible tips. Drizzt turned the blade just a bit as it connected, and leaned forward hard, forcing the jaws to angle down. The creature snapped its head back up, accepting the cut, and leaped straight up, turning its back end under so that it landed on its outstretched tail with its hind legs free to claw at its opponent. Formidable indeed were the three claws tipping the feet of those powerful legs, and Drizzt barely dodged back in time to avoid the vicious rake. Somehow the creature hopped forward in pursuit, using just its tail for propulsion. Its tiny front legs waved frantically in the air as its long, powerful rear legs slashed wildly at the drow. Drizzt worked his scimitars in a blur to defend, connecting repeatedly, but never too solidly for fear of having a blade torn from his grasp. He retracted a blade and the creature's hind leg flailed free, then he stabbed straight out, piercing its foot. The creature threw back its head and howled again. From up above there came a crash as a form rolled over the ledge, and Drizzt didn't miss the opportunity offered by the distraction. Rolling around those flailing legs and slashing across with icing death, then with Twinkle in close pursuit, he scored 2 hits on the creature's thin neck. There was a sucking of air and Drizzt saw the bubbling of blood as his blades passed through flesh. Not even slowing in his turn as the creature fell silent, then just fell over, the drow sprinted down the tunnel. A roar from behind made him glance back, to see Bruenor flying down the last few feet beside the stalagmite, axe over his head. The dwarf timed his landing perfectly with his overhand chop, driving his axe through the already mortally wounded creature's backbone with a sickening sound. "Wait here!" Drizzt called to him, and the drow was gone. Bruenor held on as the creature thrashed in its death throes. It tried to turn around to snap at him, but Drizzt had completely disabled the once formidable jaw's ability to inflict any real damage. The mandibles flopped awkwardly and without coordination, most of the supporting muscles severed. Similarly, the creature's tail and hind legs exhibited only the occasional spasmodic twitch, for Bruenor's axe had cleaved its spine. So the dwarf stayed at arm's length, holding his axe out far from his torso to avoid any incidental contact. "Hurry, elf!" Bruenor called after Drizzt when he glanced to the side and noted Thibbeldorf's boot lying on the stone floor. No longer willing to wait out the dying beast, Bruenor leaped atop its back and ripped through tendon and bone as he tugged and yanked his axe free. He thought to run off after Drizzt, but before he even had the weapon set in his hands, a movement to the side caught his eye. The dwarf watched curiously as a darker patch of shadow coalesced near the sidewall and the broken wagon, gradually taking the shape of another of the strange beasts. It came out hard and fast at him, and Bruenor wisely dropped down behind the fallen creature. On came the second beast, jaws snapping furiously, and the dwarf fell to the stone floor and heaved the fallen creature up as a meaty shield. The dwarf finally saw the damage those strange triangular jaws could inflict, for the ravenous newcomer tore through great chunks of flesh and bone in seconds. Movement behind Bruenor had him half turning to his right. "Just me." Regis called to him before he came around, and the dwarf refocused on the beast before him. Then Bruenor glanced left, to see Drizzt backing frantically out of the tunnel, his scimitars working fast and independently, each slashing quick lines to hold the snapping mouths of 2 more creatures at bay. "Rumble belly, ye help the elf." Bruenor called, but when he glanced back, Regis was gone. Bruenor's foe plowed over its fallen comrade then, and the dwarf king had no time to look for his halfling companion. Drizzt noticed Regis flattened against the wall as he, and the pair of monsters pursuing him, moved past the halfling. Regis nodded and waited for a responding nod. As soon as Drizzt offered it, the halfling came out fast and slapped his small mace against the tail of the creature on the left. Predictably, the beast wheeled to snap at this newest foe, but anticipating that, Drizzt moved faster, bringing his right-hand blade over and across, cutting a gash across the side of the turning beast's neck. With a roar of protest, the creature spun back, and the other, seeing the opening, came on suddenly. But Drizzt was the quicker, and he managed to backstep fast enough to buy the time to realign his blades. He gave an approving nod to Regis as the halfling slipped down the tunnel. Regis moved deliberately, but nervously, into the darkness, expecting a monster to spring out at him from every patch of shadow. Soon he heard the scraping of metal, and an occasional grumble and dwarvish curse, and he could tell from the lack of bluster that Thibbeldorfpunt was in serious trouble. Propelled by that, Regis moved with more speed, coming up to the edge of a side chamber from which issued the terrible, gnashing, metallic sounds. Regis summoned his courage and peeked around the rim of the opening. There in the room, silhouetted by the glow of lichen along the far wall, stood another creature, one larger than the others and easily more than 10 feet from Mottatail tip. It stood perfectly still, except that it thrashed its head back and forth. looking at it from the back, but on a slight angle, Regis could see why it did so. For out of the side of that mouth hung an armored dwarf leg with a dirty bare foot dangling limply at its end. Regis winced, thinking that his friend was being torn apart by that triangular maw. He could picture the black teeth crunching through Point's armored shell, tearing his flesh with fangs and ripped metal. And the dwarf wasn't moving, other than the flailing caused by the limp limbs protruding from the thing's mouth, and no further protests or groans came forth. Trembling with anger and terror, Regis charged with abandon, leaping forward and lifting high his small mace. But where could he even hit the murderous beast to hurt it? He got his answer as the creature noticed him, whipping its head around. It was then that the halfling first came to understand the strange head, with its 3 equidistant eyes set in the middle of each of the skin flaps that connected the mandibles. Purely on instinct, the halfling swung for the nearest eye, and the creature's short forelimbs could not reach forward far enough to block. The mace hit true, and the flap, taut about the knee and upper leg of the trapped dwarf, had no give that it might absorb the blow. With a sickening splat, the eye popped, gushing liquid all over the horrified halfling. The creature hissed and whipped its head furiously in an attempt to throw the dwarf free. But Point wasn't dead. He had gone into a defensive curl, a turtle maneuver that tightened the set of his magnificent armor, strengthening its integrity and hiding its vulnerable seams. As the creature loosened its death grip on him, the dwarf came out of his curl with a defiant snarl. He had no room to punch, or to maneuver his head spike, so he simply thrashed, shaking like a wide-leafed bush in a gale. The creature lost interest in Regis, and tried to clamp down on the dwarf instead. But too late, for Point was in a frenzy, insane with rage. Finally the creature managed to open wide its maw and angle down, expelling the dwarf. When Point came free, Regis's eyes widened to see the amount of damage, torn skin, broken teeth, and blood the dwarf had inflicted on the beast. And Point was far from done. He hit the ground in a turn that put his feet under him, and his little legs bent, then propelled him right back at the creature, head and helmet spike leading. He drove into and through the apex of the jaws, and the dwarf bore on, bending the creature backward. The dwarf punched out, both hands at the same time, launching twin roundhouse hooks that pounded the beast on opposite sides of its neck, fist spikes digging in. Again and again, the dwarf retracted and punched back hard, both hands together, mashing the flesh. And the dwarf's legs ground on, pushing the beast backward, up against the side chamber's wall, and by the time they got there, the creature was not resisting at all, was not pushing back, and without the barrage it would have likely fallen over. But Point kept hitting it, muttering profanities all the while. Bruenor thrust his axe out horizontally before him, defeating the first attack. He turned the weapon and used it to angle the charging creature aside as he, too, ran ahead, sprinting by the beast to the remains of the wagon. All of the supply crates and sacks had been destroyed, either from the fall or torn apart thereafter, but Bruenor found what he was looking for in an intact portion of the side of the wagon, angling up to about waist height. Knowing the creature to be in full pursuit, the dwarf dived right over that, falling to the floor at its base and rolling to his back, axe up above his head along the ground. The creature leaped over the planks, not realizing that Bruenor was so close to them until the dwarf's axe hit it hard in the side, cutting a long gash just behind its small, twitching foreleg. Bruenor fell back flat and continued the momentum to roll him right over, coming back up to his feet. He didn't pause to look over his handiwork, but propelled himself forward, lifting his axe high over one shoulder as he went. The creature was ready, though, and as the dwarf bore in, it snapped its mouth out at him, and when it had to retract far short of the mark to avoid a swipe of that vicious axe, the creature just fell back on its tail, as the other one had done, and brought up its formidable rear legs. One blocked Bruenor's next swing, kicking out and catching the axe below the head, while the other lashed out, scraping deep lines on the dwarf's armor. Following that, the creature snapped its upper body forward, the triangular maw biting hard at the dwarf, who only managed at the last instant to get back out of range. And right back came Bruenor, with a yell and a spit and a downward chop. The creature rocked back and the axe whipped past cleanly. The creature reversed, coming in behind. Bruenor didn't stop the axe's momentum and reverse it to parry. Rather, he let it flow through, turning sidelong as the blade came low, then turning some more, daring to roll his back around before the beast in the belief that he would be the quicker. And so he was. Bruenor came around, the axe in both hands and at full extension in a great sidelong slash. The creature scrambled to block. Bruenor shortened his grip, bringing the axe head in closer. When the creature kicked out to block, the axe met it squarely, removing one of the 3 toes and cleaving the blocking foot in half. The creature threw itself forward, screaming in pain and anger, coming at Bruenor with blind rage. And the dwarf king backed frantically, his axe working to and fro to fend off the snapping assaults. "Elf! I'm needin' ye!" the desperate dwarf bellowed. Drizzt was in no position to answer. The wound he had inflicted on one of the beasts wasn't quite as serious as he'd hoped, apparently, for that creature showed no signs of relenting. Worse for Drizzt, he had been backed into a wider area, giving the creatures more room to maneuver and spread out before him. They went wide, left and right, amazingly well coordinated for unthinking beasts, if they were indeed unthinking beasts. Drizzt worked his blades as far to either side as he could, and when that became impractical and awkward, the drow rushed ahead suddenly, back toward the tunnel. Both creatures turned to chase, but Drizzt reversed even faster, spinning to meet their pursuit with a barrage of blows. He scored a deep gash on the side of one's mouth, and poked the other in its bottom eye. Up above he heard a crash, and from the side Bruenor called for him. All he could do was look for options. His gaze followed the trail of falling rocks, to see Torgar Hammerstriker in a wild and overbalanced run down the side of the stalagmite. The dwarf held a heavy crossbow before him, and just before his stumbling sent him into a headlong slide, he let fly a bolt, somehow hitting the creature to Drizzt's right. The crossbow went flying and so did Torgar, crashing and bouncing the rest of the way down. The creature he had hit stumbled then spun to meet the dwarf's charge. But its jaws couldn't catch up to the bouncing and flailing Torgar, and the dwarf slammed hard against the back and side of the beast, bringing it down in a heap. Dazed beyond sensibility, Torgar couldn't begin to defend himself in that tumble as the creature moved to strike. But Drizzt moved around the remaining creature and struck hard at the fallen beast, his scimitars slicing at its flesh in rapid succession, tearing deep lines. Drizzt had to pause to fend off the other, but as soon as that attack was repelled, he went back to the first, ensuring that it was dead. Then the drow smiled, seeing that the tide had turned, seeing the lowered head spike rushing in hard at the standing creature's backside. Even as point connected, skewering the beast from behind, Drizzt broke off and ran toward the wagon. By the time he got there, he found Bruenor and his opponent in a wild back and forth of snapping and slashing. Drizzt leaped up to the lip of the wagon's side, looking for an opening. Noting him, Bruenor rushed out the other way, and the creature turned with the dwarf. Drizzt leaped astride its back, his scimitars going to quick and deadly work. "What in the nine hells are them things?" Bruenor asked when the vicious thing at last lay still. "What from the nine hells, perhaps," said Drizzt with a shrug. The two moved back to the center of the room, where Pwent continued pummeling the already dead beast and Regis tended to the dazed and battered Torgar. "I can't be getting down," came a call from above, and all eyes lifted to see Cordio peering over the entrance, far above. "Ain't no place to set the rope." "I'll get him," Drizzt assured Bruenor. With agility that continued to awe, the drow ran up the side of the stalagmite, sliding his scimitars away. At the top, he searched and found his handholds, and between those and the rope, which Cordio had braced once more, Drizzt soon disappeared back out of the hole. A few moments later, Cordio came down on the rope, gaining to the top of the mound, then, with Drizzt's help, he worked his way gingerly down to the ground. Drizzt came back into the cavern soon after, hanging by his fingertips. He fell purposely, landing lightly atop the stalagmite mound. From there, the drow trotted down to join his friends. "Stupid, smelly lizards," Pwent muttered as he tried to put his boot back on. The metal bands had been bent, though, crimping the opening in the shoe, and so it was no easy task. "What were them things?" Bruenor asked any and all. "Extraplanar creatures," said Cordio, who was inspecting one of the bodies that was smoking and dissipating before his very eyes. "I'd be keeping your cat in its statue, elf." Drizzt's hand went reflexively to his pouch, where he kept the onyx figurine he used to summon Genhwavar to the prime material plane. He nodded his agreement with Cordio. If ever he had needed the panther, it would have been in the last fight, and even then, he hadn't dared call upon her. He could sense it, too, a pervasive aura of strange otherworldliness. The place was either truly haunted or somehow dimensionally unstable. He slipped his hand in the pouch and felt the contours of the panther replica. He hoped the situation wouldn't force him to chance a call to Genhwavar, but in glancing around at his already battered companions, he had little confidence that it could be avoided for long. Chapter: The Way of the Orc. The orcs of Clan Yellowtusk swept into the forest from the north, attacking trees as if avenging some heinous crime perpetrated upon them by the inanimate plants. Axes chopped and fires flared to life, and the group, as ordered, made as much noise as they could. On a hillside to the east, Nark, Tugwiktuk, and Umthal crouched and waited nervously, while Clan Carrot crept along the low ground behind them and to the south. "This is too brazen," Umthal warned. "The elves will come out in force." Nark knew that his shaman's words were not without merit, for they'd encroached on the Moonwood, the home of a deadly clan of elves. "We will be gone across the river before the main groups arrive," Tugwiktuk replied. "Grguch and Hakuan have planned this carefully. We are exposed." Umthal protested. "If we are seen here on open ground." "Their eyes will be to the north, to the flames that eat their beloved god trees," said Tugwiktuk. "It is a gamble," Nark interjected, calming both shamans. "It is the way of the warrior," said Tugwiktuk. "The way of the orc. It is something Abood many arrows would have once done, but no more." Truth resonated in those words to both Nark and Umthal. The chieftain glanced down at the creeping warriors of Clan Carrick, many shrouded by branches they had attached to their dark armor and clothing. Further to the side, tight around the trees of a small copse, a band of ogre javelin throwers held still and quiet, Atlatl throwing sticks in hand. The day could bring disaster, a ruination of all of their plans to force a boot forward, Nark knew. Or it could bring glory, which would then only push their plans all the more. In any event, a blow struck here would sound like the shredding of a treaty, and that, the chieftain thought, could only be a good thing. He crouched back low in the grass and watched the scene unfolding before him. He wouldn't likely see the approach of the cunning elves, of course, but he would know of their arrival by the screams of Clan Yellowtusk's sacrificed forward warriors. A moment later, and not so far to the north, one such cry of orc agony rent the air. Nark glanced down at Clan Carrick, who continued their methodical encirclement. Inavindal could only shake her head in dismay to see the dark lines of smoke rising from the northern end of the moonwood yet again. The orcs were nothing if not stubborn. Her bow across her saddle before her, the elf brought Sunset up above the treetops, but kept the Pegasus low. The forward scouts would engage the orcs before her arrival, no doubt, but she still hoped to get some shots in from above with the element of surprise working for her. She banked the Pegasus left, toward the river, thinking to come around the back of the orc mob so that she could better direct the battle to her companions on the ground. She went even lower as she broke clear of the thick tree line and eased Sunset's reins, letting the Pegasus fly full out. The wind whipped through the elf's blonde locks, her hair and cape flapping out behind her, her eyes tearing from the refreshingly chilly breeze. Her rhythm held perfect, posting smoothly with the rise and fall of her steed's powerful shoulders, her balance so centered and complete that she seemed an extension of the Pegasus rather than a separate being. She let the fingers of one hand feel the fine design of her bow, while her other hand slipped down to brush the feathered fletching of the arrows set in a quiver on the side of her saddle. She rolled an arrow with her fingers, anticipating when she could let it fly for the face of an orc marauder. Keeping the river on her left and the trees on her right, Inavindal cruised along. She came up on one hillock and had nearly flown over it by the time she noticed carefully camouflaged forms creeping along. Orcs. South of the fires and the noise. South of the forward scouts. The veteran elf warrior recognized an ambush when she saw one. A second group of orcs were set to swing against the rear flank of the Moonwood elves, which meant that the noisemakers and firestarters in the north were nothing more than a diversion. Inavindal did a quick scan of the forest beyond and the movement before her, and understood the danger. She took up the reins and banked Sunset hard to the right, flying over a copse of trees that left only a short open expanse to the forest proper. She focused on the greater forest ahead, trying to gauge the fight, the location of the orcs and of her people. Still, the perceptive elf caught the movements around the trees below her, for she could hardly have missed the brutish behemoths scrambling in the leafless copse. They stood twice her height, with shoulders more than thrice her girth. She saw them, and they saw her, and they rushed around below her, lifting heavy javelins on notched atlatls. "Fly on, Sunset!" Inavindal cried, recognizing the danger even before one of the missiles soared her way. She pulled back the reins hard, angling her mount higher, and Sunset, understanding the danger, beat his wings with all his strength and speed. A javelin cracked the air as it flew past, narrowly missing her, and Inavindal couldn't believe the power behind that throw. She banked the Pegasus left and right, not wanting to present an easy target or a predictable path. She and Sunset had to be at their best in the next few moments, and Inavindal steeled her gaze, ready to meet that challenge. She couldn't know that she had been expected, and she was too busy dodging huge javelins to take note of the small flying serpent soaring along the treetops parallel to her. Chieftain Grguch watched the darting and swerving Pegasus with amusement and grudging respect. It quickly became clear to him that the ogres would not take the flying pair down, as his closest advisor had predicted. He turned to the prescient Hakuan then, his smile wide. "This is why I keep you beside me," he said, though he doubted that the shaman, deep in the throes of casting a spell he had prepared precisely for that eventuality, even heard him. The sight of a ridden Pegasus over the previous battle with the elves had greatly angered Grguch, for he had thought on that occasion that his ambush had the raiding group fooled. The flyer had precipitated the elves' escape, Grguch believed, and so he had feared it would happen again, and worse, feared that an elf on high might discover the vulnerable Clan Carrick as well. Hakuan had given him his answer, and that answer played out in full as the shaman lifted his arms skyward and shouted the last few words of his spell. The air before Hakuan's lips shuddered, a wave of shocking energy blaring forth, distorting images like a rolling ball of water or extreme heat rising from hot stone. Hakuan's spell exploded around the dodging elf and Pegasus, the air itself trembling and quaking in shockwaves that buffeted and battered both rider and mount. Hakuan turned a superior expression his beloved chieftain's way, as if to report simply, "Problem solved." Inavindal didn't know what hit her, and perhaps more importantly, hit Sunset. They held motionless for a heartbeat, sudden, crackling gusts battering them from all sides. Then they were falling, dazed, but only for a short span before Sunset spread his wings and caught the updrafts. But they were lower again, too near the ground, and with all momentum stolen. No skill, in rider or in mount, could counter that sudden reversal. Luck alone would get them through. Sunset whinnied in pain and Inavindle felt a jolt behind her leg. She looked down to see a javelin buried deep in the Pegasus's flank, bright blood dripping out on the great steed's white coat. "Fly on!" Inavindle implored, for what choice did they have? Another spear flew past, and another sent Sunset into a sudden turn as it shot up in front of them. Inavindle hung on for all her life, knuckles whitening, legs clamping the flying horse's flanks. She wanted to reach back and pull out the javelin, which clearly dragged at the Pegasus, but she couldn't risk it in that moment of frantic twisting and dodging. The moonwood rose up before her, dark and inviting, the place she had known as her home for centuries. If she could just get there, the clerics would tend to Sunset. She got hit hard on the side and nearly thrown from her perch, unexpectedly buffeted by Sunset's right wing. It hit her again, and the horse dropped suddenly. A javelin had driven through the poor Pegasus's wing, right at the joint. Inavindle leaned forward, imploring the horse for his own sake and for hers, to fight through the pain. She got hit again, harder. Sunset managed to stop thrashing and extend his wings enough to catch the updraft and keep them moving along. As they left the copse behind, Inavindle believed that they could make it, that her magnificent Pegasus had enough determination and fortitude to get them through. She turned again to see to the javelin in Sunset's flank, or tried to. For as Inavindle pivoted in her saddle, a fiery pain shot through her side, nearly taking her from consciousness. The elf somehow settled and turned just her head, and realized then that the last buffet she had taken hadn't been from Sunset's wing, for a dart of some unknown origin hung from her hip, and she could feel it pulsing with magical energy, beating like a heart and flushing painful acid into her side. The closer line of blood pouring down Sunset's flank was her own and not the Pegasus's. Her right leg had gone completely numb, and patches of blackness flitted about her field of vision. "Fly on," she murmured to the Pegasus, though she knew that every stroke of wings brought agony to her beloved equine friend. But they had to get over the forward elf line. Nothing else mattered. Valiant Sunset rose up over the nearest trees of the moonwood, and brave Inavindle called down to her people, who she knew to be moving through the trees. "Flee to the south and west," she begged in a voice growing weaker by the syllable. "Ambush! Trap!" Sunset beat his wings again, then whinnied in pain and jerked to the left. They couldn't hold. Somewhere in the back of her mind, in a place caught between consciousness and blackness, Inavindle knew the Pegasus could not go on. She thought that the way before them was clear, but suddenly a large tree loomed where before there had been only empty space. It made no sense to her. She didn't even begin to think that a wizard might be nearby, casting illusions to deceive her. She was only dimly aware as she and Sunset plowed into the tangle of the large tree, and she felt no real pain as she and the horse crashed in headlong, tumbling and twisting in a bone-crunching descent through the branches into the ground. At one point she caught a curious sight indeed, though it hardly registered. A little-aged gnome with only slight tufts of white hair above his considerable ears and dressed in beautiful shimmering robes of purple and red sat on a branch, legs crossed at the ankles and rocking childlike back and forth, staring at her with an amused expression. Delirium, the presage to death, she briefly thought. It had to be. Sunset hit the ground first, in a twisted and broken heap, and Inavindle fell atop him, her face close to his. She heard his last breath. She died atop him. Back on the hillside, the three orcs lost sight of the elf and her flying horse long before the crash, but they had witnessed the javelin strikes, and had cheered each. "Clan Carrick!" Gnark said, punching his fist into the air, and daring to believe in that moment of elation and victory that the arrival of the half-ogres and their behemoth kin would indeed deliver all the promises of optimistic Tugwiktuk. The elves and their flying horses had been a bane to the orcs since they had come south, but would any more dare glide over the fields of the Kingdom of Many Arrows? "Carrick," Tugwiktuk agreed, clapping the chieftain on the shoulder, and pointing below. There, Grgutch stood tall, arms upraised. "Take them!" The half-ogre cried to his people. "To the forest!" With a howl and hoot that brought goosebumps to the chieftain and shamans, the warriors of Clan Carrick leaped up from their concealment and ran howling toward the forest. From the small copse to the south came the lumbering ogres, each with a throwstick resting on one shoulder, a javelin set in its Y, angled forward and up, ready to launch. The ground shook beneath their charge, and the wind itself retreated before the force of their vicious howls. "Clan Carrick!" Ungthal agreed with his two companions. "And may all the world tremble." Inavindle's warning cry had been heard, and her people trusted her judgment enough not to question the command. As word filtered through the trees, the Moonwood elves let fly one last arrow and turned to the southwest, sprinting along from cover to cover. Whatever their anger, whatever the temptation of turning back to strike at the orcs in the north, they would not ignore Inavindle. And true to their beliefs, within a matter of moments, they heard the roars from the east, and realized the trap that their companion had spied. With expert coordination, they tightened their ranks and moved toward the most defensible ground they could find. Those farthest to the east, a group of a dozen forest folk, were the first to see the charge of Clan Carrick. The enormous half-breeds ran through the trees with wild abandon and frightening speed. "Hold them," the leader of that patrol told her fellow elves. Several others looked at her incredulously, but from the majority came nothing but determination. The charge was too ferocious. The other elves moving tree to tree would be overrun. The group settled behind an ancient, broken, weather-worn wall of piled stones. Exchanging grim nods, they set their arrows and crouched low. The first huge orcs came into sight, but the elves held their shots. More and more appeared behind the lead runners, but the elves did not break, and did not let fly. The battle wasn't about them, they understood, but about their kin fleeing behind them. The nearest Clan Carrick warriors were barely 5 strides from the rock wall when the elves popped up as one, lowered their bows in unison and launched a volley of death. Orcs shrieked and fell, and the snow before the wall was splattered with red. More arrows went out, but more and more orcs came on. And leaping out before those orcs came a small flaming sphere, and the elves knew what it portended. As one, they crouched and covered against the fireball, one that, in truth, did more damage to the front rank of the charging orcs than to the covering elves, except that it interrupted the stream of the elves' defense. Clan Carrick fed on the cries of its dying members. Fear was not known among the warriors, who wanted only to die in the service of Grumsh and Grguch. In a frenzy they defied the rain of arrows and the burning branches falling from the continuing conflagration on high. Some even grabbed their skewered companions and tugged them along as shields. Behind the wall, the elves abandoned their bows and drew out long, slender swords. In shining mail and with wind-blown cloaks, most still trailing wisps of smoke and a couple still burning, they met the charge with splendor, strength, and courage. But Grguch and his minions overran them and slaughtered them, and their weapons gleamed red, not silver, and their cloaks, weighted with blood, would not flap in the breeze. Grguch led the warriors through the forest a short distance farther, but he knew that he was traveling on elven ground, where defensive lines of archers would sting his warriors from the tops of hills and the boughs of trees, and where powerful spells would explode without warning. He pulled up and raised his open hand, a signal to halt the charge, then he motioned to the south, sending a trio of ogres forward. "Take their heads," he ordered to his orcs, and nodded back to the stone wall. "We'll pike them along the western bank of the river to remind the fairy folk of their mistake." Up ahead, some distance already, an ogre cried out in pain. Grguch nodded his understanding, knowing that the elves would regroup quickly, that they probably already had. He looked around at his charges and grinned. "To the river," he ordered, confident that his point had been made, to Clan Carrick and to the 3 emissaries who had brought them forth from their tunnels under the spine of the world. He didn't know about the 4th non-Carrick onlooker, of course, who had played a role in it all. Jack was back in his Jaculi form, wrapped around the limb of a tree, watching it all unfold around him with mounting curiosity. He would have to have a long talk with Hakuun, and soon, he realized, and he felt a bit of joy then that he had followed Clan Carrick out of the Underdark. He had long forgotten about the wide world and the fun of mischief. Besides, he'd never liked elves. Tugwig-Tuk, Umthal, and Nark beamed with toothy grins as they made their way back to orc-held lands. "We have brought forth the fury of Grumsh," Nark said when the trio stood on the western bank of the Serbrin, looking back east at the moonwood. The sun was low behind them, dusk falling, and the forest took on a singular appearance, as if its tree line was the defensive wall of an immense castle. "It will remind King Abood of our true purpose," Umthal posited. "Or he will be replaced," said Tugwig-Tuk. The other 2 didn't even wince at those words, spoken openly. Not after seeing the cunning, the ferocity, and the power of Grguch and Clan Carrick. Barely 20 feet north of their position, an elf head staked upon a tall pike swayed in the wind. Albondiel's heart sank when he spotted the flash of white against the forest ground. At first he thought it just another patch of snow, but as he came around one thick tree and gained a better vantage point, he realized the truth. Snow didn't have feathers. "Raelian," he called in a voice breaking on every syllable. Time seemed to freeze for the shocked elf, as if half the day slid by, but in only a few moments, Raelian was at Albondiel's side. "Sunset," Raelian whispered and moved forward. Albondiel summoned his courage and followed. He knew what they would find. Inavindel still lay atop the Pegasus, her arms wrapped around Sunset's neck, her face pressed close to his. From Albondiel's first vantage point when he came around the tree that had abruptly ended Inavindel and Sunset's flight, the scene was peaceful and serene, almost as if his friend had fallen asleep atop her beloved equine friend. Scanning farther down, though, revealed the truth, revealed the blood and the gigantic javelins, the shattered wings and the magical wound of dissolved flesh behind Inavindel's hip. Raelian bent over the dead elf and gently stroked her thick hair, and ran his other hand over the soft and muscled neck of Sunset. "They were ready for us," he said. "Ready?" said Albondiel, shaking his head and wiping the tears from his cheeks. "More than that. They lured us. They anticipated our counterstrike. They are orcs. Raelian protested, rising fast and turning away. He brought his arms straight out before him, then slowly moved them out wide to either side then behind him, arching his back and lifting his face to the sky as he went. It was a ritual movement, often used in times of great stress and anguish, and Raelian ended by issuing a high-pitched keen toward the sky, a protest to the gods for the pain visited upon his people that dark day. He collected himself quickly, his grief thrown out for the moment, and spun back at Albondiel, who still kneeled, stroking Inavindal's head. Orcs, Raelian said again. Have they become so sophisticated in their methods? They have always been cunning, Albondiel replied. They know too much of us, Raelian protested. Then we must change our tactics. But Raelian was shaking his head. It is more, I fear. Could it be that they are guided by a dark elf who knows how we fight? We do not know that, Albondiel cautioned. This was a simple ambush, perhaps. One ready for Inavindal and sunset. By design or by coincidence? You assume much. Raelian knelt beside his friends, living and dead. Can we afford not to? Albondiel pondered that for a few moments. We should find Tosun. We should get word to Mithril Hall, said Raelian. To Drizzt Duerden, who will grieve for Inavindal and sunset. He will understand better the methods of Tosun, and has already vowed to find the drow. A shadow passed over them, drawing their attention skyward. Sunrise circled above them, tossing his head and crying out pitifully for the lost Pegasus. Albondiel looked at Raelian and saw tears streaking his friend's face. He looked back up at the Pegasus, but could hardly make out the flying horse through the glare of his own tears in the morning sunlight. Get Drizzt, he heard himself whisper. Chapter. Misdirecting clues. Pack it up and move it out, Bruenor grumbled, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. He snatched up his axe, wrapping his hand around the handle just under the well-worn head. He prodded the hard ground with it as if it were a walking stick as he moved away from the group. Thibbledorfpuent, wearing much of his lunch in his beard and on his armor, hopped up right behind, eager to be on his way, and Cordio and Torgar similarly rose to Bruenor's call, though with less enthusiasm, even with a wary glance to each other. Regis just gave a sigh and looked down at the remainder of his meal, a slab of cold beef wrapped with flattened bread, and with a bowl of thick gravy and a biscuit on the side. Always in a hurry, the halfling said to Drizzt, who helped him re-wrap the remaining food. Bruenor is nervous, said Drizzt, and anxious. Because he fears more monsters? Because these tunnels are not to his expectations or to his liking, the drow explained, and Regis nodded at the revelation. They had come into the hole expecting to find a tunnel to the dwarven city of Gauntlgrim, and at first, after their encounter with the strange beasts, things had seemed pretty much as they had anticipated, including a sloping tunnel with a worked wall. The other side seemed more natural stone and dirt, as were the ceiling and floor, but that one wall had left no doubt that it was more than a natural cave, and the craftsmanship evident in the fitted stones made Bruenor and the other dwarves believe that it was indeed the work of their ancestors. But that tunnel hadn't held its promise or its course, and though they were deeper underground, and though they still found fragments of old construction, the trail seemed to be growing cold. Drizzt and Regis moved quickly to close the distance to the others. With the monsters about, appearing suddenly from the shadows as if from nowhere, the group didn't dare separate. That presented a dilemma 100 feet along. When Bruenor led them all into a small chamber they quickly recognized to be a hub, with no fewer than 6 tunnels branching out from it. Well, there ye be. Bruenor cried, hefting his axe and punching it into the air triumphantly. Ain't no river or burrowing beast made this plaza. Looking around, it was hard for Drizzt to disagree, for other than one side, where dirt had collapsed into the place, the chamber seemed perfectly circular, and the tunnels too equidistant for it to be a random design. Torgar fell to his knees and began digging at the hard-packed dirt, and his progress multiplied many times over when Puent dropped down beside him and put his spiked gauntlets to work. In a few moments, the battle-ridger scraped stone, and as he worked his way out to the sides, it became apparent that the stone was flat. A paver, Torgar announced. Gauntlgrim, Bruenor said to Drizzt and Regis with an exaggerated wink. Never doubt an old dwarf. Another one, Puent announced. Sure, and the whole place is full o' them, said Bruenor. It's a trading hub for caravans, or I'm a bearded gnome. Yourself's knowing that, he said to Torgar, and the Mirabaran dwarf nodded. Drizzt looked past the 3 dwarves to the 4th, Cordio, who had moved to the wall between a pair of the tunnels and was scraping at the wall. The dwarf nodded as his knife sank in deeper along a crease in the stone behind the accumulated dirt and mud, revealing a vertical line. What do ye know? Bruenor asked, leading Torgar and Thibbledorf over to the cleric. A moment later, as Cordio broke away a larger piece of the covering grime, it became apparent to all that the cleric had found a door. After a few moments, they managed to clear it completely, and to their delight they were able to pry it open, revealing a single-roomed structure behind it. Part of the back left corner had collapsed, taking a series of shelves down with it, but other than that, the place seemed frozen in time. Dwarven, Bruenor was saying as Drizzt moved to the threshold. The dwarf stood off to the side of the small door, examining a rack holding a few ancient metal artifacts. They were tools or weapons, obviously, and Bruenor appended one to examine its head, which could have been the remnants of a polearm, or even a hoe, perhaps. Might be dwarven, Torgar agreed, examining the shorter-handled item beside the one Bruenor had lifted, one showing the clear remains of a spade. Too old to know for sure. Dwarven, Bruenor insisted. He turned and let his gaze encompass the whole of the small house. All the place is dwarven. The others nodded, more because they couldn't disprove the theory than because they had reached the same conclusions. The remnants of a table and a pair of chairs might well have been dwarf-made, and seemed about the right size for the bearded folk. Cordio moved around those items to a hearth, and as he began clearing the debris from it and scraping at the stone, that, too, seemed to bolster Bruenor's argument. For there was no mistaking the craftsmanship evident in the ancient fireplace. The bricks had been so tightly set that the passage of time had done little to diminish the integrity of the structure, and indeed it seemed as if, with a bit of cleaning, the companions could safely light a fire. Drizzt, too, noted that hearth, and paid particular heed to the shallowness of the fireplace, and the funnel shape of the side walls, widening greatly into the room. The plaza's a forward post for the city, Bruenor announced as they began moving back out. So I'm guessing that the city's opposite the tunnel we just came down. In the lead, said Pwent, heading that way at once. Good guess on the door, Bruenor said to Cordio, and he patted the cleric on the shoulder before he and Torgar started off after the battle ridger. It wasn't a guess, Drizzt said under his breath, so that only Regis could hear. And Cordio, for the dwarf glanced back at Drizzt, his expression seeming rather sour, Regis thought, then moved off after his king, muttering, wouldn't need pavers this far down. Regis looked from him to Drizzt, his expression begging answers. It was a freestanding house, and not a reinforced cave dwelling, Drizzt explained. Regis glanced around. You think there are others, separating the exit tunnels? Probably. And what does that mean? There were many freestanding houses in the bowels of Mirabar. Not so uncommon a thing in underground cities. True enough, Drizzt agreed. Menzoberranzan is comprised of many similar structures. Cordio's expression spoke of some significance, the halfling remarked. If this type of structure is to be expected, then why did he wear a frown? Did you note the fireplace? Drizzt asked. Dwarven, Regis replied. Perhaps. What's wrong? The fireplace was not a cooking pit, primarily, Drizzt explained. It was designed to throw heat into the room. Regis shrugged, not understanding. We are far enough underground so that the temperature hardly varies, Drizzt informed him, and started off after the others. Regis paused for just a moment, and glanced back at the revealed structure. Should we search this area more completely? The halfling asked. Follow Bruenor, Drizzt replied. We will have our answers soon enough. They kept their questions unspoken as they hurried to join up with the four dwarves, which took some time, for the excited Bruenor led them down the tunnel at a hurried pace. The tunnel widened considerably soon after, breaking into what seemed to be a series of parallel tracks of varying widths continuing in the same general direction. Bruenor moved without hesitation down the centermost of them, but they found it to be a moot choice anyway, since the tunnels interconnected at many junctures. What they soon discerned was that this wasn't so much a series of tunnels as a singular pathway, broken up by pillars, columns, and other structures. At one such interval, they came upon a low entrance, capped diagonally by a structure that had obviously been made by skilled masons, for the bricks could still be seen, and they held fast despite the passage of centuries and the apparent collapse of the building, which had sent it crashing to the side into another wall. Could be a shaft, pitched for a fast descent, Bruenor remarked. It's a building that tipped, Cordio argued, and Bruenor snorted and waved his hand dismissively. But Torgar, who had moved closer, said, Aye, it is. He paused and looked up. And one that fell a long way. Or slid. And how are ye knowin' that? Bruenor asked, and there was no mistaking the hint of defiance. He was catching on, obviously, that things weren't unfolding the way he'd anticipated. Torgar was already motioning them over, and began pointing out the closest corner of the structure, where the edge of the bricks had been rounded, but not by tools. We see this in Mirabar all the time, Torgar explained, running a fat thumb over the corner. Wind wore it round. This place was under the sky, not under the rock. There's wind in some tunnels, said Bruenor. Currents and such blowin' down strong from above. Torgar remained unconvinced. This building was up above, he said, shaking his head, for years and years afore it fell under. Bah! Bruenor snorted. Yuri guessin'. Might be that Gauntlgrim had an above-ground market, Cordio interjected. Drizzt looked at Regis and rolled his eyes, and as the dwarves moved off, the halfling grabbed Drizzt by the sleeve and held him back. You don't believe that Gauntlgrim had an above-ground market? He asked. Gauntlgrim? Drizzt echoed skeptically. You don't believe, More than the market of this place was above ground, I fear, said Drizzt. Much more. And Cordio and Torgar see it, too. But not Bruenor, said Regis. It will be a blow to him. One he is not ready to accept. You think this whole place was a city above ground? Regis stated. A city that sank into the tundra? Let us follow the dwarves. We will learn what we will learn. The tunnels continued on for a few hundred more feet, but the group came to a solid blockage, one that sealed off all of the nearby corridors. Torgar tapped on that wall repeatedly with a small hammer, listening for echoes, and after inspecting it at several points in all the tunnels, announced to the troop, there's a big open area behind it. I'm knowin' it. Forges? Bruenor asked hopefully. Torgar could only shrug. Only one way we're going to find out, me king, but. So they set their camp right there, down the main tunnel at the base of the wall, and while Drizzt and Regis went back up the tunnel some distance to keep watch back near the wider areas, the four dwarves devised their plans for safely excavating. Soon after they had shared their next meal, the sound of hammers rang out against the stone, none more urgent than Bruenor's own. Chapter. Nezim's Pride. I had hoped to find the woman before we crossed the last expanse to Nezim, Wulfgar remarked to Catti. Their caravan had stopped to resupply at a nondescript, unnamed cluster of houses still a couple of days' travel from their destination, and the last such scheduled stop on their journey. There are still more settlements, Catti reminded him, for indeed, the drivers had told them that they would pass more secluded lodges in the next 2 days. The houses of hunters and loners, Wulfgar replied. No place is appropriate for Catti to remain with Coulson, unless all the refugees remained together and decided to begin their own community. Wulfgar replied with a knowing smile, a reflection of Cattibri's own feelings on the subject, to be sure. She knew as Wulfgar knew that they would find Catti Cooperson and Coulson in Nezim. 2 days, Catti said. In 2 days, you will have Coulson in your arms once more. Where she belongs. Wulfgar's grim expression, even a little wince, caught her by surprise. We have heard of no tragedies along the road, Catti added. If the caravan bearing Catti and the others had been attacked, word would have already spread through these outposts. Since we are so close, we can say with confidence that Catti and Coulson reached Nezim safely. Still, I have no love of the place, he said, and no desire to see the likes of Galen Firth or his prideful companions ever again. Catti moved closer and put her hand on Wulfgar's shoulder. We will collect the child and be gone, she said. Quickly and with few words. We come with the backing of Mithril Hall, and to Mithril Hall we will return with your child. Wulfgar's face was unreadable, though that, of course, only reaffirmed Cattibri's suspicions that something was amiss. The caravan rolled out of the village before the next dawn, wheels creaking against the uneven strain of the perpetually muddy ground. As they continued west, the Trollmoors, the fetid swamp of so many unpleasant beasts, seemed to creep up toward them from the south. But the drivers and those more familiar with the region appeared unconcerned, and were happy to explain, often, that things had quieted since the rout of the trolls by Illustrial's knights in silver and the brave riders of Nezim. The road's safer than it's been in more than a decade, the lead driver insisted. More's the pity, one of the regulars from the second wagon answered loudly. I've been hoping a few trolls or bog blokes might show their ugly faces, just so I can watch the work of King Bruenor's kids. That brought a cheer from all around, and a smile did widen on Cattibri's face. She looked to Wulfgar. If he had even heard the remarks, he didn't show it. Wulfgar and Cattibri weren't really sure what they might find when their caravan finally came into view of Nezim, but they knew at once that it was not the same town through which they had traveled on their long-ago journey to rediscover Mithril Hall. Anticipated images of ruined and burned-out homes and shoddy, temporary shelters did not prepare them for the truth of the place. For Nezim had risen again already, even through the cold winds of winter. Most of the debris from the troll rampage had been cleared, and newer buildings, stronger, taller, and with thicker walls, replaced the old structures. The double wall surrounding the whole of the place neared completion, and was particularly fortified along the southern borders, facing the Trollmoors. Contingents of armed and armored riders patrolled the town, meeting the caravan far out from the new and larger gate. Nezim was alive again, a testament to the resiliency and determination, and sheer stubbornness that had marked the frontiers of human advancement throughout Faerun. For all of their rightful negativity toward the place, given their reception those years before, neither Wulfgar nor Cattibri could hide their respect. So much like 10 towns, Cattibri quietly remarked as their wagon neared the gate. They will not bend. Wolfgar nodded his agreement, slightly, but he was clearly distracted as he continued to stare at the town. They've more people now than before the trolls, Catti said, repeating something the caravan drivers had told the both of them earlier along the road. Twice the number, say some. Wolfgar didn't blink and didn't look her way. She sensed his inner turmoil, and knew that it wasn't about Coulson. Not only, at least. She tried one last time to engage him, saying, Nezem might inspire other towns to grow along the road to Silvery Moon, and won't that be a fitting response to the march of the murderous trolls? It may well be that the northern border will grow strong enough to build a militia that can press into the swamp and be rid of the beasts once and for all. It might, said Wolfgar, in such a tone as to show Catti that he hadn't even registered that, to which he agreed. The town gates, towering barriers thrice the height of a tall man and built of strong blackbark logs banded together with heavy straps of metal, groaned in protest as the sentries pulled them back to allow the caravan access to the town's open courtyard. Beyond that defensive wall, Wolfgar and Catti could see that their initial views of Nezem were no illusion, for indeed the town was larger and more impressive than it had been those years before. It had an official barracks to support the larger militia, a long, two-story building to their left along the defensive southern wall. Before them loomed the tallest structure in town, aside from a singular tower that was under work somewhere in the northwestern quadrant. 24 steps led off the main plaza where the wagons parked, directly west of the eastern-facing gates. At the top of those steps ran a pair of parallel, narrow bridges, just a short and defensible expanse, to the impressive front of the new Nesmian town hall. Like all the rest of the town, the building was under construction, but like most of the rest, it was ready to stand against any onslaught the Trollmoors in the south, or King Abood in the north, might throw against it. Wolfgar hopped down from the back of the wagon, then helped Catti to the ground so that she didn't have to pressure her injured hip. She spent a moment standing there, using his offered arm for support, as she stretched the tightness out of her pained leg. The Foki seat could be anywhere in the town, their wagon driver said to them, walking over and speaking quietly. He alone among the caravan had been in on the real reason Wolfgar and Catti were journeying to Nezem, for fear that someone else might gossip and send word to Catti and her friends to flee ahead of their arrival. They'll not be in any common rooms, as he saw in Silvery Moon, for Nezem is being built right around the new arrivals. More than half the folk you'll find here just came from other parts, mostly from lands Abood's darkened with his hordes. Them and some of the knights in silver, who remained with the lady's blessing so that they could get closer to where the fighting's likely to be, but... Surely there are scribes making note of who's coming in and where they're settling, said Catti. If so, you'll find them in there, said the driver, motioning toward the impressive town hall. If not, your best chance is in frequenting the taverns after work's done. Most all the workers find their way to those places, and there are only a few such establishments, and they're all together on one avenue near the southwestern corner. If any knowing of Catti, there's the place to find them. Word spread fast through Nezem that the arriving caravan had carried with it a couple of extraordinary guards. When the whispers of Catti and Wolfgar reached the ears of Catti Cooperson's fellow refugees, they knew at once that their friend was in jeopardy. So by the time Wolfgar and Catti had made their way to the tavern avenue, a pair of concerned friends had whisked Catti and Coulson to the barracks area and the separate house of the town's current leader, Galen Firth. He's come to take the child, Tiger Reth explained to Galen, while his friend Romjuel kept Catti and Coulson out in the anteroom. Galen Firth settled back in his chair behind his desk, digesting it all. It had come as a shock to him, and not a pleasant one, that the human prince and princess of Mithril Hall had arrived in his town. He had assumed it to be a diplomatic mission, and given the principles involved, he had suspected that it wouldn't be a friendly one. Mithril Hall had suffered losses for the sake of Nezem in the recent battles. Could it be that King Bruenor sought some sort of recompense? Galen had never been friendly with the dwarves of Mithril Hall or with these two. You cannot let him have her, Tiger implored the Nesmian leader. What is his claim? Galen asked. Begging your pardon, sir, but Catti's been seeing to the girl since she left Mithril Hall. She's taken Coulson as her own child, and she's been hurt. The child, No, Catti, sir, Tiger explained. She's lost her own, all her own. And the child is Wolfgar's? No, not really. He brought the girl to Mithril Hall, with Deli, but then Deli gave her to Catti. With or without Wolfgar's agreement? Who's to say? Wolfgar, I would assume. But? You assume that Wolfgar has come here to take the child, but could it be that he is merely passing through to check up on her? Galen asked. Or might it be that he is here for different reasons? Would he even know that your friend Catti decided to settle in Nezem? I can't be saying for sure, sir. So you presume. Very well, then. Let Catti stay here for now until we can determine why Wolfgar has come. Oh, and I thank you for that. But make no mistake, good Tiger, if Wolfgar's claim is true and he wants the child back, I am bound to honor his claim. Your pardon, sir, but Catti's got 20 folk with her. Good strong hands, who know the frontier and who know how to fight. Are you threatening me? No, sir. Tiger was quick to reply. But if Nezem is not to protect our own, then how are our own to stay in Nezem? What are you asking? Galen replied, standing up forcefully. Am I to condone kidnapping? Is Nezem to become an outpost for criminals? It's not so simple as that, is all, said Tiger. Deli Kurdi gave the girl to Kadi, so she's no kidnapper, and not without claim. That settled Galen Firth back a bit. He couldn't keep the disdain from his face, for it was not a fight he wanted to entertain just then. Clan Battlehammer and Nezem were not on good terms, despite the fact that the dwarves had sent warriors down to help the Nezmians. In the subsequent sorting of events, the rebuilding of Nezem had taken precedence over King Bruenner's desire to take the war back to Abood, something that had clearly simmered behind the angry eyes of the fiery dwarf. And there remained that old issue of the treatment Bruenner and his friends, including Wolfgar and the drow elf Drizzt, had met with on their initial pass through Nezem those years ago, an unpleasant confrontation that had set Galen Firth and the dwarf at odds. Neither could Galen Firth keep the wry grin from breaking through his otherwise solemn expression on occasion as he pondered the possibilities. He couldn't deny that there would be a measure of satisfaction in causing grief to Wolfgar, if the opportunity presented itself. Who knows that you came here? Galen asked. Tiger looked at him curiously. To Nezem? Who knows that you and your friend brought Kadi and the child here to me? Some of the others who crossed the Serbrin beside us. And they will not speak of it? No, said Tiger. Not a one of us wants to see the child taken from Kadi Cooperson. She's suffered terribly, and now she's found peace, and one that's better for the girl than anything Wolfgar might be offering. Wolfgar is a prince of Mithril Hall, Galen reminded. A man of great wealth, no doubt. And Mithril Hall is no place for a man, or a girl, particularly a girl. Tiger argued. Good enough for them dwarves, and good for them. But it's no place for a human girl to grow. Galen Firth rose up from his seat. Keep her here, he instructed. I will go and see my old friend Wolfgar. Perhaps he is here for reasons other than the girl. And if he is? Then you and I never had this discussion, Galen explained. He set a pair of guards outside the anteroom, with orders that no one should enter, and he gathered up a couple of others in his wake as he headed out across the darkening town to the taverns and the common rooms. As he expected, he found Wolfgar and Cadibri in short order, sitting at a table near the bar of the largest of the taverns, and listening more than speaking. You have come to join our garrison, Galen said with great exaggeration as he approached. I always welcome strong arms and a deadly bow. Wolfgar and Cadibri turned to regard him, their faces, particularly the large barbarians, hardening upon recognition. We have need for a garrison of our own in Mithril Hall, Cadibri replied politely. The orcs have not been pushed back, Wolfgar added, his sharp tone reminding Galen Firth that Galen himself, and his insistence on Nezem taking precedence, had played no minor role in the decision to not dislodge King Abood. The other folk in the town knew that as well, and didn't miss the reference, and all in the tavern hushed as Galen stood before the two adopted children of King Bruenner Battlehammer. Everything in its time, Galen replied, after looking around to ensure his support. The silver marches are stronger now that Nezem has risen from the ruins. A cheer started around him, and he raised his voice in proclamation, for never again will the trolls come forth from the mud to threaten the lands west of Silverymoon or the southern reaches of your own Mithril Hall. Wolfgar's jaw tightened even more at the notion that Nezem was serving as Mithril Hall's vanguard, particularly since Mithril Hall's efforts had preserved what little had remained of Nezem's population. Which was exactly the effect Galen Firth had been hoping for, and he grinned knowingly as Cadibri put her hand on Wolfgar's enormous forearm in an effort to keep him calm. We had no word that we would be so graced, Galen said. Is it customary among Clan Battlehammer for emissaries to arrive unannounced? We are not here on the business of Bruenner, said Cadibri, and she motioned for Galen Firth to sit down beside her, opposite Wolfgar. The man did pull out the chair, but he merely turned it and put his foot up on it, which made him tower over the two even more. Until, that is, Wolfgar rose to his feet, his nearly 7-foot frame, his giant shoulders, stealing that advantage. But Galen didn't back down. He stared hard at Wolfgar, locking the man's gaze. Then why? He asked, his voice lower and more insistent. We came in as sentries for a caravan, Cadibri said. Galen glanced down at her. The children of Bruenner hire out as mercenaries? Volunteers doing our part in the collective effort, Cadibri answered. It was a way to serve others as we served our own needs, Wolfgar said. To come to Nezem? Asked Galen. Yes. Why, if not for Brew? I have come to find a girl, Coulson, who was taken from Mithril Hall, Wolfgar stated. Taken? Wrongly? Yes. Behind Wolfgar, several people bustled about. Galen recognized them as friends of Tiger and Cotty, and expected that there might soon be trouble, which he didn't think so dire a possibility. In truth, the man was interested in testing his strength against that of the legendary Wolfgar, and besides, he had enough guards nearby to ensure that there would be no real downside to any brawl. How is it that a child was abducted from Mithril Hall, he asked, and ferried across the river by Bruenner's own? What dastardly plot turned that result? The girl's name is Coulson, Catti intervened, as Wolfgar and Galen Firth leaned in closer toward each other. We have reason to believe that she has come to Nezem. In fact, that seems most assured. There are children here, Galen Firth admitted, brought in with the various groups of displaced people, who have come to find community and shelter, but no one can deny that Nezem has opened her gates to those in need, Catti replied, and Wolfgar shot a glare her way. A mutually beneficial arrangement for a town that grows more grand by the day. But there is a child here that does not belong in Nezem, nor to the woman who brought her here, Wolfgar insisted. I have come to retrieve that girl. Someone moved fast behind Wolfgar, and he spun, quick as an elf. He brought his right arm across, sweeping aside a two-handed grab by one of Cotty's friends, then turned the arm down, bringing the fool's arms with it. Wolfgar's left hand snapped out and grabbed the man by the front of his tunic. In the blink of an astonished eye, Wolfgar had the man up in the air, fully 2 feet off the ground, and shook him with just the one hand. The barbarian turned back on Galen Firth, and with a flick of his arm sent the shaken fool tumbling aside. Coulson is leaving with me. She was wrongly taken, and though I bear no ill will, he paused and turned to let his penetrating gaze sweep the room to any of those who were with the woman to whom she was entrusted, and no ill will toward the woman herself, surely not, I will leave with the girl rightfully returned. How did she get out of Mithril Hall, a fortress of dwarves? An increasingly annoyed Galen Firth asked. Deli Curdy, said Wolfgar. Wife of Wolfgar, Catti explained. Was she not then this child's mother? Adopted mother, as Wolfgar is Coulson's adopted father, said Catti. Galen Firth snorted, and many in the room muttered curses under their breath. Deli Curdy was under the spell of a powerful and evil weapon, Catti explained. She did not surrender the child of her own volition. Then she should be here to swear to that very thing. She is dead, said Wolfgar. Killed by Aboud's orcs, Catti added. For after she handed the child to Cotty Cooperson, she ran off to the north, to the orc lines, where she was found, murdered and frozen in the snow. Galen Firth did grimace a bit at that, and the look he gave to Wolfgar was almost one tinged with sympathy. Almost. The weapon controlled her, said Catti, both in surrendering the child and in running to certain doom. It is a most foul blade. I know well, for I carried it for years. That brought more murmurs from around the room and a look of astonishment from Galen. And what horrors did Catti perpetrate under the influence of such a sentient evil? None, for I controlled the weapon. It did not control me. But Deli Curdy was made of stuff less stern, said Galen Firth. She was no warrior. She was not raised by dwarves. Galen Firth didn't miss the pointed reminder of both facts, of who these two were and what they had behind their claim. He nodded and pondered the words for a bit, then replied, It is an interesting tale. It is a demand that will be properly answered, said Wolfgar, narrowing his blue eyes and leaning even more imposingly toward the leader of Nezem. We do not ask you to adjudicate. We tell you the circumstance and expect you to give back the girl. You are not in Mithril Hall, son of Bruenner, Galen Firth replied through gritted teeth. You deny me? Wolfgar asked, and it seemed to all that the barbarian was on the verge of a terrible explosion. His blue eyes were wide and wild. Galen didn't back down, though he surely expected an attack. And again Catti intervened. We came to Nezem as sentries on a caravan from Silvery Moon, as a favor to Lady Illustrial, she explained, turning her shoulder and putting her arm across the table to block Wolfgar, though of course she couldn't hope to slow his charge, should it come. For it was Lady Illustrial, friend of King Bruenner Battlehammer, friend of Drizzt Duerden, friend of Wolfgar and of Catti, who told us that Coulson would be found in Nezem. Galen Firth tried to hold steady, but he knew he was giving ground. For she knows Coulson well, and while she knows of Coulson's rightful father, Wolfgar, Catti went on. When she heard our purpose in traveling to Silvery Moon, she put all of her assets at our disposal, and it was she who told us that Cotty Cooperson and Coulson had traveled to Nezem. She wished us well on our travels, and even offered to fly us here on her fiery chariot, but we felt indebted and so we agreed to travel along with the caravan and serve as sentries. Would not a desperate father take the quicker route? Asked Galen Firth, and around him, heads bobbed in agreement. We did not know that the caravan bearing Coulson made it to Nezem, or whether perhaps the hardy and good folk accompanying the child decided to debark earlier along the road. And that is not for you to decide in any case, Galen Firth. Do you deny Wolfgar's rightful claim? Would you have us go back to Lady Illustrial and tell her that the proud folk of Nezem would not accede to the proper claim of Coulson's own father? Would you have us return at once to Silvery Moon and to Mithril Hall with word that Galen Firth refused to give Wulfgar his child? Adopted child, remarked one of the men across the way. Galen Firth didn't register that argument. The man had thrown him some support, but only because he obviously needed it at that moment. That poignant reminder had him squaring his shoulders, but he knew that Catti-brie had delivered a death blow to his obstinacy. For he knew that she spoke the truth, and that he could ill afford to anger the Lady of Silvery Moon. Whatever might happen between King Bruenor and Galen would not likely ill affect Nezim, for the dwarves would not come south to do battle, but for Lady Illustrial to take King Bruenor's side was another matter entirely. Nezim needed Silvery Moon's support. No caravan would travel to Nezim that did not originate in, or at least pass through, the city of Lady Illustrial. Galen Firth was no fool. He did not doubt the story of Catti-brie and Wulfgar, and he had seen clearly the desperation on Catti Cooperson's face when he had left her in the barracks. That type of desperation was born of knowing that she had no real claim, that the child was not hers. For of course, Coulson was not. Galen Firth looked over his shoulder to his guards. "Go and fetch Catti Cooperson and the girl," he said. Protests erupted around the room, with men shaking their fists in the air. "The child is mine!" Wulfgar shouted at them, turning fiercely, and indeed, all of those in front stepped back. "Would any of you demand any less if she was yours?" "Catti is our friend," one man replied, rather meekly. "She means the girl no harm." "Fetch your own child, then," said Wulfgar. "Relinquish her, or him, to me in trade." "What foolish words are those?" "Words to show you your own folly," said the big man. "However good Catti Cooperson's heart, and I do not doubt your claim that she is worthy both as a friend and a mother, I cannot surrender to her a girl that is my own. I have come for Coulson, and I will leave with Coulson, and any man who stands in my way would do well to have made his peace with his god." He snapped his arm in the air before him and called to Aegis Fong, and the mighty warhammer appeared magically in his grasp. With a flick, Wulfgar rapped the hammer atop a nearby table, shattering all four legs and dropping the kindling to the floor. Galen Firth gasped in protest, and the one guard behind him reached for his sword and stared down the length of an arrow set on Catti-brie's Talmaril. "Which of you will come forward and deny my claim to Coulson?" Wulfgar asked the group, and not surprisingly, his challenge was met with silence. "You will leave my town," Galen Firth said. "We will, on the same caravan that brought us in," Catti-brie replied, easing her bow back to a rest position as the guard relinquished his grip on the sword and raised his hands before him. "As soon as we have Coulson." "I intend to protest this to Lady Illustrial," Galen Firth warned. "When you do," said Catti-brie, "be certain to explain to Lady Illustrial how you almost incited a riot and a tragedy by playing the drama out before the hot humors of men and women who came to your town seeking naught but refuge and a new home. Be certain to tell Lady Illustrial of Silvery Moon of your discretion, Galen Firth, and we will do likewise with King Bruenor." "I grow tired of your threats," Galen Firth said to her, but Catti-brie only smiled in reply. "And I long ago tired of you," Wulfgar said to the man. Behind Galen Firth, the tavern door opened, and in came Catti Cooperson holding Coulson and pulled along by a guard. Outside the door two men jostled with another pair of guards, who would not let them enter. The question of Wulfgar's claim was answered the moment Coulson came into the room. "Da!" the toddler cried, verily leaping out of Catti's grasp to get to the man she had known as her father for all her life. She squealed and squirmed and reached with both her arms for Wulfgar, calling for her da. Over and over again. He rushed to her, dropping Aegis Fong to the ground, and took her in his arms, then gently, but forcefully, removed her from Catti's desperate grasp. Coulson made no movement back toward the woman at all, but crushed her in a desperate hug. Catti began to tremble, to cry, and her desperation grew by the second. In a few moments, she went down to her knees, wailing. And Wulfgar responded, dropping to one knee before her. With his free hand, he lifted her chin and brushed back her hair, then quieted her with soft words. "Coulson has a mother who loves her as much as you loved your own children, dear woman," he said. Behind him, Catti-brie's eyes widened with surprise. "I can take care o' her," Catti wailed. Wulfgar smiled at her, brushed her hair back again, then rose. He called Aegis Fong to his free hand and stalked past Galen Firth, snickering in defiance of the man's glare. As he went through the door, Catti's two companions, for all their verbal protests, parted before him, for few men in all the world would dare stand before Wulfgar, son of Bjorniger, a warrior whose legend had been well earned. "I will speak with our drivers," Catti-brie informed Wulfgar when they exited the inn, with a chorus of shouts and protests echoing behind them. "We should be on our way as soon as possible." "Agreed," said Wulfgar. "I will wait for the wagons to depart." Catti-brie nodded and started for the door of a different tavern, where she knew the lead driver to be. She stopped short, though, as she considered the curious answer, and turned back to regard Wulfgar. "I will not be returning to Silvery Moon," Wulfgar confirmed. "You can't be thinking of going straight to Mithril Hall with the child." The terrain is too rough, and in the hands of orcs for much of the way. The safest road back to Mithril Hall is through Silvery Moon. It is, and so you must go to Silvery Moon. Catti-brie stared at him hard. Are you planning to stay here, that Cotty Cooperson can help with Coulson? She said with obvious and pointed sarcasm. To her ultimate frustration, she couldn't read Wulfgar's expression. You've got family in the hall. I'll be there for you and for the girl. I'm knowing that it will be difficult for you without Deli, but I won't be on the road anytime soon, and be sure that the girl will be no burden to me. I will not return to Mithril Hall, Wulfgar stated bluntly, and a gust of wind would have likely knocked Catti-brie over at that moment. Her place is with her mother, Wulfgar went on. Her real mother. Never should I have taken her, but I will correct that error now, in returning her where she belongs. Orkney? Wulfgar nodded. That is halfway across the north. A journey I have oft-traveled and one not fraught with peril. Coulson has a home in Mithril Hall, Catti-brie argued, and Wulfgar was shaking his head even as the predictable words left her mouth. Not one suitable for her. Catti-brie licked her lips and looked from the girl to Wulfgar, and she knew that he might as well have been speaking about himself at that moment. How long will you be gone from us? The woman dared to ask. Wulfgar's pause spoke volumes. Ye cannot, Catti-brie whispered, seeming very much like a little girl with a dwarvish accent again. I have no choice before me, Wulfgar replied. This is not my place. Not now. Look at me. He paused and swept his free hand dramatically from his head to his feet, encompassing his gigantic frame. I was not born to crawl through dwarven tunnels. My place is the tundra. Icewind Dale, where my people roam. Catti-brie shook her head with every word, in helpless denial. Bruenor is your father, she whispered. I will love him to the end of my days, Wulfgar admitted. His place is there, but mine is not. Drizzt is your friend. Wulfgar nodded. As is Catti-brie, he said with a wistful smile. Two dear friends who have found love, at long last. Catti-brie mouthed, I'm sorry, but she couldn't bring herself to actually speak the words aloud. I am happy for you both, said Wulfgar. Truly I am. You complement each other's every movement, and I have never heard your laughter more full of contentment, nor Drizzt's. But this was not as I had wanted it. I am happy for you both, and truly. But I cannot stand around and watch it. The admission took the woman's breath away. It doesn't have to be like this, she said. Do not be sad. Wulfgar roared. Not for me. I know now where my home is, and where my destiny lies. I long for the song of Icewind Dale's chill breeze, and for the freedom of my former life. I will hunt caribou along the shores of the Sea of Moving Ice. I will battle goblins and orcs without the restraints of political prudence. I am going home, to be among my own people, to pray at the graves of my ancestors, to find a wife and carry on the line of Bjorniger. It is too sudden. Again Wulfgar shook his head. It is as deliberate as I have ever been. You have to go back and talk to Bruenor, Catti-brie said. You owe him that. Wulfgar reached under his tunic, produced a scroll, and handed it to her. You will tell him for me. My road is easier west from here than from Mithril Hall. He will be outraged. He will not even be in Mithril Hall, Wulfgar reminded. He is out to the west with Drizzt in search of Gauntlgrim. Because he is in dire need of answers, Catti-brie protested. Would you desert Bruenor in these desperate days? Wulfgar chuckled and shook his head. He is a dwarf king in a land of orcs. Every day will qualify as you describe. There will be no end to this, and if there is an end to Abood, another threat will rise from the depths of the halls, perhaps, or from Abood's successor. This is the way of things, ever and always. I leave now or I wait until the situation is settled, and it will only be settled for me when I have crossed to Warrior's Rest. You know the truth of it, he said with a disarming grin, one that Catti-brie could not dismiss. Abood today, the Drow yesterday, and something, of course something, tomorrow. That is the way of it. Wulfgar. Bruenor will forgive me, said the barbarian. He is surrounded by fine warriors and friends, and the orcs will not likely try again to capture the hall. There is no good time for me to leave, and yet I know that I cannot stay. And every day that Coulson is apart from her mother is a tragic day. I understand that now. Meralda gave the girl to you, Catti-brie reminded him. She had no choice. She was wrong. I know that now. Because Deli is dead? I am reminded that life is fragile, and often short. It is not as dark as you believe. You have many here who support. Wulfgar shook his head emphatically, silencing her. I loved you, he said. I loved you and lost you because I was a fool. It will always be the great regret of my life, the way I treated you before we were to be wed. I accept that we cannot go back, for even if you were able and willing, I know that I am not the same man. My time with Aerta left marks deep in my soul, scars I mean to erase in the winds of Icewind Dale, running beside my tribe, the tribe of the elk. I am content. I am at peace. And never have I been more certain of my road. Catti-brie shook her head with every word, in helpless and futile denial, and her blue eyes grew wet with tears. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. The 5 companions of the hall were together again, and they were supposed to stay that way for all their days. You said that you support me, and so I ask you to now, said Wulfgar. Trust in my judgment, in that I know what course I must follow. I take with me my love for you and for Drizzt and for Bruenor and for Regis. That is ever in the heart of Wulfgar. I will never let the image of you and the others fade from my thoughts, and never let the lessons I have learned from all of you escape me as I walk my road. Your road so far away. Wulfgar nodded. In the winds of Icewind Dale. Chapter. A city undwarven. The 6 companions stood just inside the opening they had carved through the stone, their mouths uniformly agape. They had their backs to the wall of a gigantic cavern that held a magnificent and very ancient city. Huge structures rose up all around them, a trio of stepped pyramids to their right and a beautifully crafted series of towers to their left, all interconnected with flying walkways, and every edge adorned with smaller spires, gargoyles, and minarets. A collection of smaller buildings sat before them, around an ancient pond that still held brackish water and many plants creeping up around its stone perimeter wall. The plants near the pool and scattered throughout the cavern, the common underdark luminous fungi, provided a minimal light beyond the torches held by Torgar and Thibbledorf, and of course Regis, who would not let his go. The pool and surrounding architecture hardly held their attention at that moment, though, for beyond the buildings loomed the grandest structure of all, a domed building, a castle, cathedral, or palace. Many stone stairs led up to the front of the place, where giant columns stood in a line, supporting a heavy stone porch. In the shadowy recesses, the 6 could make out gigantic doors. Gauntlgrim, Bruenor mouthed repeatedly, and his eyes were wet with tears. Less willing to make such a pronouncement, Drizzt instead continued to survey the area. The ground was broken, but not excessively, and he could see that the entire area had been paved with flat stones, shaped and fitted to define specific avenues winding through the many buildings. The dwarves had different sensibilities then, Regis remarked, and fittingly, Drizzt thought. Indeed, the place was unlike any dwarven city he had known. No construction under Kelvin's cairn in Icewind Dale, or in Mirabar, Felbar, or Mithril Hall, approached the height of even the smallest of the many grand structures around them, and the main building before them loomed larger even than the individual stalagmite-formed great houses of Menzoberranzan. That building was more suited to Waterdeep, he thought, or to Kalimport and the marvelous palaces of the Pashas. As the overwhelming shock and awe faded a bit, the dwarves fanned out and moved away from the wall. Drizzt focused on Torgar, who went down to one knee and began scraping between the edges of 2 flagstones. He brought up a bit of dirt and tasted it, then spat it aside, nodding his head and wearing an expression of concern. Drizzt looked ahead to Bruenor, who seemed oblivious to his companions, walking zombie-like toward the giant structure as if pulled by unseen forces. And indeed the Dwarf King was, Drizzt understood. He was tugged forward by pride and by hope, that it truly was Gauntlgrim, the fabulous city of his ancestors, glorious beyond his expectations, and that he would somehow find answers to the question of how to defeat Abood. Thibbledorf walked behind Bruenor, while Cordio moved near to Torgar, the latter two striking up a quiet conversation. One of doubt, Drizzt suspected. Is it Gauntlgrim? Regis asked the drow. We will learn soon enough, Drizzt replied and started after Bruenor. But Regis grabbed him by the arm, forcing him to turn back around. It doesn't sound like you believe it is, the halfling said quietly. Drizzt scanned the cavern, inviting Regis to follow his gaze. Have you ever seen such structures as these? Of course not. No? Drizzt asked. Or is it that you have never seen such structures as these in such an environment as this? What do you mean? Regis asked, but his voice trailed away and his eyes widened as he finished, and Drizzt knew that he had caught on. The pair scurried to catch up to Torgar and Cordio, who were fast gaining on the front too. Check the buildings as we pass, Bruenor instructed, motioning to Point and Torgar. Elf, ye take the flank, and Rumblebelly come close up to me and Cordio. As they moved by doorways, Point and Torgar alternately kicked them in, or rushed in through those that were already opened, as Bruenor continued his march, but more slowly, toward the huge structure, with Regis seemingly glued to his side. Cordio, though, kept hanging back, close enough to get to any of the other 3 dwarves in a hurry. Drizzt, moving out into the shadows on the right flank, watched them all with quick glances while focusing his attention primarily on the deeper shadows. He wanted to unravel the mystery of the place, of course, but his main concern was ensuring that no current monstrous residents of the strange city made a sudden and unexpected appearance. Drizzt had been a creature of the Underdark long enough to know that few places so full of shelter would remain uninhabited for long. A forge. Thibbledorf Point called from one building, one that had an open back, Drizzt noted, much like a smithy in the surface communities. I got me a forge. Bruenor paused for just a moment before starting again for the huge building, his grin wide and his pace quicker. The other dwarves and Regis, even the stupidly grinning Point, hurried to catch up, and by the time Bruenor put his foot on the bottom step, all five were grouped together. The stairs were wider than they were tall, and while they rose up a full 30 feet, they extended nearly twice that to Bruenor's left and right. Over at the very edge to the right, Drizzt moved fast to get up ahead of the others. Silent as a shadow and nearly invisible in the dim light, Drizzt rushed along, and Bruenor had barely taken his 10th step up when Drizzt crested the top, coming under the darker shadows of the pillared canopy. And in there, the drow saw that they were not alone, and that danger was indeed waiting for his friends, for behind one of the centermost pillars loomed a behemoth unlike any Drizzt had even seen. Tall and sinewy, the hairless humanoid was blacker than a drow, if that was possible. It stood easily thrice Drizzt's height, perhaps 4 times, and exuded an aura of tremendous power, the strength of a mountain giant, monstrous and brutish despite its lean form. And it moved with surprising speed. Perched in the rafters of the canopy behind and above Drizzt, another beast of darkness studied the approaching group. Bat-like in appearance, but huge and perfectly black, the Nightwing took note of the movements, particularly those of the drow elf and the behemoth, a fellow denizen of the Plane of Shadow, a fearsome creature known as a Nightwalker. Bruenor! Drizzt cried as the giant started moving, and at the sound of his warning the dwarves reacted at once, particularly Thibbledorf Point, who leaped defensively before his king. And when the giant, black-skinned Nightwalker appeared, 20 feet of muscle and terror, Thibbledorf Point met its paralyzing gaze with a whoop of battle-richer delight, and charged. He got about 3 strides up the stairs before the Nightwalker bent and reached forward, with long arms more akin in proportion to those of a great ape than to a human. Giant black hands clamped about the ferocious dwarf, long fingers fully engulfing him. Kicking and thrashing like a child in his father's arms, Point lifted off the ground. Behind him, Bruenor could not move quickly enough to stop the hoist, and Cordio fell to spellcasting, and Regis and Torgar didn't move at all, both of them captured by the magical gaze of the powerful giant, both of them standing and trembling and gasping for breath. That would have been the sudden end of Thibbledorf Point, surely, for the Nightwalker could turn solid stone to dust in the crush of its tremendous grasp, but from the stairs above and to the right came Drizzt Do'Urden, leaping high, scimitars drawn. He executed a vicious double slash across the upper left arm of the Nightwalker, his magical blades tearing through flesh and muscle. In its lurch, the Nightwalker dropped its left hand away, and so lost half the vice with which to crush the wildly flailing dwarf. So the behemoth took the second best option, and instead of crushing Thibbledorf Point, it flung him high and far. Point's cry changed pitch like the screech of a diving hawk, and he slammed hard against the front of the porch's canopy, some 40 feet from the ground. He somehow kept the presence of mind to smash his spiked gauntlets against that facing, and luck was with him as one caught fast in a seam in the stone and left him hanging helplessly, but very much alive. Down below, Drizzt landed on the stairs, more than a dozen feet below where he had begun his leap, and only his quickness and great agility kept him from serious harm, as he scrambled down the steps to absorb his momentum, even keeping the presence of mind to swat Torgar with the flat of one blade as he rushed past. Torgar blinked and came back to his senses, just a bit, and turned to regard the running drow. Drizzt finally stopped his run and swung around, to see Bruenor darting between the Nightwalker's legs, his axe chopping hard against one. The behemoth roared a strange and otherworldly howl that changed pitch multiple times, as if several different creatures had been given voice through the same horn. Again the Nightwalker moved with deceiving speed, twisting and turning, lifting one foot and slamming it down at the dwarf. But Bruenor saw it coming and threw himself back the other way, and even managed to whack at the other leg as he tumbled past. The Nightwalker hit only stone with its stomp, but it cracked and crushed that stone. Drizzt charged to join his friend, but noted a movement to his right that he could not dismiss. Looking past the thrashing, cursing, hanging Thibbledorf, he saw the gigantic, bat-like creature drop from the canopy, spreading black wings fully 40 feet across as it commenced its swoop. The air shimmered in front of it before it ever really began, though. It sent forth a wave of devastating magical energy that struck the drow with tremendous force. Drizzt felt his heart stop as if it had been grabbed by a giant hand. Blood came from his eyes and blackness filled his vision. He staggered and stumbled, and as the Nightwing came on, he knew he was helpless. He did see, but didn't consciously register, Thibbledorf Point curling up against the canopy, tucking his feet against the stone. Torgar Hammerstriker, proud warrior from Mirabar, whose family had served the various Marchions of Mirabar for generations, and who had bravely marched from that city to Mithril Hall, pledging allegiance to King Bruenor, could not believe his fright. Torgar Hammerstriker, who had leaped headlong into an army of orcs, who had battled giants and giant-mottled worms, who had once fought a dragon, cursed himself for being held in the paralysis of fear from the black-skinned behemoth. He saw Drizzt stagger and stumble, and noted the swoop of the giant bat-like creature. But he went for Bruenor, only for Bruenor, his king, his great axe held high. Beside him as he sped past, Cordio Muffinhead cast the first of his spells, throwing a wave of magic out at Bruenor that infused the Dwarf King with added strength so that with his next swing, his many-notched axe bit in a little deeper. Cordio, too, turned to meet the rush of the Night Wing, and deduced immediately that it had somehow rendered Drizzt helpless. The dwarf began another spell, but doubted he could cast it in time. But Thibault Dwarfpoint loosed his own type of spell, a Battle-Ridger Dwemer, indeed. With a roar of defiance, the already battered dwarf shoved off with all his strength, his powerful legs tearing free his embedded handspikes with a terrible screeching noise. Point flew out and up backward from the canopy and executed a half-twist, half-somersault as he went. He came around as the Nightwing glided under him, and he punched out, one fist after another, latching on with forged metal spikes. The Nightwing dipped under the dwarf's weight as he crashed down on its back, then it shrieked in protest. It finished with a great intake of breath, and Point felt it grow cold beneath him, not as if in death, but magically so, as if he had leaped not on a living, giant bat, but upon the great glacier itself. The Nightwing started to swing its head, but Point moved faster, tucking his chin and snapping every muscle in his body to propel himself forward and down, driving his head spike into the base of the Nightwing's skull. The sheer power of the dwarf's movement straightened the creature's head back out and facing forward as the Nightwing executed its magic, breathing a cone of freezing air before it. Unfortunately for the humanoid giant, it stood right in the path of the devastating cone of cold. The behemoth roared in protest and thrashed its arms to block the blinding and painful breath. White frost appeared all over the black skin of its head, arms, and chest, and strictly on reflex the giant punched out as the frantic Nightwing fluttered past, scoring a solid slam against the base of its wing that sent both bat and dwarf into a fast-spinning plummet. They soared over the stairs and off toward the towers, skipped off the top of one building and barreled into another, crashing down in a tangled heap. Thibault Dwarfpoint never stopped shouting, cursing, or thrashing. Drizzt fought through the pain and wiped the blurriness from his bloodied eyes. He had no time to go after Point and the giant shadowy bat. None of them did, for the black-skinned giant was far from defeated. Bruenor and Torgar raced across the stairs, swatting at the tree-like legs with their masterwork weapons, and indeed several gashes showed on those legs, and from them issued greyish ooze that smoked as it dribbled to the ground. But they would have to hit the giant 100 times to fell it, Drizzt realized, and if the behemoth connected solidly on either of them but once. Drizzt winced as the Nightwalker kicked out, just clipping the dodging Torgar, but still hitting him hard enough to send him bouncing down the stone stairs, his axe flying from his grasp. Knowing that Bruenor couldn't stand alone against the beast, Drizzt started for him, but stumbled, still weak and wounded, disoriented from the magical attack of the flying creature. The drow felt another magical intrusion then, a wave of soothing, healing energy, and as he renewed his charge Bruenor's way, he managed a quick glance, a quick nod of appreciation, to Cordio. As he did, he noted Regis simply walking away, muttering to himself, as if oblivious to the events unfolding around him. As with Point, though, the drow had no time to concern himself with it, and when he refocused on his giant target, he winced in fear, for the behemoth chopped down its huge hand, leaving a trail of blackness hanging in the air, and more than opaque, that blackness had dimension. A magical gate. And one with shapes already moving within its inviting swirls. Drizzt took heart as Bruenor scored a solid hit, nearly tripping up the giant as it lifted a foot to stomp at him. The Nightwalker howled and grabbed at its torn foot, giving Bruenor time to move safely aside, and more importantly, giving Torgar time to begin his charge back up the stairs, limping though he was. Drizzt, though, had stopped his own advance. The warnings of the priests echoing in his thoughts, the drow pulled forth his onyx figurine. He could see the dangers clearly, the instability of the region, the appearance of a gate to the plane of shadow. But as the first wraith-like form began to slide through that smoky portal, Drizzt knew they could not win without help. "Come to me, Genwavar!" he yelled, and dropped the statue to the stone. "I need you." "Drizzt, no!" Cordio cried, but it was too late, already the grey mist that would become the panther had begun to form. Torgar sprinted by the drow, taking the stairs two at a time. He veered from his path to the behemoth to intercept the first floating, shadowy creature to emerge from the gate, which resembled an emaciated human dressed in tattered dark grey robes. Torgar leaped at it with a great two-handed swipe of his axe, and the creature, a dread wraith, met that with a sweep of its arm, trailing tendrils of smoke. The axe struck home and the creature's hand slapped across the dwarf's shoulder, its permeating and numbing touch reaching into Torgar and leeching his life force. Blanching, weaker, Torgar growled through the sudden weariness and pulled back his axe, spinning a complete circuit the other way and coming around with a second chop that bludgeoned the dread wraith straight back into the smoky portal. But another was taking its place, and Torgar's legs shook beneath him. He hadn't the strength to charge, so he tried to firm himself up to meet the newest wraith's approach. Leaving Drizzt with a dilemma, to be sure, for while Torgar obviously needed his help, so did Bruenor up above, where the giant was moving deliberately, cutting off the dwarf's avenues of escape. But the choice didn't materialize, for there came a flash of blackness and time seemed to stand still for many long heartbeats. Light turned to dark and dark to light, so that the giant seemed to become a brighter gray in hue, as did Drizzt, and the dwarf's faces darkened. Everything reversed, torches flaring black, and the hush of surprise engulfed the creatures of shadow and the companions alike. Genovar's roar broke the spell. When Drizzt turned to see his beloved companion, his hope turned to horror, for Genovar, whiter than Drizzt or the behemoth, seemed only half-formed, and she elongated as she leaped for the second emerging wraith, as if she were somehow dragging her magical gait with her very form. She hit the wraith and went back into the shadow portal with it, and as those two portals merged into a weird weave of conflicting energies, there came another blinding burst of black energy. The wraith hissed in protest, and Genovar's roar flooded with pain. The behemoth howled, too, its agony obvious. The portal stretched, twisted, and reached out to grab at the gigantic creature of shadow, as if to bring it home. No, Drizzt realized, his eyes straining to make sense through the myriad of free-flowing shapes, not to bring it home but as if to engulf the giant and swallow it, and the behemoth's howls only confirmed that the assault of the twisting portals was no pleasant embrace. The giant proved the stronger, though, and the portals winked out, and the light returned to normal torch and lichen light, and all was as it had been before the giant had enacted its gate and Drizzt had responded with one of his own. Except that the behemoth was clearly wounded, clearly off balance and staggering. And not everyone had been frozen by the stunning events of the merging gates and the dizzying reversals of light and dark. Far up the stairs, King Bruenor Battlehammer seized the moment of opportunity. He came down like a rolling boulder, skipped out to the edge of a stair, and leaped as high and as far as his short legs would carry him. Drizzt charged at the behemoth, demanding its attention with a wild flurry of his blades and a piercing battle cry, and so the giant was fully focused on him when Bruenor's axe, clutched in both his hands, cracked into its spine. The behemoth threw its shoulders back in pain and surprise, its elbows tucked against its ribs, its forearms and long fingers flailing and grabbing at the empty air. Drizzt's charge became real, focused, and he went right for the giant's most obviously injured leg, his scimitars digging many lines as he quick-stepped past. The behemoth whirled to follow the movements of the drow, and Bruenor could not hold on. His axe remained deep into the giant's back as the dwarf flew off down the stairs. He crashed in a twisted mess, but Cordio was there at once, infusing him with waves of magical healing. The giant grimaced and staggered, and Drizzt easily got out of reach. He turned fast, thinking to charge right back in. But he paused when he saw a telltale mist reappearing by the small figurine lying on the stairs. The giant set itself again. It tried to reach back to extract the dwarf's axe, but the placement prevented it from getting any grip. Down below, Torgar tried to join in, but his legs gave out and he slumped to the stone. No help would come soon from Bruenor either, Drizzt could see, nor from Cordio, who attended the Dwarf King. And Regis was nowhere to be seen. Giving up on the axe, the behemoth turned its hateful glare at Drizzt. The drow felt a wave of energy flow forth, and for just an instant, he forgot where he was or what was happening. In that split second, he even thought about leaping down at the dwarves, somehow envisioning them as mortal enemies. But the spell, a dizzying enchantment of confusion, could not take hold on the veteran dark elf the way it had so debilitated Regis, and Drizzt leaped down to the side, coming to the same level as the giant, surrendering the higher ground to limit the giant's attack options. Better to force it to reach for him, he thought, and better still for it to try to stomp or kick at him. The giant did just that, lifting its leg, and Genwavar did just as Drizzt wanted and sprang upon the one planted leg, raking at the back of the behemoth's knee. In charged Drizzt, forcing the giant to twist, or try to twist, to keep pace. The drow's magical anklets allowed him to accelerate suddenly past the stomping foot, and he reversed immediately, spinning and slashing at the back of the leading leg. The giant twisted and tried to kick, but Genwavar clamped powerful jaws on the back of its knee, feline fangs tearing deep into dark muscle. That leg buckled. Arms flailing, the giant fell over backward down the stairs, landing with a tremendous, stone-crunching crash, and just missing crushing poor unconscious Torgar. Drizzt sprinted and leaped atop it, running down its length to reach its neck before it could bring its arms in to fend him off. Drizzt found less resistance than he expected, for the giant's fall had driven Bruenor's axe in all the deeper, severing its spine. The behemoth was helpless, and Drizzt showed it no mercy. He crossed its massive chest. Its head was back due to the angle of the stairs, leaving its neck fully exposed. He leaped from the gurgling, dying behemoth a moment later, landing gracefully on the stairs in full run, angling toward where the bat-like creature in Twint had tumbled. It was quiet there, the fight apparently ended, and Drizzt winced when he saw a leathery wing flop, thinking the monster still alive. But it was just Twint, he saw, grumbling as he extracted himself from the broken body. Drizzt veered back the way they'd come, thinking to go after Regis, but before he could even begin, Regis appeared between the buildings, walking back swiftly toward the group, his mace in hand, his chubby cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "It took me strength, me king," Torgar Hammerstriker was saying when Drizzt, Genwavar in tow, moved back to the three dwarves. "Like it pulled me spine right out. A wraith, explained Cordio, who was still working on the battered Bruiner, bandaging a cut along the dwarf king's scalp. Their chilling touch steals your inner strength, and it can and kill ye to death if it gets enough o' the stuff from ye. Take heart, for ye'll be fine in a short bit. As will me king? Torgar asked. Bah! Bruiner snorted. Got me a bigger bounce Fallon off me throne after a proper blessing to Moradin. A night o' the holy meats hutton me more than that thing e'er could. Torgar moved over to the dead giant and tried to lift its shoulder. He looked back at the others, shaking his head. Gonna be a chore for 10 in gettin' back your axe, he said. Then take your own and cut your way through the dern thing, Bruiner ordered. Torgar considered the giant, then looked to his great axe. He gave a and a shrug, spat in both his hands, and hoisted the weapon. Won't take long, he promised. But take care with your axe when I get it for ye, for the handle's sure to be slick. Nah, it crusts when it dries, came a voice from the side, and the group turned to regard Thibault, who certainly knew of what he spoke. For Point was covered in blood and gore from the thrashing he had given the bat-like monster, and a piece of the creature's skull was still stuck to his great head spike, with gobs of bloody brain sliding slowly down the spike's stem. To emphasize his point, Point held up his hand and clenched and unclenched his fist, making sounds both sloppy wet and crunchy. And what happened to yourself? Point demanded of Regis as the halfling approached. You find something to hit back there, did ye? I don't know, the halfling honestly answered. Bah, let off the little one, Bruiner told Point, and he included all the others as he swept his gaze around. Ain't nothing chasing Rumblebelly off. I don't know what happened, Regis said to Bruiner, and he looked at the dead giant and shrugged. For any of it. Magic, said Drizzt. The creatures were possessed of more than physical prowess, as is typical of extraplanar beings. One of those spells attacked the mind. A disorienting dweomer. True enough, elf, Cordio agreed. It delayed me spellcasting. Bah, but I didn't feel nothing, said Point. Attacked the mind, Bruiner remarked. Yourself was well defended. Point paused and pondered that for a few moments before bursting into laughter. What is this place? Torgar asked at length, finding the strength to rise and walk, taking in the sights, the sculpture, the strange designs. Gauntlgrim, Bruiner declared, his dark eyes gleaming with intensity. Then your Gauntlgrim was a town above the ground, said Torgar, and Bruiner glared at him. This place was above ground, me king, Torgar answered that look. All of it. This building and those, too. This plaza, set with stones to protect from the mud o' the spring melt. He looked at Cordio, then Drizzt, who nodded his agreement. Something must have melted the tundra beneath the whole of it. Turned it all to mud and sank this place from sight. And the melts bring water, every year, Cordio added, pointing to the north. Washing away the mud, bucket by bucket, but leaving the stones behind. Your answer's in the ceiling, Torgar explained, pointing up. Can you get a light up there, priest? Cordio nodded and moved away from Bruiner. He began casting again, gently waving his arms, creating a globe of light up at the cavern's ceiling, right at the point where it joined in with the top of the great building before them. Some telltale signs were revealed with that light, confirming Torgar's suspicions. Roots, the Mirabaran dwarf explained. Can't be more than a few feet o' ground between that roof and the surface. And these taller buildings reacting like supports to keep that ceiling up. The tangle o' roots and the frozen ground redoing the rest. Whole place sank, I tell ye, for these buildings weren't built for the Underdark. Bruiner looked at the ceiling, then at Drizzt, but the drow could only nod his agreement. Bah! Bruiner snorted. Gauntlgrim was akin to Mirabar, then, and Yuri for knowing that. So this must be the top o' the place, with more below. All we need be looking for is a shaft to take us to the lower levels, akin to that rope and come along dumbwaiter ye got in Mirabar. Now let's see what this big place is all about. Important building, I'm thinking. Might be a throne room. Torgar nodded and Point ran up in front of Bruiner to lead the way up the stairs, with Cordio close on his heels. Torgar, though, lagged behind, something Drizzt didn't miss. Not akin to Mirabar, the dwarf whispered to Drizzt and Regis. A dwarf city above ground? Regis asked. Torgar shrugged. I'm not for knowing. He reached to his side and pulled an item from his belt, one he had taken from the smithy he had found back across the plaza. Lots of these and little of anything else, he said. Regis sucked in his breath, and Drizzt nodded his agreement with the dwarf's assessment of the muddy catastrophe that had hit the place. For in his hand, Torgar held an item all too common on the surface and all too rare in the Underdark, a horseshoe. At Drizzt's insistence, he, and not the noisy Thibault, led the way into the building with Genhuavar beside him. The drow and panther filtered out to either side of the massive, decorated doors filled with color and gleaming metal much more indicative of a construction built under the sun. The drow and his cat melted into the shadows of the great hall that awaited them, moving with practiced coordination. They sensed no danger. The place seemed still and long dead. It was no audience chamber, though, no palace for a dwarf king. When the others came in and they filled the room with torchlight, it became apparent that the place had been a library and gallery, a place of art and learning. Rotted scrolls filled ancient wooden shelves all around the room and along the walls, interspersed with tapestries whose images had long ago faded, and with sculptures grand and small alike. Those sculptures set off the first waves of alarm in the companions, particularly in Bruenor, for while some depicted dwarves in their typically heroic battle poses and regalia, others showed orc warriors standing proud. And more than one depicted orcs in other dress, in flowing robes or with pen in hand. The most prominent of all stood upon a dais at the far end of the room, directly across from the doors. The image of Moradin, stocky and strong, was quite recognizable to the dwarves. So was the image of Grumsh One-Eye, god of the orcs, standing across from him, and while the two were shown eyeing each other with expressions that could be considered suspicious, the simple fact that they were not shown with Moradin standing atop the vanquished Grumsh's chest elicited stares of disbelief on the faces of all four dwarves. Thibbledorf Point even babbled something undecipherable. What place was this? Cordio asked, giving sound to the question that was on all their minds. What hall? What city? Delzoun, muttered Bruenor. Gauntlgrim. Then she's no place akin to the tales, said Cordio, and Bruenor shot a glare his way. Grander, I'm saying, the priest quickly added. Whatever it was grand indeed, said Drizzt. And beyond my expectations when we set out from Mithril Hall. I had thought we would find a hole in the ground, Bruenor, or perhaps a small, ancient settlement. I telled ye it was Gauntlgrim, Bruenor replied. If it is, then it is a place to do your Delzoun heritage proud, said the drow. If it is not, then let us discover other accomplishments of which you can be rightly proud. Bruenor's stubborn expression softened a bit at those words, and he offered Drizzt a nod and moved off deeper into the room, Thibbledorf at his heel. Drizzt looked to Cordio and Torgar, both of whom nodded their appreciation of his handling of the volatile king. It was not Gauntlgrim, all three of them knew, at least, it was not the Gauntlgrim of dwarven legend. But what then? There wasn't much to salvage in the library, but they did find a few scrolls that hadn't fully succumbed to the passage of time. None of them could read the writing on the ancient paper, but there were a few items that could give hints about the craftsmanship of the former residents, and even one tapestry that Regis believed could be cleaned enough to reveal some hints of its former depictions. They gathered their hoard together with great care, rolling and tying the tapestry and softly packing the other items in bags that had held the food they had thus far consumed. They were done scouring the hall in less than an afternoon's time, and finished with a cursory and rather unremarkable examination of the rest of the cavern for just as long after that. Abruptly, and at Bruenor's insistence, so ended their expedition. Soon after, they climbed back up through the hole that had brought them underground and were greeted by a late winter's quiet night. At the next break of dawn they began their journey home, where they hoped to find some answers. Chapter Possibilities. King Abood normally liked the cheering of the many orcs that surrounded his temporary palace, a heavy tent set within a larger tent, set within a larger tent. All three were reinforced with metal and wood, and their entrances opened at different points for further security. Abood's most trusted guards, heavily armored and with great gleaming weapons, patrolled the two outer corridors. The security measures were relatively new, as the Orc King cemented his grip and began to unfold his strategy, a plan. The cheering that day only reminded him that might not sit well with the warlike instincts of some of his subjects. He had already waged the first rounds of what he knew would be his long struggle among the stones of Keeper's Dale. His decision to stand down the attack on Mithril Hall had been met with more than a few mutterings of discontent. And that had only been the beginning, of course. He moved along the outer ring of his tent palace to the open flap and looked out on the gathering on the plaza of the nomadic orc village. At least 200 of his minions were out there, cheering wildly, thrusting weapons into the air, and clapping each other on the back. Word had come in of a great orc victory in the Moonwood, tails of elf heads spiked on the riverbank. "We should go there and see the heads," Kana said to Abood as she curled at his side. "It is a sight that would fill me with lust." Abood swiveled his head to regard her, and he offered a smile, knowing that stupid Kana would never understand it to be one of pity. Out in the plaza, the cheering grew a backbone chant, Carrick. 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 It was not unexpected. Abood, who had received word of the fight in the east the previous night, before the public courier had arrived, motioned to the many loyalists he had set in place, and on his nod, they filtered into the crowd. A second chant bubbled up among the first, many arrows. Many arrows. Many arrows. And gradually, the call for kingdom overcame the cheer for clan. Take me there and I will love you, Kana whispered in the Orc King's ear, tightening her hold on his side. Aboud's bloodshot eyes narrowed as he turned to regard her again. He brought his hand up to grab the back of her hair and roughly bent her head back so that she could see the intensity on his face. He envisioned those elf heads he'd heard of, set on tall pikes. His smile widened as he considered putting Kana's head in that very line. Misconstruing his intensity as interest, the consort grinned and writhed against him. With almost godlike strength, Aboud tugged her from his side and tossed her to the ground. He turned back to the plaza and wondered how many of his minions, those not in his immediate presence, would add the chant of many arrows to the praises of Clan Carrick as word of the victory spread throughout the kingdom. The night was dark, but not to the sensitive eyes of Tosun Armgo, who had known the blackness of the Underdark. He crouched by a rocky jag, looking down at the silvery snake known as the Cerbran River, and more pointedly at the line of poles before it. The perpetrators had moved to the south, along with the prodding trio of Gnark, Ungthal, and the upstart young Tugwik-Tuk. They had talked of attacking the battle-hammered dwarves at the Cerbran. Aboud would not be pleased to see such independence among his ranks. And strangely, the drow wasn't overly thrilled at the prospect himself. He'd personally led the first orc assault on that dwarven position, infiltrating and silencing the main watchtower before the orc tide swept Clan Battlehammer back into its hole. It had been a good day. So what had changed, wondered Tosun. What had left him with such melancholy when battle was afoot, particularly a battle between orcs and dwarves, two of the ugliest and smelliest races he had ever had the displeasure of knowing? As he looked down at the river, he came to understand. Tosun was a drow, had been raised in Menzoberranzan, and held no love for his surface elf cousins. The war between the surface and Underdark elves was among the fiercest rivalries in the world, a long history of dastardly deeds and murderous raids that equaled anything the continually warring demons of the abyss and devils of the Nine Hells could imagine. Cutting out the throat of a surface elf had never presented Tosun with a moral dilemma, surely, but there was something about the current situation, about those heads, that unnerved him, that filled him with a sense of dread. As much as he hated surface elves, Tosun despised orcs even more. The idea that orcs could have scored such a victory over elves of any sort left the drow cold. He had grown up in a city of 20,000 dark elves, and with probably thrice that number of orc, goblin, and kobold slaves. Was there, perhaps, a Clan Carrick in their midst, ready to spike the heads of the nobles of House Barristan del Armgo or even of House Benra? He scoffed at the absurd notion, and reminded himself that surface elves were weaker than their drow kin. This group fell to Clan Carrick because they deserved it, because they were weak or stupid, or both. Or at least, that's what Tosun told himself over and over again, hoping that repetition would provide comfort where reason could not. He looked to the south, where the receding pennants of Clan Carrick had long been lost to the uneven landscape and the darkness. Whatever he might tell himself about the slaughter in the Moonwood, deep inside the true echoes of his heart and soul, Tosun hoped that Grguch and his minions would all die horribly. The sound of dripping water accompanied the wagon rolling east from Nezem, as the warm day nibbled at winter's icy grip. Several times the wagon driver grumbled about muddy ruts, even expressing his hope that the night would be cold. "If the night's warm, we'll be walking," he warned repeatedly. Catti-brie hardly heard him, and hardly noticed the gentle symphony of the melt around her. She sat in the bed of the wagon, with her back up against the driver's seat, staring out to the west behind them. Wulfgar was out there, moving away from her. Away forever, she feared. She was full of anger, full of hurt. How could he leave them with an army of orcs encamped around Mithril Hall? Why would he ever want to leave the companions of the hall? And how could he go without saying farewell to Bruenor, Drizzt, and Regis? Her mind whirled through those questions and more, trying to make sense of it all, trying to come to terms with something she could not control. It wasn't the way things were supposed to be. She had tried to say that to Wulfgar, but his smile, so sure and serene, had defeated her argument before it could be made. She thought back to the day when she and Wulfgar had left Mithril Hall for Silvery Moon. She remembered the reactions of Bruenor and Drizzt, too emotional for the former and too stoic for the latter, she realized. Wulfgar had told them. He'd said his goodbyes before they set out, whether in explicit terms or in hints they could not miss. It hadn't been an impulsive decision brought about by some epiphany that had come to him on the road. Catti-brie grimaced through a sudden flash of anger, at Bruenor and especially at Drizzt. How could they have known and not have told her? She suppressed that anger quickly, and realized that it had been Wulfgar's choice. He had waited to tell her until after they'd recovered Coulson. Catti-brie nodded as she considered that. He'd waited because he knew that the sight of the girl who had been taken from her mother and was to be returned, would make things more clear for Catti-brie. "My anger isn't for Wulfgar, or any of them," she whispered. "Eh?" asked the driver, and Catti-brie turned her head and gave him a smile that settled him back to his own business. She held that smile as she turned back to stare at the empty west, and squinted, putting on a mask that might counter the tears that welled within. Wulfgar was gone, and if she sat back and considered his reasons, she knew she couldn't fault him. He was not a young man any longer. His legacy was still to be made, and time was running short. It would not be made in Mithril Hall, and even in the cities surrounding the dwarven stronghold, the people, the humans, were not kin to Wulfgar in appearance or in sensibility. His home was Icewind Dale. His people were in Icewind Dale. In Icewind Dale alone could he truly hope to find a wife. Because Catti-brie was lost to him. And though he bore her no ill will, she understood the pain he must have felt when he looked upon her in Drizzt. She and Wulfgar had had their moment, but that moment had passed, had been stolen by demons, both within Wulfgar and in the form of the denizens of the abyss. Their moment had passed, and there seemed no other moments for Wulfgar to find in the court of a dwarf king. Farewell, Catti-brie silently mouthed to the empty west, and never had she so meant that simple word. He bent low to bring Coulson close to the flowering snowdrops, their tiny white bells denying the snow along the trail. The first flowers, the sign of coming spring. For Ma, Del Y, Coulson chattered happily, holding the first syllable of Deli's name for a long heartbeat, which only tugged all the more at Wulfgar's heart. Flovers, she giggled, and she pulled one close to her nose. Wulfgar didn't correct her lisp, for she beamed as brightly as any Flovers ever could. Ma for Flovers. Coulson rambled, and she mumbled through a dozen further sounds that Wulfgar could not decipher, though it was apparent to him that the girl thought she was speaking in cogent sentences. Wulfgar was sure that Coulson made perfect sense to Coulson, at least. There was a little person in there Wulfgar only truly realized at that innocent moment. A thinking, rational individual. She wasn't a baby anymore, wasn't helpless and unwitting. The joy and pride that brought to Wulfgar was tempered, to be sure, by his realization that he would soon turn Coulson over to her mother, to a woman the girl had never known in a land she had never called home. So be it, he said, and Coulson looked at him and giggled, and gradually Wulfgar's delight overcame his sense of impending dread. He felt the season in his heart, as if his own internal, icy pall had at last been lifted. Nothing could change that overriding sensation. He was free. He was content. He knew in his heart that what he was doing was good, and right. As he bent lower to the flower, he noted something else, a fresh print in the mud, right on the edge of the hardened snow. It had come from a shoddily wrapped foot, and since it was so far from any town, Wulfgar recognized it at once as the print of a goblinkin's foot. He stood back up and glanced all around. He looked to Coulson and smiled comfortingly, then hustled along down the broken trail, his direction, fortunately, opposite the one the creature had taken. He wanted no battle that day, or any other day Coulson was in his arms. All the more reason to get the child back where she belonged. Wulfgar hoisted the girl onto his broad shoulder and whistled quietly for her as his long legs carried them swiftly down the road, to the west. Home. North of Wulfgar's position, 4 dwarves, a halfling, and a drow settled around a small fire in a snowy dell. They had stopped their march early, that they could better light a fire to warm some stones that would get them more comfortably through the cold night. After briskly rubbing their hands over the dancing orange flames, Torgar, Cordio, and Thibbledorf set off to find the stones. Bruenor hardly noticed their departure, for his gaze had settled on the sack of scrolls and artifacts, and on a tied tapestry lying nearby. While Regis began preparing their supper, Drizzt just sat and watched his dwarf friend, for he knew that Bruenor was churning inside, and that he would soon enough need to speak his mind. As if on cue, Bruenor turned to the drow. "Thought I'd find Gauntlgrim and find me answers," he said. "You don't know whether you've found them or not," Drizzt reminded. Bruenor grunted. "Weren't Gauntlgrim, elf?" "Not by any o' the legends o' the place. Not by any stories I e'er heard." "Likely not," the drow agreed. "Weren't no place I ever heard of." "Which might prove even more important," said Drizzt. Bah, Bruenor snorted half-heartedly. "A place of riddles, and none that I'm wanting answered. They are what they are." "And that be?" "Hopefully revealed in the writings we took." "Bah!" Bruenor snorted more loudly, and he waved his hands at Drizzt and at the sack of scrolls. "Gonna get me a stone to warm me bed," he muttered, and started away. "And one I can bang me head against, dot." The last remark brought a grin to Drizzt's face, reminding him that Bruenor would follow the clues wherever they led, whatever the implications. He held great faith in his friend. "He's afraid," Regis remarked as soon as the dwarf was out of sight. "He should be," Drizzt replied. "At stake are the very foundations of his world." "What do you think is on the scrolls?" Regis asked, and Drizzt shrugged. "And those statues?" The halfling went on undeterred. "Orcs and dwarves, and not in battle. What does it mean? Answers for us? Or just more questions?" Drizzt thought about it for just a moment, and was nodding as he replied, "Possibilities. A war within a war. We construct our days, bit by bit, tendy by tendy, year by year. Our lives take on a routine, and then we bemoan that routine. Predictability, it seems, is a double-edged blade of comfort and boredom. We long for it, we build it, and when we find it, we reject it. Because while change is not always growth, growth is always rooted in change. A finished person, like a finished house, is a static thing. Pleasant, perhaps, or beautiful or admirable, but not for long exciting. King Bruenor has reached the epitome, the pinnacle, the realization of every dream a dwarf could fathom. And still King Bruenor desires change, though he would refuse to phrase it that way, admitting only his love of adventure. He has found his post, and now seeks reasons to abandon that post at every turn. He seeks, because inside of him he knows that he must seek to grow. Being a king will make Bruenor old before his time, as the old saying goes. Not all people are possessed of such spirits. Some desire and cling to the comfort of the routine, to the surety that comes with the completion of the construction of life's details. On the smaller scale, they become wedded to their daily routines. They become enamored of the predictability. They calm their restless souls in the confidence that they have found their place in the multiverse, that things are the way they are supposed to be, that there are no roads left to explore and no reason to wander. On the larger scale, such people become fearful and resentful, sometimes to extremes that defy logic, of anyone or anything that intrudes on that construct. A societal change, a king's edict, an attitude shift in the neighboring lands, even events that have nothing to do with them personally can set off a reaction of dissonance and fear. When Lady Illustrial initially allowed me to walk the streets of Silvery Moon openly, she found great resistance. Her people, well protected by one of the finest armies in all the land and by a leader whose magical abilities are renowned throughout the world, did not fear Drizzt Do'Urden. Nay, they feared the change that I represented. My very presence in Silvery Moon infringed upon the construct of their lives, threatened their understanding of the way things were, threatened the way things were supposed to be. Even though, of course, I posed no threat to them whatsoever. That is the line we all straddle, between comfort and adventure. There are those who find satisfaction, even fulfillment, in the former, and there are those who are forever seeking. It is my guess, and can only be my guess, that the fears of the former are rooted in fear of the greatest mystery of all, death. It is no accident that those who construct the thickest walls are most often rooted firmly, immovably, in their faith. The here and now is as it is, and the better way will be found in the afterlife. That proposition is central to the core beliefs that guide the faithful, with, for many, the added caveat that the afterlife will only fulfill its promise if the here and now remains in strict accord with the guiding principles of the chosen deity. I count myself among the other group, the seekers. Bruenor, too, obviously so, for he will ever be the discontented king. Canterbury cannot be rooted. There is no sparkle in her eyes greater than the one when she looks upon a new road. And even Regis, for all his complaints regarding the trials of the road, wanders and seeks and fights. Wulfgar, too, will not be confined. He has seen his life in Mithril Hall and has concluded, rightfully and painfully, that there is for him a better place and a better way. It saddens me to see him go. For more than a score of years he has been my friend and companion, a trusted arm in battle and in life. I miss him dearly, every day, and yet when I think of him, I smile for him. Wulfgar has left Mithril Hall because he has outgrown all that this place can offer, because he knows that in Icewind Dale he will find a home where he will do more good, for himself and for those around him. I, too, hold little faith that I will live out my days in Bruenor's kingdom. It is not just boredom that propels my steps along paths unknown, but a firm belief that the guiding principle of life must be a search not for what is, but for what could be. To look at injustice or oppression, at poverty or slavery, and shrug helplessly, or worse to twist a God's word to justify such states, is anathema to the ideal, and to me, the ideal is achieved only when the ideal is sought. The ideal is not a gift from the gods, but a promise from them. We are possessed of reason. We are possessed of generosity. We are possessed of sympathy and empathy. We have within us a better nature, and it is one that cannot be confined by the constructed walls of anything short of the concept of heaven itself. Within the very logic of that better nature, a perfect life cannot be found in a world that is imperfect. So we dare to seek. So we dare to change. Even knowing that we will not get to heaven in this life is no excuse to hide within the comfort of routine. For it is in that seeking, in that continual desire to improve ourselves and to improve the world around us, that we walk the road of enlightenment, that we eventually can approach the gods with heads bowed in humility, but with confidence that we did their work, that we tried to lift ourselves and our world to their lofty standards, the image of the ideal. Drizzt Do'Urden. Chapter. Convergence of Crises. Magical horses striding long, the fiery chariot cut a line of orange across the pre-dawn sky. Flames whipped in the driving wind, but for the riders they did not burn. Standing beside Lady Illustrial, Canterbury felt that wind indeed, her auburn hair flying wildly behind her, but the bite of the breeze was mitigated by the warmth of Illustrial's animated cart. She lost herself in that sensation, allowing the howl of the wind to deafen her thoughts as well. For a short time, she was free to just exist, under the last twinkling stars, with all of her senses consumed by the extraordinary nature of the journey. She didn't see the approaching silver line of the Cerberin, and was only vaguely aware of a dip in altitude as Illustrial brought the conjured chariot down low over the water, and to a running stop on the ground outside the eastern door of Mithril Hall. Few dwarves were out at that early hour, but those who were, mostly those standing guard along the northern wall, came running and cheering for the Lady of Silvery Moon. For of course they knew it was she, whose chariot had graced them several times over the past few months. Their cheering grew all the louder when they noted Illustrial's passenger, the Princess of Mithril Hall. "Well met," more than one of the bearded folk greeted. "King Bruenner's not yet returned," said one, a grizzled old sort, with one eye lost and patched over, and half his great black beard torn away. Catti-brie smiled as she recognized the fierce and fiercely loyal Shingles McRuff, who had come to Mithril Hall beside Torgar Hammerstriker. "Should be along any day. And be knowin' that ye're all welcome, and that ye'll find all the hospitality o' Mithril Hall for yourself," another dwarf offered. "That is most generous," said Illustrial. She turned and looked back to the east as she continued, "More of my people, wizards from Silvery Moon, will be coming in throughout the morn, on all manner of flight, some self-propelled, and some riding ebony flies, and 2 on broomsticks and another on a carpet. I pray your archers will not shoot them down." "Ebony flies?" Shingles replied. "Flying on bugs, ye mean?" "Big bugs," said Catti-brie. "Would have to be. We come armed with spells of creation, for we wish to see the bridge across the Cerberin opened and secure as soon as possible," Illustrial explained. "For the sake of Mithril Hall and for all the goodly kingdoms of the Silver Marches." "More well met, then," bellowed Shingles, and he led yet another cheer. Catti-brie moved toward the back edge of the chariot, but Illustrial took her by the shoulder. "We can fly out to the west and seek King Bruenner," she offered. Catti-brie paused and looked that way, but shook her head and replied, "He will return presently, I'm sure." Catti-brie accepted Shingles' offered hand, and let the dwarf ease her down to the ground. Shingles was quick to Illustrial, similarly helping her, and the lady, though not injured as was Catti-brie, graciously accepted. She moved back from her cart and motioned for the others to follow. Illustrial could have simply dismissed the flaming chariot and the horses made of magical fire. Dispelling her own magic was easy work, of course, and the fiery team and cart alike would have flared for an instant before they winked into blackness, a final puff of smoke drifting and dissipating into the air. But Lady Illustrial had been using that particular spell for many years, and had put her own flavor into it, both in the construction of the cart and team and in the dismissal of the magic. Figuring that the dwarves could use a bit of spirit lifting, the powerful wizardess performed her most impressive variation of the dispelling. The horse team snorted and reared, flames shooting from swirling, fiery nostrils. As one, they leaped into the air, straight up, the cart lurching behind them. Some 20 feet off the ground, the many sinews of fire that held the form broke apart, orange tendrils soaring every which way, and as they reached their limits, exploded with deafening bangs, throwing showers of sparks far and wide. The dwarves howled with glee, and Catti-brie, for all of her distress, couldn't contain a giggle. When it ended a few heartbeats later, their ears ringing with the echoes of the retorts, their eyes blinking against the sting of the brilliant flashes, Catti-brie offered an appreciative smile to her friend and driver. "It was just the enchantment they needed," she whispered, and Illustrial replied with a wink. They went into Mithril Hall side by side. Early the next morning, Shingles again found himself in the role of official greeter in the region east of the hall's eastern gate, for it was he who first caught up with the 6 adventurers returning from the place Bruenner had named Gauntlgrim. The old Mirabaran dwarf had directed the watch overnight, and was sorting out assignments for the workday, both along the fortifications on the northern mountain spur and at the bridge. No stranger to the work of wizards, Shingles repeatedly warned his boys to stay well back when Illustrial's gang came out to work their dweomers. When word came that King Bruenner and the others had returned, Shingles moved fast to the south to intercept them. "Did ye find it, then, me king?" he asked excitedly, giving voice to the thoughts and whispers of all the others around him. "Aye," Bruenner replied, but in a tone surprisingly unenthusiastic. "We found something, though we're not for knowing if it's Gauntlgrim just yet." He motioned to the large sack that Torgar carried, and the rolled tapestry slung over Cordio's shoulder. "We've some things for Nanfootle and me scholars to look over. We'll get our answers." "Your girls come home," Shingles explained. "Lady Illustrial flew her in on that chariot o' fire. And the ladies here, too, along with 10 Silvery Moon wizards, all come to work on the bridge." Bruenner, Drizzt, and Regis exchanged glances as Shingles finished. "Me girl alone?" Bruenner asked. "With the lady." Bruenner stared at Shingles. "Wolfgar's not returned with them," the old Mirabaran dwarf said. "Catti-brie said nothing of it, and I didn't think it me place to ask." Bruenner looked to Drizzt. He is far west, the drow said quietly, and Bruenor inadvertently glanced out that way then nodded. Get me to me, girl, Bruenor instructed as he started off at a swift pace for Mithril Hall's eastern door. They found Catti-brie, Lady Illustrial, and the Silvery Moon wizards not far down the corridor inside, the lot of them having spent the night in the hall's easternmost quarters. After a quick and polite greeting, Bruenor begged the ladies' pardon, and Illustrial and her wizards quickly departed the hall, heading for the Cerbran Bridge. Where's he at? Bruenor asked Catti-brie when it was just the two of them, Drizzt and Regis. You're knowing well enough. Ye found Coulson, then? Catti-brie nodded. And he's taking her home, Bruenor stated. Another nod. I offered to journey with him, Catti-brie explained, and she glanced at Drizzt and was relieved to see him smile at that news. But he would not have me alone. Because the fool ain't for coming back, said Bruenor, and he spat and stalked off. Derned fool, son of an oversized orc. Drizzt motioned to Regis to go with Bruenor, and the halfling nodded and trotted away. I think Bruenor is right, Catti-brie said, and she shook her head in futile denial, then rushed over and wrapped Drizzt in a tight hug and kissed him deeply. She put her head on his shoulder, not relenting a bit in her embrace. She sniffed back tears. He knew that Wulfgar would not likely return, Drizzt whispered. Catti-brie pushed him back to arm's length. As did yourself, but you didn't tell me, she said. I honored Wulfgar's wishes. He was not sure of where his road would lead, but he did not wish discussion of it all the way to Silvery Moon and beyond. If I had known along our road, I might have been able to change his mind, Catti-brie protested. Drizzt gave her a helpless look. More the reason to not tell you. You agree with Wulfgar's choice? I think it is not my place to agree or to argue, Drizzt said with a shrug. You think it's his place to be deserting Bruenor at this time of? This time or any time. How can you say that? Wulfgar is family to us, and he just left. As you and I did those years ago, after the Drow War when Wulfgar fell to the Yaklal, Drizzt reminded her. We longed for the road and so we took to the road, and left Bruenor to his hall. For 6 years, That reminder seemed to deflate Catti-brie's ire quite a bit. But now Bruenor's got an army of orcs on his doorstep, she protested, but with far less enthusiasm. An army that will likely be there for years to come. Wulfgar told me that he could not see his future here. And truly, what is there for him here? No wife, no children. And it pained him to look upon us. Drizzt nodded. Likely. He told me as much. And so you wear a mantle of guilt? Catti-brie shrugged. It doesn't suit you, Drizzt said. He drew her in close once more, and gently pushed her head onto his shoulder. Wulfgar's road is Wulfgar's own to choose. He has family in Icewind Dale, if that is where he decides to go. He has his people there. Would you deny him the chance to find love? Should he not sire children, who will follow his legacy of leadership among the tribes of Icewind Dale? Catti-brie didn't respond for a long while, then merely said, I miss him already, in a voice weak with sorrow. As do I. And so too for Bruenor and Regis, and all else who knew him. But he isn't dead. He did not fall in battle, as we feared those years ago. He will follow his road, to bring Coulson home, as he sees fit, and then perhaps to Icewind Dale. Or perhaps not. It might be that when he is away, Wulfgar will come to realize that Mithril Hall truly is his home, and turn again for Bruenor's halls. Or perhaps he'll take another wife, and return to us with her, full of love and free of pain. He pushed Catti-brie back again, his lavender eyes locking stares with her rich blue orbs. You have to trust in Wulfgar. He has earned that from us all many times over. Allow him to walk whatever road he chooses, and hold confidence that you and I, and Bruenor and Regis, all go with him in his heart, as we carry him in ours. You carry with you guilt you do not deserve. Would you truly desire that Wulfgar not follow his road for the sake of mending your melancholy? Catti-brie considered the words for a few heartbeats, then managed to smile. My heart is not empty, she said, and she came forward and kissed Drizzt again, with urgency and passion. Whatever Yuri needin', Yuri gettin', Bruenor assured Nanfootle as the gnome gently slid one of the parchment scrolls out of the sack. Rumblebelly here is your slave, and he'll be running to myself and all me boys at the command o' Nanfootle. The gnome began to unroll the document, but Winston halted, hearing the fragile parchment crackle. I will have to brew oils of preservation, he explained to Bruenor. I dare not put this under bright light until it's properly treated. Whatever ye need, Bruenor assured him. Ye just get it done, and get it done quick. How quick? The gnome seemed a bit unnerved by that request. Illustrial's here now, said Bruenor. She's to be working on the bridge for the next few days, and I'm thinkin' that if them scrolls re-saying what I'm thinkin' they're saying, it might be good for Illustrial to go back to Silvery Moon muttering and musing on the revelations. But Nanfootle shook his head. It will take me more than a day to prepare the potions, and that's assuming that you have the ingredients I will require. He looked to Regis. Bat guano forms the base. Wonderful, the halfling muttered. We'll have it or we'll get it, Bruenor promised him. It will take more than a day to brew anyway, said Nanfoodle. Then 3 days for it to set on the parchment, at least 3. I'd rather it be 5. So 4 days total, said Bruenor, and the gnome nodded. Just to prepare the parchments for examination, Nanfoodle was quick to add. It could take me 10 days to decipher the ancient writing, even with my magic. Bah, ye'll be faster. I cannot promise, dot. Ye'll be faster, Bruenor said again, in a tone less encouraging and more demanding. Guano, he said to Regis, and he turned and walked from the room. Guano, Regis repeated, looking at Nanfoodle helplessly. And oil from the smiths, said the gnome. He drew another scroll from the sack and placed it beside the first, then put his hands on his hips and heaved a great sigh. If they understood the delicacy of the task, they would not be so impatient, he said, more to himself than to the halfling. Bruenor is well past delicacy, I'm guessing, said Regis. Too many orcs about for delicacy. Orcs and dwarves, muttered the gnome. Orcs and dwarves. How is an artist to do his work? He heaved another sigh, as if to say if I must, and moved to the side of the room, to the cabinet where he kept his mortar and pestle, and assorted spoons and vials. Always rushing, always grumbling, he griped. Orcs and dwarves, indeed, dot. The companions had barely settled into their chambers in the dwarven hall west of Garam's Gorge when word came that yet another unexpected visitor had arrived at the eastern gate. It wasn't often that elves walked through King Bruenor's door, but those gates were swung wide for Raelian of the Moonwood. Drizzt, Catti-brie, and Bruenor waited impatiently in Bruenor's audience chamber for the elf. Illustrial and now Raelian, Bruenor said, nodding with every word. It's all coming together. Once we get the words from them scrolls, we'll get both of them to agree that the time's now for striking them smelly orcs. Drizzt held his doubts private and Catti-brie merely smiled and nodded. There was no reason to derail Bruenor's optimism with an injection of sober reality. We know the Madbar and Felbar boys'll fight with us, Bruenor went on, oblivious to the detachment of his audience. If we're getting the Moonwood and Silvery Moon to join in, we'll be putting them orcs back in their holes in short order, don't ye doubt. He rambled on sporadically for the next few moments, until at last Raelian was led into the chamber and formally introduced. Well met, King Bruenor, the elf said after the list of his accomplishments and titles was read in full. I come with news from the Moonwood. Long right if ye de come just to break bread, said Bruenor. We have suffered an incursion from the orcs, Raelian explained, talking right past Bruenor's little jest. A coordinated and cunning attack. We know your pain, Bruenor replied, and Raelian bowed in appreciation. Several of my people were lost, Raelian went on, elves who should have known the birth and death of centuries to come. He looked squarely at Drizzt as he continued, Inavindle among them, but... Drizzt's eyes widened and he gasped and slumped back, and Catti-brie brought her arm across his back to support him. And sunset beneath her, said Raelian, his voice less steady. It would appear that the orcs had anticipated her arrival on the field, and were well prepared. Drizzt's chest pumped with strong, gasping breaths. He looked as if he was about to say something, but no words came forth and he had the strength only to shake his head in denial. A great emptiness washed through him, a cold loss and callous reminder of the harsh immediacy of change, a sudden and irreversible reminder of mortality. I share your grief, Raelian said. Inavindle was my friend, beloved by all who knew her. And Sunrise is bereaved, do not doubt, for the loss of Inavindle and of Sunset, his companion for all these years. Derned pig orcs, Bruenor growled. Are ye all still thinkin' we should leave them to their gains? Are ye still o' the mind that Abood's kingdom should stand? Orcs have attacked the Moonwood for years uncounted, Raelian replied. They come for wood and for mischief, and we kill them and send them running. But their attack was better this time, too much so for the simplistic race, we believe. As he finished, he was again looking directly at Drizzt, so much so that he drew curious stares from Bruenor and Catti-brie in response. TOS on Armgo, Drizzt reasoned. We know him to be in the region, and he learned much of our ways in his time with Albondiel and Sinifane, Raelian explained. Drizzt nodded, determination replacing his wounded expression. He had vowed to hunt down Tosun when he and Inavindle had returned Eliphane's body to the Moonwood. Suddenly that promise seemed all the more critical. A journey full o' grief is a longer ride by 10, so the sayin' goes, said Bruenor. Ye make yourself comfortable, Raelian o' the Moonwood. Me boys'll see to your every need, and ye stay as long as ye're wantin' it. Might be that I'll have a story for you soon enough, one that'll put us all in better stead for ridding ourselves o' the curse of Abood. A few days at the most, me friends re-tellin' me. I am a courier of news, and have come with a request, King Bruiner, the elf explained, and he gave another respectful and appreciative bow. Others will journey here from the Moonwood to your call, of course, but my own road is back through your eastern door no later than dawn tomorrow. Again he looked Drizzt in the eye. I hope I will not be alone. Drizzt nodded his agreement to go out on the hunt before he even turned to Catti-brie. He knew that she would not deny him that. The couple were alone in their room soon after, and Drizzt began to fill his backpack. You're going after Tosan, Catti-brie remarked, but did not ask. Have I a choice? No. I only wish that I were well enough to go with you. Drizzt paused in his packing and turned to regard her. In Menzoberranzan, they say, Aspies two drow bed in tooth drow. Only a drow can hunt a drow. Then hunt well, said Catti-brie, and she moved to the side wardrobe to aid Drizzt in his preparations. She seemed not upset with him in the least, which was why she caught Drizzt completely off his guard when she quietly asked, Would you have married Inavindle when I am gone? Drizzt froze, and slowly mustered the courage to turn and look at Catti-brie. She wore a slight smile and seemed quite at ease and comfortable. She moved to their bed and sat on the edge, and motioned for Drizzt to join her. Would you have? She asked again as he approached. Inavindle was very beautiful, in body and in mind. It is not something I think about, said Drizzt. Catti-brie's smile grew wider. I know, she assured him. But I am asking you to consider it now. Could you have loved her? Drizzt thought about it for a few moments, then admitted, I do not know, but... And you never wondered about it at all? Drizzt's thoughts went back to a moment he had shared with Inavindle when the two of them were out alone among the orc lines. Inavindle had nearly seduced him, though only to let him see more clearly his feelings for Catti-brie, whom he had thought dead at the time. You could have loved her, I think, Catti-brie said. You may well be right, he said. Do you think she thought of you in her last moments? Drizzt's eyes widened in shock at the blunt question, but Catti-brie didn't back down. She thought of Tarathiel, likely, and what was, he answered. Or of Drizzt and what might have been. Drizzt shook his head. She would not have looked there. Not then. Likely her every thought was for sunset. To be an elf is to find the moment, the here and now. To revel in what is with knowledge and acceptance that what will be, no matter the hopes and plans of any. Inavindle would have had a fleeting moment of regret for Drizzt and potential love lost, Catti-brie said. Drizzt didn't disagree, and couldn't, given the woman's generous tone and expression. Catti-brie wasn't judging him, wasn't looking for reasons to doubt him. She confirmed that a moment later, when she laughed and put her hand up to stroke his cheek. You will outlive me by centuries, in all likelihood, she explained. I understand the implications of that, my love, and what a selfish fool I would be if I expected you to remain faithful to a memory. Nor would I want, nor do I want that for you. It doesn't mean that we have to speak of it, Drizzt retorted. We know not where our roads will lead, nor which of us will outlive the other. These are dangerous times in a dangerous world. I know. Then is this something we should bother to discuss? Catti-brie shrugged, but gradually her smile dissipated and a cloud crossed her fair features. What is it? Drizzt asked, and lifted his hand to turn her to face him directly. If the dangers do not end our time together, how will Drizzt feel, I wonder, in 20 years? Or 30? The drow wore a puzzled expression. You will still be young and handsome, and full of life and love to give, Catti-brie explained. But I will be old and bent and ugly. You will stay by my side, I am sure, but what life will that be? What lust? It was Drizzt's turn to laugh. Can you look at a human woman who has seen the turn of 70 years and think her attractive? Are there not couples of humans still in love after so many years together? Drizzt asked. Are there not human husbands who love their wives still when 70 is a birthday past? But the husbands are not usually in the springtime of their lives. You err because you pretend that it will happen overnight, in the snap of fingers, Drizzt said. That is far from the case, even for an elf looking upon the human lifespan. Every wrinkle is earned, my love. Day by day, we spend our time together, and the changes that come will be well earned. In your heart you know that I love you, and I have no doubt but that my love will grow with the passage of years. I know your heart, Catti-brie. You are blissfully predictable to me in some ways, never so in others. I know where your choices will be, time and again, and ever are they on the right side of justice and integrity. Catti-brie smiled and kissed him, but Drizzt broke it off fast and pushed her back. If a dragon's fiery breath were to catch up with me, and scar my skin hideously, blind me, and keep about me a stench of burnt flesh, would Catti-brie still love me? Wonderful thought, the woman said dryly. Would she? Would you stand beside me? Of course. And if I thought otherwise, at all, then never would I have desired to be your husband. Do you not similarly trust in me? Catti-brie grinned and kissed him again, then pushed him on his back on the bed. The packing could wait. Early the next morning, Drizzt leaned over the sleeping Catti-brie and gently brushed her lips with his own. He stared at her for a long while, even while he walked from the bed to the door. He at last turned and nearly jumped back in surprise, for set against the door was Tolmaril, the Heartseeker, Catti-brie's bow, and lying below it was her magical quiver, one that never ran out of arrows. For a moment, Drizzt stood confused, until he noticed a small note on the floor by the quiver. From a puncture in its side, he deduced that it had been pressed onto the top of the bow but had not held its perch. He knew what it said before he ever brought it close enough to read the scribbling. He looked back at Catti-brie once more. She couldn't be with him in body, perhaps, but with Tolmaril in his hand, she'd be there in spirit. Drizzt slung the bow over his shoulder, then retrieved the quiver and did likewise. He looked back once more to his love, then left the room without a sound. Chapter Tugwik-Tuk's Parade. The warriors of Clan Carrick paraded onto the muddy plaza centering a small orc village one rainy morning, the dreary overcast and pounding rain doing nothing to diminish the glory of their thunderous march. Stand and stomp. The warriors sang in voices that resonated deeply from their massive half-ogre chests. Smash and crush. All for the glory of One-Eye Gruumsh. Yellow pennants flapping in the wind, waves of mud splattering with every coordinated step, the clan came on in tight and precise formation, their 6 flags moving, 2 by 2, in near perfect synchronization. The curious onlookers couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between the huge half-ogre, half-orcs, and the scores of orcs from other tribes that had been swept up into their wake from the first villages through which Chieftain Grgutch had marched. Only one full-blooded orc marched with Grgutch, a young and fiery shaman. Tugwik-Tuk wasted no time as the villagers gathered. He moved out in front as Grgutch halted his march. We are fresh from victory in the Moonwood, Tugwik-Tuk proclaimed, and every orc along the eastern reaches of Abood's fledgling kingdom knew well that hated place. Thus, predictably, a great cheer greeted the news. All hail Chieftain Grgutch of Clan Carrick, Tugwik-Tuk proclaimed, and that was met with an uncomfortable pause until he added, for the glory of King Abood. Tugwik-Tuk glanced back to Grgutch, who nodded his agreement, and the young shaman started the chant, Grgutch. Abood. Grgutch. Abood. Grgutch. 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 All of Clan Carrick fell in quickly with the cadence, as did the orcs who had already joined in with the march, and the villagers' doubts were quickly overwhelmed. As Abood before him, Chieftain Grgutch will bring the judgment of Gruumsh upon our enemies, Tugwik-Tuk cried, running through the mob and whipping them into frenzy. The snow retreats, and we advance. With every glorious proclamation, he took care to add, for the glory of Abood. By the power of Grgutch. Tugwik-Tuk understood well the weight that had settled on his shoulders. Gnark and Umthal had departed for the west to meet with Abood regarding the new developments, and it fell squarely upon Tugwik-Tuk to facilitate Grgutch's determined march to the south. Clan Carrick alone would not stand against Abood and his thousands, obviously, but if Clan Carrick carried along with them the orc warriors from the dozen villages lining the Surbran, their arrival on the field north of King Bruiner's fortifications would carry great import enough, so the conspirators hoped, to course the involvement of the army Abood had likely already positioned there. That sort of rabble-rousing had been Tugwik-Tuk's signature for years. His rise through the ranks to become the chief shaman of his tribe, almost all of whom were dead, crushed in the mysterious, devastating explosion of a mountain ridge north of Keeper's Dale, had been expedited by precisely that talent. He knew well how to manipulate the emotions of the peasant orcs, to conflate their present loyalties with what he wanted their loyalties to be. Every time he mentioned Abood, he was quick to add the name Grgutch. Every time he spoke of Gruumsh, he was quick to add the name of Grgutch. Mingle them, say them together enough times so that his audience would unwittingly add Grgutch whenever they heard the names of the other two. His energy again proved infectious, and he soon had all of the villagers hopping about and chanting with him, always for the glory of Abood, and always by the power of Grgutch. Those two names needed to be intimately linked, the 3 conspirators had decided before Gnark and Umthal had departed. To even hint against Abood after such dramatic and sweeping victories as the Orc King had brought would have spelled a fast end to the coup. Even considering the disastrous attempt to enter Mithril Hall's western gate, or the loss of the eastern ground between the Dwarven Halls and the Surbran, or the stall throughout winter and the whispers that it might be longer than that, the vast majority of orcs spoke of Abood in the hushed tones usually reserved for Gruumsh himself. But Tugwik-Tuk and 2 companions planned to move the tribes to oppose their king, one baby step at a time. By the power of Grgutch. Tugwik-Tuk cried again, and before the cheer could erupt, he added, will the Dwarven wall hold against a warrior who burned the Moonwood? Though he expected a cheer, Tugwik-Tuk was answered with looks of suspicion and confusion. The dwarves will flee before us, the shaman promised. Into their hole they will run, and we will control the Surbran for King Abood. For the glory of King Abood. He finished, screaming with all his power. The orcs around him cheered wildly, insanely. By the power of Grguch. The not quite so out of control Tugwik cleverly added, and many of the villagers, so used to the chant by then, shouted the words right along beside him. Tugwik glanced back at Chieftain Grguch, who wore a most satisfied grin. Another step taken, Tugwik knew. Taking many offered supplies, Clan Carrick soon resumed their march, and a new pennant flew among the many in the mob behind them, and another 40 warriors eagerly melded into Chieftain Grguch's trailing ranks. With several larger villages before them, both the chieftain and his shaman spokesman expected that they would number in the thousands when they at last reached the dwarven wall. Tugwik held faith that when they smashed that wall, the cries for Grguch would be louder than those for Abood. The next cheers he led would hold fewer references to the glory of Abood and more to the glory of Grumsh. But he would not lessen the number of his claims that all of it was being wrought by the power of Grguch. Jack could see that the sprout of hair on one side of Hakuan's misshapen, wart-covered nose tingled with nervous energy as he walked out from the main host, among dark pines and broken fir trees. By sprockets and elemental essences, that was exciting, wasn't it? The orc shaman froze in place at the all-too-familiar voice, composed himself with a deep breath that greatly flared his nostrils, and slowly turned to regard a curious little humanoid in brilliant purple robes sitting on a low branch, swinging his feet back and forth like a carefree child. The form was new to Hakuan. Oh, he knew what a gnome was, indeed, but he had never seen Jaculi in that state before. That young priest is so full of spirit, Jack said. I almost walked out and joined in with Grguch myself. Oh, what a grand march they have planned. I didn't ask you to come up here, Hakuan remarked. Did you not? Said Jack, and he hopped down from the tree and brushed the twigs from his fabulous robes. Tell me, shaman of Clan Carrick, what am I to think when I peer out from my work to find that the one to whom I have bestowed such great gifts has run off? I did not run off, Hakuan insisted, trying to keep his voice steady, though he was visibly near panic. Often does Clan Carrick go hunting. Hakuan gave ground as the gnome walked up to him. Jack continued to advance as Hakuan retreated. But this was no ordinary excursion. Hakuan looked at Jack with dull curiosity, obviously not understanding him. No ordinary hunt, Jack explained. I have told you. Of Abood, yes, and of his thousands, said Jack. A bit of mischief and a bit of loot to be found, so you said. But it is more than that, is it not? Again Hakuan wore a puzzled expression. Jack snapped his stubby fingers in the air and whirled away. Do you not feel it, shaman? He asked, his voice full of excitement. Do you not recognize that this is no ordinary hunt? Jack spun back on Hakuan to measure his response, and still he saw that the shaman wasn't quite catching on. For Jack, so perceptive and cunning, had deduced the subtext of Tugwik speech and the implications it offered. Perhaps it is just my own suspicion, the gnome said, but you must tell me all that you know. Then we should speak with that spirited young priest. I have told you, Hakuan protested. His voice trailed off and he retreated a step, knowing what awful thing was about to befall him. No, I mean that you must tell me everything, Jack said, all humor gone from his voice and his expression as he took a step toward the shaman. Hakuan shrank back, but that only made Jack stride more purposefully. Ah, you do forget, the gnome said as he closed the gap. All that I have done for you, and so little have I asked in return. With great power, Hakuan, comes great expectations. There is nothing more, the shaman started to plead, and he held up his hands. Jack the gnome wore a mask of evil. He said not a word, but pointed to the ground. Hakuan shook his head feebly and continued to wave, and Jack continued to point. But it was no contest, the outcome never in doubt. With a slight whimper, Hakuan, the mighty shaman of Clan Carrick, the conduit between Grguch and Grumsh, prostrated himself on the ground, face down. Jack looked straight ahead and lowered his arms to his sides as he quietly mouthed the words to his spell. He thought of the mysterious illithids, the brilliant mind flayers, who had taught him so much of one particular school of magic. His robes fluttered only briefly as he shrank, then they and all his other gear melded into his changing form. In an instant Jack the gnome was gone and a sightless rodent padded across the ground on 4 tiny feet. He went up to Hakuan's ear and sniffed for a few moments, hesitating simply because he recognized how uncomfortable it was making the cowering creature. Then Jack the gnome-cum-brain mole crawled into Hakuan's ear and disappeared from sight. Hakuan shuddered and jerked in agonized spasms as the creature burrowed deeper, through the walls of his inner ear and into the seat of his consciousness. The shaman forced himself up to all fours as he began to gag. He vomited and spat, though of course the feeble defenses of his physical body could not begin to dislodge his unwelcome guest. A few moments later, Hakuan staggered to his feet. There, said the voice of Jack in his head. Now I better understand the purpose of this adventure, and together we will learn the extent of this spirited young shaman's plans. Hakuan didn't argue, there was no way he could, of course. And for all his revulsion and pain, Hakuin knew that with Jack inside him, he was much more perceptive and many times more powerful. A private conversation with Tugwiktuk, Jack instructed, and Hakuin could not disagree. Even with their sensitive elf ears, Drizzt and Raelian could only make out the loudest chants from the gathered orcs. Still, the purpose of the march became painfully obvious. They are the ones, Raelian remarked. The yellow banner was seen in the moonwood. It appears that their numbers have. He paused as he looked over at his companion, who didn't seem to be listening. Drizzt crouched, perfectly still, his head turned back to the south, toward Mithril Hall. We have already passed several orc settlements, the drow said a few heartbeats later. No doubt this march will cross through each. Swelling their numbers, Raelian agreed, and Drizzt finally looked at him. And they'll continue southward, the drow reasoned. Raelian said, this may be renewed aggression brewing. And I fear that there is an instigator. Tos-un? Said Drizzt. I see no dark elf among the gathering. He's likely not far afield. Look at them, Drizzt said, nodding his chin in the direction of the chanting, cheering orcs. If Tos-un did instigate this madness, could he still be in control of it? But it was Raelian's turn to shrug. Do not underestimate his cunning, the elf warned. The attack on the Moonwood was well coordinated, and brutally efficient. Aboud's orcs have surprised us at every turn. And they were not without drow advisors. The two locked stares at that remark, a cloud briefly crossing Drizzt's face. I truly believe that Tos-un orchestrated the attack on the Moonwood, Raelian said. And that he is behind this march, wherever it may lead. Drizzt glanced back to the south, toward Bruenner's kingdom. It may well be that their destination is Mithril Hall, Raelian conceded. But I beg you to continue on the road that led you out of Bruenner's depths. For all our sakes, find Tos-un Armgo. I will shadow these orcs, and will give ample warning to King Bruenner should it become necessary, and I will err on the side of caution. Trust me in this, I beg, and free yourself for this most important task. Drizzt looked from the gathered orcs back toward Mithril Hall yet again. He envisioned a battle fought along the Cerbrin, fierce and vicious, and felt the pangs of guilt in considering that Bruenner and Regis, perhaps even Catti-brie and the rest of Clan Battlehammer, would yet again be fighting for their survival without him by their side. He winced as he saw again the fall of the tower at Shallows, with Dagnabbit, whom he had then thought to be Bruenner, tumbling down to his death atop it. He took a deep breath and turned back to the orc frenzy, the chanting and dancing continuing unabated. If a dark elf from Barrison del Armgo, one of the most formidable houses of Menzoberranzan, was to blame, then the orcs would no doubt prove many times more formidable than they appeared. Drizzt nodded grimly, his responsibility and thus his path clear before him. Follow their every move, he bade Raelian. On my word, the elf replied. Your friends will not be caught unprepared. The orcs moved along soon after, and Raelian shadowed their southwestern march, leaving Drizzt alone on the mountainside. He considered going down to the orc village and snooping around, but decided that Tos-un, if he was about, would likely be along the periphery, among the stones, as was Drizzt. Come to me, Ginhuavar, the drow commanded, drawing forth the onyx figurine. When the grey mist coalesced into the panther, Drizzt sent her out hunting. Ginhuavar could cover a tremendous amount of ground in short order, and not even a lone drow could escape her keen senses. Drizzt, too, set off, moving deliberately but with great caution in the opposite direction from the panther, who was already cutting across the wake of the departing army. If Raelian's guess was correct and Tos-un Armgo was directing the orcs from nearby, Drizzt held all faith that he would soon confront the rogue. His hands went to his scimitars as he considered Khazadi, Catti-brie's sword, the weapon that had fallen into the hands of Tos-un. Any drow warrior was formidable. A warrior of a noble house likely more so. Even thinking in those respectful terms, Drizzt consciously reminded himself that the drow noble was even more potent, for those who underestimated Khazadi usually wound up on the ground. In two pieces. Interesting, Jack said to Hakuin's mind when they walked away from their quiet little meeting with Tugwiktuk, one in which Jack had used the power of magical suggestion to complement Hakuin's spells of lie detection, allowing the dual being to extract much more honest answers from Tugwiktuk than the young shaman had ever meant to offer. So the conspirators have not brought you here to enhance Aboud's forces. We must tell Grguch, Hakuin whispered. Tell him what? That we have come to do battle. That our venture into the Moonwood and now against the dwarves will likely anger Aboud. Inside his head, Hakuin could feel Jack laughing. Orcs plotting against orcs, Jack silently related. Orcs manipulating orcs to plot against orcs. All of this will be surprising news to old chieftain Grguch, I am sure. Hakuin's determined stride slowed, his tailwind stolen by Jack's cynical sarcasm effective only because it held the ring of truth. Let the play, said Jack. The plots of the conspirators will be bent to our favor when we need them to be. For now, all the risk is theirs, for Clan Carrick is unwitting. If they have played the part of fools to even consider such a plot, their fall will be enjoyable to witness. If they are not fools, then all to our gain.
Our gain?
Said Hakuin, emphasizing Jack's inclusion into it all.
For as long as I am interested, Hakuin's voice replied, though it was Jack who controlled it. A not-so-subtle reminder, Hakuin understood, of who was leading whom.
Chapter
Defining Grunge.
Chieftain Nark did not miss the simmer behind King Aboud's yellow eyes whenever the Orc King's glance happened his and Unthol's way. Aboud was continually repositioning his forces, which all of the chieftains understood was the king's way of keeping them in unfamiliar territory, and thus, keeping them dependent upon the larger kingdom for any real sense of security. Nark and Unthal had rejoined their clan, the tribe of the Wolfjaw, only to learn that Aboud had summoned them to work on a defensive position north of Keeper's Dale, not far from where Aboud had settled to ride out the fleeting days of winter. As soon as Aboud had met Wolfjaw at the new site, the wise and perceptive Nark understood that there had been more to that movement than simple tactical repositioning, and when he'd first met the Orc King's gaze, he had known beyond doubt that he and Unthal had been the focus of Aboud's decision. The annoying Kana squirmed around his side, as always, and Shaman Knuckles kept to a respectful 2 paces behind and to his god figure's left. That meant that Knuckles' many shamans were filtered around the common warriors accompanying the king. Nark presumed that all of the orcs setting up Aboud's 3-layered tent were fanatics in the service of Knuckles. Aboud launched into his expected tirade about the importance of the mountain ridge upon which the tent was being erected, and how the fate of the entire kingdom could well rest upon the efforts of Clan Wolfjaw in properly securing and fortifying the ground, the tunnels, and the walls. They had heard it all before, of course, but Dnark couldn't help but marvel at the rapt expressions on the faces of his minions as the undeniably charismatic king wove his spell yet again. Predictability didn't diminish the effect, and that, the chieftain knew, was no small feat. Dnark purposely focused on the reactions of the other orcs, in part to keep himself from listening too carefully to Aboud, whose rhetoric was truly hard to resist, sometimes so much so that Dnark wondered if Knuckles and the other priests weren't weaving a bit of magic of their own behind the notes of Aboud's resonating voice. Wound in his contemplations, it took a nudge from Unthal to get Dnark to realize that Aboud had addressed him directly. Panic washing through him, the chieftain turned to face the king squarely, and he fumbled for something to say that wouldn't give away his obliviousness. Aboud's knowing smile let him know that nothing would suffice. My pennant will be set upon the door of my tent when it is ready for private audience, the Orc King said again, obviously. When you see it, you will come for a private parley.
Private? Dnark dared ask. Or am I to bring my second?
Aboud, his smile smug indeed, looked past him to Unthal. Please do, he said, and it seemed to Dnark the enticing purr of a cat looking to sharpen its claws. Wearing a smug and superior smile, Aboud walked past him, carrying Kana and with Knuckles scurrying in tow. Dnark scanned wider as the king and his entourage moved off to the tent, noting the glances from the king's warriors filtering across his clan, and identifying those likely serving the priests.
If it came to blows, Dnark would have to direct his own warriors against the magic-wielding fanatics, first and foremost. He winced as he considered that, seeing the futility laid bare before him. If it came to blows with King Aboud and his guard, Dnark's clan would scatter and flee for their lives, and nothing he could say would alter that. He looked to Unthal, who stared at Aboud without blinking, watching the king's every receding step. Unthal knew the truth of it as well, Dnark realized, and wondered, not for the first time, if Tugwik hadn't led them down a fool's path. The flag of Aboud is on the door, Unthal said to his chieftain a short while later. Let us go, then, said Dnark. It would not do to keep the king waiting.
Dnark started off, but Unthal grabbed him by the arm.
We must not underestimate King Aboud's network of spies, the shaman said.
He has sorted the various tribes carefully throughout the region, where those more loyal to him remain watchful of others he suspects.
He may know that you and I were in the east.
And he knows of the attack on the Moonwood, for Grgutch's name echoes through the valleys, a new hero in the kingdom of many arrows. Dnark paused and considered the words, then began to nod.
Does Aboud consider Grgutch a hero? Unthal asked. Or a rival?
Asked Dnark, and Unthal was glad that they were in agreement, and that Dnark apparently understood the danger to them. Fortunately for King Aboud, he has a loyal chieftain. Dnark patted his hand against his own chest, and wise shaman who can bear witness here that Chieftain Grgutch and Clan Carrick are valuable allies. With a nod at Unthal's agreeing grin, Dnark turned and started for the tent. The shaman's grin faded as soon as Dnark looked away. None of it, Unthal feared, was to be taken lightly. He had been at the ceremony wherein King Aboud had been blessed with the gifts of Grunge. He had watched the Orc King break a bull's neck with his bare hands. He had seen the remains of a powerful drow priestess, her throat bitten out by Aboud after the king had been taken down the side of a ravine in a landslide brought about by a priestess's earth-shaking enchantment. Watching Grgutch's work in the east had been heady, invigorating and inspiring, to be sure. Clan Carrick showed the fire and mettle of the very best orc warriors, and the priest of Grumsh could not help but feel his heart swell with pride at their fast and devastating accomplishments. But Unthal was old enough and wise enough to temper his elation and soaring hopes against the reality that was King Abood Many Arrows. As he and Nark entered the third and final offset entrance into Abood's inner chamber, Unthal was only reminded of that awful reality. King Abood, seeming very much the part, sat on his throne on a raised dais, so that even though he was seated, he towered over any who stood before him. He wore his trademark black armor, patched back together after his terrific battle with the drow, Drizzt. His greatsword, which could blaze with magical fire at Abood's will, rested against the arm of his throne, within easy reach. Abood leaned forward at their approach, dropping one elbow on his knee and stroking his chin. He didn't blink as he measured the steps of the pair, his focus almost exclusively on Nark. Unthal hoped that his wrath, if it came forth, would be equally selective. Wolfjaw performs brilliantly, Abood greeted, somewhat dissipating the tension. Nark bowed low at the compliment. We are an old and disciplined clan. I know that well, said the king. And you are a respected and feared tribe. It is why I keep you close to Many Arrows, so that the center of my line will never waver. Nark bowed again at the compliment, particularly the notion that Wolfjaw was feared, which was about as high as orc praise ever climbed. Unthal considered his chieftain's expression when he came back up from that bow. When the smug Nark glanced his way, Unthal shot him a stern but silent retort, reminding him of the truth of Abood's reasoning. He was keeping Wolfjaw close, indeed, but Nark had to understand that Abood's aim was more to keep an eye on the tribe than to shore up his center. After all, there was no line of battle, so there was no center to fortify. The winter was favorable to us all, said Nark. Many towers have been built, and miles of wall. Every hilltop, Chieftain Nark, said Abood. If the dwarves or their allies come against us, they will have to fight over walls and towers on every hilltop. Nark glanced at Unthal again, and the cleric nodded for him to let it go at that. There was no need to engage Abood in an argument of defensive versus offensive preparations, certainly. Not with their schemes unfolding in the east. You were gone from your tribe, Abood stated, and Unthal started and blinked, wondering if the perceptive Abood had just read his mind. My king? Nark asked. You have been away in the east, said Abood. With your shaman. Nark had done a good job keeping his composure, Unthal believed, but then the shaman winced when Nark swallowed hard. There are many rogue orcs left over from the fierce battles with the dwarves, Nark said. Some strong and seasoned warriors, even shamans, have lost all their kin and clan. They have no banner. As soon as he spoke the words, Nark shrank back a step, for a murderous scowl crossed Abood's powerful features. At either side of the tent chamber, guards bristled, a couple even growling. They have no banner? Abood calmly, too calmly, asked. They have the flag of Many Arrows, of course, Unthal dared to interject, and Abood's eyes widened then narrowed quickly as he regarded the shaman. But your kingdom is arranged by tribe, my king. You send tribes to the hills and the valleys to do the work, and those who have lost their tribes know not where to go. Nark and other chieftains are trying to sweep up the rogues to better organize your kingdom, so that you, with great plans opening wide before your Grumsh-inspired visions, are not cluttered by such minor details. Abood eased back in his throne and the moment of distress seemed to slip back from the edge of disaster. Of course with Abood, whose temper had left uncounted dead in his murderous wake, none could be sure. You were in the east, Abood said after many heartbeats had passed. Near the Moonwood. Not so near, but yes, my king, said Nark. Tell me of Grugutch. The blunt demand rocked Nark back on his heels and crippled his denial as he replied with incredulity, Grugutch? His name echoes through the kingdom, said Abood. You have heard it, dot. Ah, you mean Chieftain Grugutch, Nark said, changing the inflection of the name to put emphasis on the gr, and acting as if Abood's further remarks had spurred recognition. Yes, I have heard of him. You have met him, said Abood, his tone and the set of his face conveying that his assertion was not assumption, but known fact. Nark glanced at Unthal, and for a moment the shaman thought his chieftain might just turn on his heel and flee. And indeed, Unthal wanted to do the same. Not for the first time and not for the last time, he wondered how they could have been foolish enough to dare conspire against King Abood Many Arrows. A soft chuckle from Nark settled Unthal, though, and reminded him that Nark had risen through difficult trials to become the chieftain of an impressive tribe, a tribe that even then surrounded Abood's tent. Chieftain Grugutch of Clan Carrick, yes, Nark said, matching Abood's stare. I witnessed his movement through Tegengun's Dale near the Cerbrin. He was marching to the Moonwood, though we did not know that at the time. Would that I had, for I would have enjoyed witnessing his slaughter of the foolish elves. You approve of his attack? The elves have been striking at your minions in the east day after day, said Nark. I think it good that the pain of battle was taken to their forest, and that the heads of several of the creatures were placed upon pikes at the river's edge. Chieftain Grguch did you a great service. I had thought his assault on the Moonwood to be at your command. He ended with an inflection of confusion, even suspicion, craftily turning the event back upon the Orc King. Our enemies do not avoid their deserved punishment, Abood said without hesitation. At Gnark's side, Unthal realized that his companion's quick thinking had likely just saved both their lives. For King Abood would not kill them and tacitly admit that Grguch had acted independent of the throne. Chieftain Grguch and Clan Carrick will serve the kingdom well, Gnark pressed. They are as fierce as any tribe I have ever seen. They breed with ogres, I am told. And carry many of the brutes along to anchor their lines. Where are they now? In the east, I expect, said Gnark. Near the Moonwood still? Likely, said Gnark. Likely awaiting the response of our enemies. If the ugly elves dare cross the Cerbring, Chieftain Grguch will pike more heads on the riverbank. Unthal eyed Abood carefully through Gnark's lie, and he easily recognized that the king knew more than he was letting on. Word of Grguch's march to the south had reached Abood's ear. Abood knew that the chieftain of Clan Carrick was a dangerous rival. Unthal studied Abood carefully, but the cunning warrior king gave little more away. He offered some instructions for shoring up the defense of the region, included a punishing deadline, then dismissed the pair with a wave of his hand as he turned his attention to the annoying K&A. Your hesitance in admitting your knowledge of Grguch warned him, Unthal whispered to Gnark as they left the tent and crossed the muddy ground to rejoin their clan. He pronounced it wrong. You did. Gnark stopped and turned on the shaman. Does it matter?